because there was still a distance. Gu Ning couldn't see it clearly. She decided to walk closer and have a close look. Once she moved near to the abandoned yard, Gu Ning felt the een coming from the bottom of the well. Gu Ning walked inside, but she didn't have time to figure out why there were skeletons under the well. What she needed to deal with right now was the cultivator. "Get out now. You've been following me for days, but haven't had a chance to attack me yet. It must be difficult for you," said Gu Ning with mockery before the cultivator showed himself. Anyway, she was going to face him, so there was no need for her to wait for him to show up of his own accord. Besides, if she could take the initiative and say that aloud, she would look strong. The cultivator who hid himself was taken aback. He wondered whether Gu Ning was talking to him. He couldn't believe a mortal was able to discover him. However, Gu Ning said that she knew he had been following her for days, which was the truth. Only he had been following her during these days. There was no one else who did that. How did she discover him? "Hey! The man behind the wall 5 meters away from me. I'm talking to you. Get out now. You've damaged my car. We should deal with it first." Seeing that the cultivator hesitated to walk out, Gu Ning understood what he was thinking. At this time, without doubt, the cultivator was sure that Gu Ning was talking with him. He was shocked in an instant because it turned out she knew everything. In that case, she must have recognized him at Qianling Mountain last time. If so, that Gu Ning knew Bailey Zongyang and his younger sister could be. The cultivator had many questions in his mind, but he had to ask Gu Ning for the answers. Although he was astonished by the fact that Gu Ning had already discovered him a long time ago, he wasn't afraid of her. Even if she was capable, she was just a mortal and was no match for him. Therefore, the cultivator walked out and into the yard, staring at Gu Ning. He asked without delay, "How did you find out that I've damaged your car? How did you know I've been following you these days?" "My car door was damaged, so of course I should search for evidence by watching the surveillance videos. Is it strange? I noticed that you appeared around me once in a while. I don't think it's just a coincidence. By the way, I was born with acute senses, so I'm able to feel it when I've been followed for such a long time. For my own safety, I naturally should pay more attention to the surveillance cameras. I bet you must have found out my identity, right? Then you should know it's not difficult for me to watch any surveillance videos if I want," said Gu Ning. It was a total lie, because she had no intention of exposing her secret. Hearing that, the cultivator frowned. Gu Ning's words made sense, but he didn't believe all of them. "Do you mean you deliberately led me here?" asked the cultivator. "Otherwise, why would I come here? I'm not fooling around every day. I don't visit here for fun," said Gu Ning, and her tone was full of mockery towards the cultivator. "Aren't you afraid I'll hurt you?" The cultivator stared at Gu Ning. "Since you've found information about me, you should know I'm not weak at all. Quite the opposite, I'm quite good at kung fu. Why should I be afraid of you? Even if I can't defeat you, can't I escape?" said Gu Ning and looked down her nose at the cultivator. She purposely did that to make the cultivator believe she knew nothing about his abilities. In that case, the cultivator would take her more lightly. She succeeded. The cultivator indeed felt Gu Ning was arrogant and stupid, so he took her even more lightly. He was a cultivator after all, so it couldn't be easier for him to deal with a mortal. Nevertheless, the cultivator was unwilling to use violence for the time being. Instead, he decided to politely talk with Gu Ning. If they could solve the problem peacefully, there was no need to have a fight. "I'm sorry for damaging your car. I'm willing to pay for it," said the cultivator. "That'll be for the best," said Gu Ning, feigning surprise on the surface. She actually wasn't surprised, and knew what the cultivator planned to do. "Even though you have only damaged the lock, my car isn't cheap at all. It cost over 10,000 yuan to fix the lock, so you can give me 10,000 yuan for it. Do you want to transfer the money with your phone or pay in cash?" asked Gu Ning. "Before I pay it, I also have the interest in talking about a deal with you," said the cultivator. He didn't care about the money at all, as long as he was able to buy the jade with Dragon Phoenix cloud pattern from Gu Ning. The jade itself was worth 30 million yuan after all. "Oh, what is it?" asked Gu Ning, although she already knew the answer. The cultivator was quite straightforward, and he said, Can you sell me the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern you bought from the Palace Museum? It's my family heirloom, but was stolen away by a gravedigger. I've searched for it for a long time till I finally found it. I tried to figure out a way to buy it, but unexpectedly you did it before me. If you're willing to sell it to me, I can give you 10 million yuan more than the money you've paid for it. It was a lie too, and he said that simply to win Gu Ning's sympathy. Oh, you want the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern? What a shame. I bought it for another person. I already gave it to the person after buying it, said Gu Ning, seeming sorry. What? The cultivator was stunned, and he thought of Bailey Zongyang and his younger sister right away, because only cultivators could see the secret of the jade. It was also possible that it was bought and collected by an antique lover. No matter what, only Gu Ning knew who the person was. Who told you to buy it? Asked the cultivator. At this moment, the cultivator didn't think much about Gu Ning's reply or doubt whether it was true. I actually don't know the person. The person just knows that I have connections in the Palace Museum, so I was given 10 million yuan to buy the jade. It's a super easy task, so I agreed. It's just an antique anyway, said Gu Ning. She was implying that she knew very little about the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern. Didn't you lie to me? The cultivator got his reason back and had doubts. Although Gu Ning seemed normal, she might be pretending to be honest. After all, she wasn't an ordinary girl. Why should I lie to you? Said Gu Ning in a resigned tone, as if she was displeased being doubted. Since you don't know the person, how did the person know you have connections in the Palace Museum? Asked the cultivator. I don't know you either, but you know me. There are many people who know me, but I don't know them. People can easily search for information about me on the internet, said Gu Ning. Then she explained. Well, the person saw me socializing with the staff of the museum. Even though Gu Ning's words made sense, the cultivator still had doubts. He continued to ask, you at least should know the person's name, right? How about the person's age, gender, and phone number? If you know nothing about the person, how do you contact each other? Hey, watch your tone. I'm not a criminal. You should be aware that you're asking me for help. Besides, it's not right to leak information about another person without his or her agreement, said Gu Ning with dissatisfaction. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I was too anxious to behave myself just now. Miss Gu, please forgive me. The cultivator apologized at once. Like what Gu Ning said, he was asking for her help, so he should be nice to her. Well, the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern is really important for me. Please do me a favor. Can you talk with the person first about that? Perhaps the person will agree to sell it to me. Fine, said Gu Ning. In order to distract the cultivator's attention from her, Gu Ning decided to act with him. This cultivator wasn't unkind to her, so there was no need for Gu Ning to have another enemy. She wouldn't seek trouble anyway. Gu Ning then took out her phone and dialed a number, which she had got with the name of Tang Aining. Because it was put in her telepathic eye space, no one would answer it. Sorry, no one answered. I can't help with it, said Gu Ning. The cultivator was upset. He could also hear that the phone kept ringing for a long while, but no one answered. Although he felt that Gu Ning might randomly make a call, he felt too embarrassed to point that out. The cultivator felt it might be just a show directed and played by Gu Ning on her own. So he decided to keep on spying on her to see whether he could find anything new about her. Even if he was going to use violence, it wasn't the right time now. Miss Gu, would you please help me pay some attention to it? If the person calls you back, please let me know, said the cultivator and took out his name card. This is my name card. He handed it to Gu Ning. Sure. Gu Ning agreed, but it was totally another thing whether she would really do that in the future. Gu Ning wasn't so naive that she believed the cultivator had been convinced by her words, or he might have hopes that what she told him could be true. He might get a surprising result if he took a step back. Even though what she told him wasn't true, he could still continue to follow her to see what he should do next. After all, he already knew her school and dorm room, so he wasn't afraid that he might lose her. However, if he had an argument with Gu Ning right now, he might suffer a great loss if what Gu Ning told him was true. Gu Ning didn't mind it actually, because it wouldn't change anything. Miss Gu, do you want to go out with me right now? Asked the cultivator. Thanks, but I have an appointment with my friends to have an adventure here. I won't leave within a short time. Mr. Dongfang, see you, said Gu Ning. After receiving his name card, Gu Ning learned his name Dongfang Qi. Since his surname was Dongfang, he was highly likely to be a member of the Dongfang family in the cultivation world. Because of Dongfang Ziyu, Gu Ning had a bad impression of members of the Dongfang family. Although Dongfang Qi was nice to her, he did it for a purpose, so Gu Ning didn't have a good impression of him. As long as they could avoid conflict, it would be the best, because it wouldn't do her any good if they had disagreement. Alright, I should go now. Miss Gu, please help me with it. Dongfang Qi had doubts that Gu Ning's words might not be true, but he wouldn't ask her about that. If he wanted to know the answer, he could keep on spying on her. Although Gu Ning had discovered that he had been following her these days, he felt he could prevent it from happening again by staying farther away from her. After that, the cultivator left. Gu Ning watched the cultivator walking far away, then went to observe the inside of the well. The cultivator was still in the range of her senses, which wasn't beyond Gu Ning's expectations, but it wouldn't be a problem as long as he didn't come over. Gu Ning used her jade eyes and her sight fell on the two skeletons. Beside the two skeletons, 2 jade pendants were scattered and a few pieces of jewelry were scattered around the head of one of the skeletons. Given the shapes of the skeletons, one was lying in the arms of the other skeleton. The skeleton lying underneath was more well-formed and was obviously male. The skeleton lying in the arms of the male skeleton was relatively petite, and there were a few pieces of jewelry scattered around its skull, which must be a female. Seeing that, Gu Ning guessed that they might be a dead couple. There was faint een in the well, so they must have died with resentment. Gu Ning looked at the pair of skeletons, and suddenly a scene appeared in front of her eyes. Right next to this well, a man wearing a guard uniform was stabbed by a sword, then was kicked by one foot and fell into the well. Immediately afterwards, a woman in luxurious Manchu clothes also jumped into it, which was the end of the scene. The woman seemed to be a concubine from her clothing. All of a sudden, Gu Ning came up with a dramatic story. The emperor took his concubines to the palace to avoid the summer heat. Then a certain concubine's affair with a guard was exposed and the guard was beheaded afterwards. So the concubine died for her love. Although it was a story made up by Gu Ning, she felt it was close to the mark. If so, she could understand their result. There might be other reasons, but it had nothing to do with Gu Ning no matter what the real reason was. It was already history. Gu Ning wasn't greedy, so she had no intention of climbing down the well to get the jewelry. There was een in the well, but it wasn't dense. People wouldn't be affected if they didn't stay here for long. In addition, this place was far away from the crowd, so normally visitors wouldn't come here. Therefore, Gu Ning left it in the well and walked away. On her way out, Gu Ning entered Dongfang Qi's sight, so she deliberately answered the phone and showed a resigned look. Fine, see you another day. After that, she left. She purposely did that to fool Dongfang Qi. Although Dongfang Qi couldn't hear what she said, he might read her lips, so she made him believe that her friend couldn't come and she walked outside afterwards. Gu Ning was right. Dongfang Qi indeed couldn't hear what she said, but he made a guess from her lips and body language. He saw her walking out later, so he thought he had guessed correctly. After Gu Ning left, she could still feel that Dongfang Qi was following her with a hidden air, because he deliberately kept a farther distance from her. Gu Ning hadn't eaten yet, so she went to have a meal in a restaurant once she walked out of the National Imperial Palace Park. At the beginning, Gu Ning didn't try to get rid of Dongfang Qi, because he would find out that she had noticed him if she did that. When there were traffic lights ahead of them, Gu Ning walked across the road first, but Dongfang Qi had to wait for the next green light. Therefore, Gu Ning sped up, walking away and successfully got rid of Dongfang Qi. Although Dongfang Qi had doubts whether he was discovered by Gu Ning again, he didn't think it was possible because he kept a long distance away from her. Besides, he had waited for a minute for the next green light, which was enough time for Gu Ning to walk quite far. There were bifurcations too, so it was very normal if he lost her. Dongfang Qi wasn't disappointed, because he knew Gu Ning's university and dorm room. It was very easy for him to find Gu Ning. It was nearly 2 p.m. and it was time for a meal, so Dongfang Qi went to have a meal, Once Kay heard that Gu Ning came to the company, he went upstairs and talked with her about the illegal theft of Battle in the Sky. They didn't go to that amusement arcade right away, but secretly visited all the major amusement arcades first to see how many of them were illegally using Battle in the Sky to make a profit. They needed to collect evidence before taking action. After their investigation, they were shocked. There were over 100 amusement arcades in the capital, and they had investigated the theft among 60 of them. They found nearly 30 were illegally using Battle in the Sky to make a profit. It wasn't over yet, so they needed to take action after the investigation was completely done. Gu Ning was willing to let them use the game to make a profit, but they must pay the copyright fee first. It was impossible for her to allow them to steal the game produced by her company without paying anything. How about the manufacturer of those game machines? Have you found out who it is? Asked Gu Ning. The manufacturer was the major culprit, and they must punish it first. Of course, I found out as soon as possible. It's a game manufacturer owned by Jilin Technology Game Company. Jilin Technology Game Company is a game company located in the capital. It has estimated 1.3 billion yuan in assets. Its boss is Lu Jilin, age 47, born in the capital, living in House 8 Area D, Luxury Court, Western District. Oh, I also have the monitoring videos of their production. We have solid proof to prove that those game machines are produced by his manufacturer. Kay was a famous international hacker, so it couldn't be easier for him to deal with that. Very well, you can have a talk with Lu Jilin first. Tell him to pay the copyright fee or we'll sue him. Business theft is totally unacceptable, but we can never say no to business. If this problem can be solved peacefully, we can compromise. Given the result of the investigation, game machines with our game are quite popular. In addition, once we cooperate with them, they'll pay special attention to the theft on their own. They won't allow other people to share the profit if they can get permission from us, said Gu Ning. Even though Gu Ning was mad at their illegal behavior, she wouldn't punish them without caring about the reality. If there was a better solution, she would choose the better way to solve this problem. Sure, said Kay. He was the supervisor of this game, but he agreed with Gu Ning's decision. After they talked about the business, Kay left to continue to do his work. In a while, Gu Ning got a new message. She read it and learned that 100 million yuan was transferred to her account just now. Undoubtedly, it was from Tang Qingyang because she got paid for unseating the Tang family. Gu Ning was about to reply to Tang Qingyang, but soon received another message. Tang Qingyang, thank you so much for your help. Are you free this afternoon? If it's possible, can we share a meal? Song Nan, Ruichin, Su Qinin, and Gu Anna will come. We can celebrate together. Gu Ning. Why not? Since their friends were going to celebrate Tang Qingyang's success, she wouldn't be absent as long as she had time. After all, she had played an important role in that major event, so she was celebrating her success as well. Afterwards, Tang Qingyang told Gu Ning the location of the restaurant and the number of the private room he had booked. At 5 p.m., Gu Ning went on the road. The appointed time was 6 p.m., and it took at least 40 minutes for her to get to the hotel by car. The rush hour was coming, so there would be a lot of traffic on the road. Unfortunately, enemies were bound to meet each other on a narrow road. Right after Gu Ning arrived at the restaurant, she ran into Yuan Shuyan at the parking lot. Yuan Shuyan already learned Gu Ning's identity, so she wasn't surprised to see her luxurious car. However, because of their grudge, Yuan Shuyan looked at Gu Ning with hatred. Enemies always hated seeing one another, but only Yuan Shuyan was full of hatred towards Gu Ning, while Gu Ning didn't bother to pay any attention to her. Gu Ning wasn't the one who had been embarrassed in public after all, so she didn't care about Yuan Shuyan's reaction. No matter how Yuan Shuyan disliked Gu Ning, she wouldn't cause Gu Ning trouble at this moment. Gu Ning wasn't weak after all. She wouldn't challenge Gu Ning again unless she had the confidence to win. There was a young girl about 14 years old by Yuan Shuyan's side. The second she saw Gu Ning, she was struck dumb for a second. Then her face lit up with excitement. Without delay, she ran to Gu Ning and asked, "Goddess Gu? Are you Goddess Gu?" "Hi, I'm Gu Ning." Gu Ning replied to her with a smile. Although the girl came with Yuan Shuyan, Her excitement and happiness were real when she saw Gu Ning. Moreover, the girl might not know anything about the grudge between them. Facing other people's kindness, Gu Ning would be nice too. Gu Ning's smile stunned the young girl, because she was so attractive once she smiled. Not just the opposite sex would be attracted to each other, the same sexes would do the same thing. Yuan Shuyan was displeased once she saw the young girl's behavior, but she had to admit that Gu Ning looked stunning with a smile. She was jealous of Gu Ning's outstanding appearance. Tao Jai, get back here, Yuan Shuyan called her with dissatisfaction. Cousin Shuyan, just wait for me for a while. Tao Jai turned around and said to Yuan Shuyan, then ignored her and continued to talk with Gu Ning. Goddess Gu, it's really you. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here. I'm a fan of yours. My name is Tao Jai. I've read a lot of news about you. You're my idol and I love you. Hearing that, Yuan Shuyan was angrier. It was annoying to hear her younger cousin complimenting her enemy right in front of her. It's my honor to win your like, Gu Ning said with a smile. Although Tao Jai was Yuan Shuyan's cousin, Tao Jai wasn't hateful at all. She wouldn't hate people that Yuan Shuyan disliked, just because they had grudges against each other. At the same time, it was impossible for her to have a close relationship with members of the Yuan family. She would only be nice to those who were kind to her. If you don't come back right now, I'll leave alone, said Yuan Shuyan. The next second, she turned and walked to the elevator, leaving Tao Jai behind. Tao Jai didn't understand why her cousin was so mad all of a sudden, but she didn't dare to linger after seeing Yuan Shuyan walking away. Bye-bye, Goddess Gu. Bye. After saying goodbye to Gu Ning, Tao Jai hurriedly chased Yuan Shuyan up. Gu Ning actually needed to take the elevator as well, but she decided to wait for a while since Yuan Shuyan was walking there. Tao Jai caught up to Yuan Shuyan and asked with confusion, Cousin Shuyan, weren't you in a good mood just now? Why are you mad all of a sudden? It's not easy to see Goddess Gu in real life. Why couldn't I talk with her for a longer while? I have a grudge against her. I don't want to see her, said Yuan Shuyan with unhappiness. What? You have a grudge against Goddess Gu? Why? Is there any misunderstanding? I don't think Goddess Gu would cause you trouble of her own accord. Tao Jai rounded her eyes in shock, but it didn't change her good impression of Gu Ning. Instead, she defended Gu Ning. Hearing that, Yuan Shuyan was mad again. Do you mean I've deliberately caused her trouble? You just read some news about her on the internet. Do you know what kind of person she really is? In fact, she indeed had deliberately caused Gu Ning trouble, but she wouldn't admit it. Tao Jai said nothing, but she still refused to believe that Gu Ning was the one who caused Yuan Shuyan trouble first. Quite the opposite. She thought it must be Yuan Shuyan who had made things difficult for Gu Ning first. After all, she was Yuan Shuyan's cousin, and they had known and gotten along with each other for over a dozen years. She was clearly aware of Yuan Shuyan's character. Seeing Tao Jai remaining silent, Yuan Shuyan knew what she was thinking. Yuan Shuyan was angry, but couldn't say anything right now, because she was afraid it might make her look like a worse person. As Gu Ning waited outside, she saw Zhang Ruiqin coming. Hi! Gu Ning, what a coincidence! Zhang Ruiqin greeted Gu Ning. Hi, Ruiqin. Gu Ning called him. I saw you standing here without walking over. Did you know I'm coming? So you waited here for me? Zhang Ruiqin joked. Yeah. I had a feeling that you would come at this time. Gu Ning also joked. Let's go now. Zhang Ruiqin didn't take Gu Ning's words seriously, but they went inside together since they met each other. Oh, I heard from my grandfather that Shangyun Antique Store got many good antiques again. Manager Chun called my grandfather and my grandfather left home in a hurry. He almost stumbled because of that, said Zhang Ruiqin. He was slightly making fun of Zhang Zhongyu. Knowing that, Gu Ning smiled and said in a resigned tone, was he afraid that other people might arrive there before him? He's always the first one who's informed every time. Exactly, because Manager Chun called Curator Kai before my grandfather. Curator Kai also hurriedly went there once he learned there were new good antiques. It's impossible for my grandfather to stay calm in such a situation. He even grabbed an antique away from Curator Kai by threatening, said Zhang Ruiqin. Fine. Gu Ning was amused. They really had a deep love for antiques. As they chatted with each other, they reached the private room. It was 10 minutes away from 6 p.m., but everyone came earlier. Gu Ning and Jiang Ruiqin were the last ones. Although Gu Ning showed up with Jiang Ruiqin, they all knew that Gu Ning was Ling Xiaoting's girlfriend, so they didn't dare to joke about their relationship. As Tang Qingyang's bodyguard, Ba Tianyang was present too. He called Gu Ning boss with great respect once he saw her. Even though Ba Tianyang was a bodyguard, everyone took him as a friend, so they shared a meal together. After everyone was present, they began to order food. No one hesitated to order his or her favorites. After ordering, when the waiter was out, they began to chat. "I have a feeling of surprise every time I see Gu Ning," said Gu Anna all of a sudden. "What do you mean?" The others were curious. "She's still a student." Gu Anna put on a shocked expression. "Haha, I have the same feeling. I many times feel that Gu Ning is a wily old fox in the society." Su Qinin agreed with Gu Anna. It was not only Gu Anna and Su Qinin. Other people by the table had the same feeling. They sometimes ignored the fact that Gu Ning was still a student. There was no other student who could be so mature and stable as Gu Ning. Other than Gu Ning, no student could become a billionaire at such a young age. At least, Gu Ning was the only one who was able to do it in their lifetimes. "I'm a girl. How can you describe me as a wily old fox? It's not suitable." Gu Ning argued with dissatisfaction. "Well, how about sly old fox?" Su Qinin changed the nickname, but it wasn't pleasant either. Actually, Su Qinin purposely teased Gu Ning. Gu Ning gave her a glance of disgust, but didn't bother to argue with her. "By the way, Gu Ning, do you live on campus or in your own home?" Jiang Ruiqin asked Gu Ning. Gu Ning was a businesswoman after all. Although she wasn't managing her companies right now, she needed to deal with important things whenever it was necessary. It depends on me. If there is nothing important for me to deal with, I'll stay in school. It's necessary for me to get familiar with my schoolmates after all. I can search for skilled people among them as well. Perhaps they'll work for me one day. If I have to leave my school, I can ask for leave at any time," said Gu Ning. "I'm amazed. I've never seen such a free student like you before. Outsiders might think that your family owns that university. You can come and go as you like," said Gu Anna. She sounded unkind, but she didn't mean to attack Gu Ning given their good relationship. "Well, I'm the first top scorer with a full score in history after all. I'm also a successful businesswoman who owns a large business group. Our principal has agreed, otherwise I wouldn't have chosen the capital university. There were countless prestigious universities competing against each other for me. At least one of them would accept the conditions set by me. Most importantly, I'm so outstanding that it would be their loss if they shut me out just because of that easy condition," said Gu Ning with pride. Gu Anna rolled her eyes at Gu Ning and said with disdain, "Look at you. Fine, you're the best. By the way, top scorer with a full score, you haven't invited us to celebrate the admission yet, right? Do you plan to drop it?" She had the intention of making Gu Ning pay for a large good meal. Hearing Gu Anna's words, Gu Ning suddenly realized that she indeed hadn't invited them to celebrate the admission yet. She hadn't done anything to celebrate after receiving her admission letter simply because she was occupied and didn't think it was necessary. However, it was necessary to invite her friends to celebrate it together. I had no intention of doing that till you proposed it. If I just drop it, it won't be acceptable. I need to go back to my school today, so we can do it another day when I don't need to go back to my school. We can celebrate it by drinking together," said Gu Ning. "Great. I'll write it down. Don't keep us waiting." Gu Anna was satisfied. They weren't afraid that Gu Ning might forget or think it was trouble, because it was meaningful. As they chatted, dishes were placed on the table, so they began to enjoy the meal. Since it was a celebration, they surely needed to drink. "Gu Ning, can you drink today?" asked Tang Qingyang, because she was going to drive back to school later. It might cause her problems if she drank, so he asked her beforehand. It wasn't suitable if he stopped Gu Ning from drinking at the very beginning. "Today is a special day, so I should of course drink with you. My bodyguard will drive me back to school later," said Gu Ning. Even if she drank, she could easily get rid of the effect of the alcohol with the help of her magical power. However, she couldn't tell that to her friends. Therefore, she could only call Xiaoya over later. Great! Since Guning said that, Tang Qingyang didn't say anything further and poured a cup of wine for Guning. They wouldn't drink strong alcohol, just some red wine. After pouring the wine for Guning, Tang Qingyang stood up and raised his cup facing her at first. Guning, I should thank you for such a big favor with my first drink. Although no one knew Guning was Tang Aining, including Tang Qingyang, they were aware of Guning's grudge against the Tang family. It wasn't surprising that Guning had something to do with the Tang family's bad luck this time. As for the details, they didn't know and wouldn't ask for them. They were secrets after all. Guning also stood up with a cup in her hand. You don't need to say that. We have the same enemy. Even if you hadn't sided with me, I would still have done the same thing. Anyway, I can feel your gratitude. Congratulations to both of us. Because of Guning, Tang Qingyang was able to gain such a great advantage. It was totally understandable that he thanked Guning with sincerity. They clinked their cups, then had a drink together. After that, they had a toast with everyone else around the table. During the meal, Guning called Xiaoya. Knowing she was free, Guning asked her to come and drive her back to school later. When they chatted with each other, it was unavoidable to talk about the Tang family. They were all good friends, so they had heard a lot about it. Accordingly, there was no need for them to hide their real feelings. Tang Bingsin is in a terrible condition now. I don't know how many months he can survive. Either way, Ji Yijing is caught and I'm the chairman of the Tang organization now. I'll be in charge of their affairs. If I don't take care of them, outsiders might criticize me, said Tang Qingyang. He won't live long anyway. You can take good care of him these days. At least it'll make you a good relative on the surface, said Guning. She and Tang Bingsen were bitter enemies, but her hatred towards him went away after going through so many things. Tang Bingsen was going to die sooner or later, so she didn't care about him now. Actually, if he died later, he had to suffer more pain. No doctor was able to cure Tang Bingsen and Tang Yashin. Guning could, but she had no intention of doing that. She wanted them to be dead, so it was impossible for her to rescue them. Besides, they asked for the tragic results themselves. Oh, does anyone dare to make things difficult for you in the company? Asked Guning. There are some, but I have something on them. After I threatened them, they stopped acting against me. All in all, everything is going well now, said Tang Qingyang. He should thank Guning for that, because Guning shared their dirty secrets with him. Glad to hear that. If you need me at any time, feel free to let me know, said Guning. Although Tang Qingyang had great abilities, he just took over the Tang organization. There was a lot for him to learn. If any other companies chose to cause the Tang organization trouble at this time, it could be difficult for him to handle the situation. Of course I will. I hope you won't be bothered by me, said Tang Qingyang without hesitation. He had a clear understanding of his abilities. There was a lot for him to learn after taking over such a large business group. In addition, he was going to make drastic changes to the company upon taking charge. He would be lying if he said he wasn't nervous. Su Qinyin also wanted to tell Tang Qingyang to turn to her for help whenever he needed her. Even though she couldn't help, the Jinlin organization could. Nevertheless, it wasn't appropriate for her to say that, because she herself couldn't help him. Most importantly, they were going to have a serious relationship. Although neither of them made it public yet, they were mentally prepared. Therefore, if the Su family stood out for Tang Qingyang, outsiders might believe that he became successful by relying on a woman. Guning, however, was different because they were only friends. Nobody would say anything negative about them even if she helped Tang Qingyang. After having the meal, it was 8 p.m. Tang Qingyang and his friends adjourned to Song Nan's bar, while Guning had to go back to her school. The situation Tang Qingyang was in right now was still dangerous to some extent. He dared to hang out because Ba Tianyang was by his side. Ba Tianyang wouldn't go back to Guning's company until Tang Qingyang was in a safe, steady position. Xiaoya arrived at the restaurant at 7:30 p.m. and was waiting in the hall. Because she had already eaten, Guning didn't invite her to join them. Xiaoya was going to drive her back to the school, so Guning didn't bother to use her magical power to remove the effect of alcohol. She would do that when she separated from Chao Ya later. Gu Ning didn't drink much, so she only had a slight smell of alcohol. Because the campus was in a different district from the city center, it was still a little far. What was worse was that there was a lot of traffic, so they spent an hour and 20 minutes on the road. When they arrived outside the campus, it was nearly 9:30 p.m. There were still students walking in and out, because the capital university wouldn't shut its gate until 10:30 p.m. It was an hour away, so Gu Ning wasn't late getting back to school at this time. Although the capital university had strict rules, students of other grades hadn't come yet, while freshmen didn't get their student's identity card yet either, so it allowed people to come and go as they liked for the time being. Because Song Miaoge had an argument with Gao Shiyan yesterday, they refused to talk with each other now. Neither of them had a good impression of one another, so it didn't matter. Gao Shiyan and Lu Xiaoxiao still didn't know who Gu Ning was right now. Gu Ning had gained a lot of fame in the economics department today, but Gao Shiyan and Lu Xiaoxiao were in other departments. They hadn't heard anyone talking about Gu Ning, so they knew nothing about her. When it was about 10 p.m., the fourth roommate was still absent, and Gao Shiyan became unkind again. Look at what time it is now. Someone is still absent. It's hard for us not to think about it. Gao Shiyan didn't point out Gu Ning's name, but it couldn't be more obvious. Right? Lu Xiaoxiao chimed in. Hearing that, Song Miaoge couldn't stand it, but she learned from Gao Shiyan and Lu Xiaoxiao to be unfriendly. Well, some people just won't stop acting. They're too free to focus on themselves. Those who love thinking about other people's private life must be living an abnormal life. But not everyone in the world lives the same life. What did you say? Gao Shiyan was mad. She knew Song Miaoge was talking about her. I didn't say your name. Why are you mad all of a sudden? You're making the connection by yourself. Don't blame me for that, said Song Miaoge with disgust. You? Gao Shiyan was angry. You said that right after me. I know you're talking about me. Then you were talking about Gu Ning, right? Asked Song Miaoge. So what? I'm not talking about you. How dare you judge me? Gao Shiyan almost went crazy. I just love doing that. So? Do you want to fight? Song Miaoge challenged her. You? Gao Shiyan lost courage in an instant. She definitely couldn't win the fight against Song Miaoge and felt quite aggrieved and really angry. Song Miaoge understood it wasn't her business, but she hated it when Gao Shiyan began to badmouth Gu Ning. If Gao Shiyan defamed other people, she might not say anything. Right when Gao Shiyan was about to say something again, Gu Ning reached the door of their dorm room. She was able to hear their argument and learned that her other roommates were badmouthing her behind her back while Song Miaoge was actively defending her. Gu Ning was slightly moved, because they just met each other, but Song Miaoge wouldn't hesitate to defend her. The door of their dorm room was closed, but it wasn't locked because not everyone was back. Gu Ning took the key and opened it. Hearing the sound, the other girls knew that Gu Ning was back. Because Gao Shiyan was badmouthing Gu Ning just now, she panicked a little when Gu Ning came back at this moment. She felt she was caught by her. However, she didn't think Gu Ning heard them. Therefore, after panicking for a second, she got back to normal and arrogant. She thought that Gu Ning was just a girl, not a dangerous beast anyway. Gao Shiyan would never give up her pride. She ignored Song Miaoge for the time being, because she forgot the fighting skills Song Miaoge had shown her. Besides, she had no idea that Gu Ning was even stronger than Song Miaoge. The second the door was opened, Song Miaoge raised her head and greeted Gu Ning with excitement. Hi, Gu Ning. Hi, Gu Ning said. As soon as Gao Shiyan and Lu Xiaoxiao saw Gu Ning, they were stunned. To their surprise, their last roommate was so beautiful. They had to admit that Gu Ning was quite pretty. However, precisely because of that, they were jealous of her after being stunned by her outstanding appearance. Lu Xiaoxiao hid her jealousy, but Gao Shiyan showed it on her face. Gu Ning didn't say hello to Gao Shiyan or Lu Xiaoxiao, because they had bad-mouthed her even before she showed up. At this time, they looked at her with jealousy and hatred, which meant it was impossible for them to be friends. As a result, Gu Ning gave up being nice to them. She wouldn't punish them for what they had said about her behind her back, but she wouldn't tolerate it if it happened again. Gu Ning closed the door and went straight back to her bed. They used loft beds with a closet and desk at the bottom, so they actually had their own separate space. The roommates wouldn't affect each other. The whole dorm room was quite large. This was a luxurious dormitory, which was different from general dormitories. Not only was it large, it was furnished with the best furniture. Its fee was also very high. Nevertheless, as the student who was specially accepted by the capital university, Gu Ning got everything for free. "She looks like a siren," Gao Shiyan said in a low voice. The other girls didn't hear it, but Gu Ning did. She knew Gao Shiyan was talking about her. Gu Ning was displeased, but Gao Shiyan didn't point her name out, so she could say nothing about it. She was unwilling to make a connection after all. Therefore, Gu Ning ignored her and began to organize her stuff. "Gu Ning, may I help?" asked Song Miaoge. "No need, thanks. I don't have much stuff. It should be done in a minute," said Gu Ning. "Sure." Song Miaoge didn't insist. Gu Ning really had carried very few things with her. There were only 2 sets of bed sheets and duvet covers, 5 sets of clothes and 2 pairs of shoes, as well as daily necessities. Although it was early autumn, the weather was still very hot, so they were still wearing short sleeves. The clothes were light and thin, which didn't take up much space at all. As for skincare and makeup products, Gu Ning didn't have any, because she didn't need them. She had her magical power to help her take care of her skin. Gu Ning wouldn't put on makeup unless it was necessary. Therefore, she stored her makeup products along with her other changes of clothes in her telepathic eye space. "Oh, a poor girl," said Gao Shiyan unkindly after giving a glance at Gu Ning's stuff. She still kept her voice down, but Song Miaoge heard it this time and didn't hesitate to argue with her once more. "Someone's really stupid. A poor girl can't afford a luxurious dorm room." "What did you say?" Gao Shiyan was mad. "I said that to the stupid idiot. I didn't point out a name. Why do you have to make a connection?" Song Miaoge mocked. Although she refused to admit it, her attitude obviously showed that she was criticizing Gao Shiyan. "You..." Gao Shiyan was angry. Song Miaoge didn't point out her name, but she knew that she was talking about her. "You didn't point out a name, but you said that right after me." "You were talking about me," said Gao Shiyan. "In that case, when you mentioned a poor girl, were you talking about me?" asked Gu Ning in a flat voice, but she was displeased since she opened her mouth. She was kind to other people, but it didn't mean she could easily be bullied. "So what? I was indeed talking about you. Look at your clothes. Even if you can afford a luxurious dorm room, you might be a girl who only cares about money and luxuries. You might have a sugar daddy who's supporting you as well," Gao Shiyan mocked. "What the fuck did you say?" Song Miaoge was furious at once. She abruptly sat up and was about to do something, but Gu Ning gave her a glance to stop her. Knowing that Gu Ning wasn't weak at all, Song Miaoge calmed herself down. Gu Ning didn't lose her temper, but she actually was full of anger, so she squinted, glaring at Gao Shiyan, which made Gao Shiyan feel uneasy. "You said I'm a poor girl, and it's also you who said I have a sugar daddy. Isn't it contradictory? Have you ever seen a girl with a sugar daddy being so poor as me?" Gu Ning said in a cold voice. "In addition, it has nothing to do with you even if I'm poor. I don't spend your money anyway. Come on, you don't have any makeup products. You might secretly use ours when we're absent." Feeling uneasy under Gu Ning's look, Gao Shiyan didn't dare to say the word sugar daddy again. Song Miaoge couldn't help but roll her eyes. Gu Ning owned a makeup company, and she had endless makeup products to use as long as she wanted. Gao Shiyan made herself a joke. "Do you take me as a thief?" Gu Ning sneered with dissatisfaction. "It always happens in the dormitories. I'm just protecting my stuff," said Gao Shiyan. It was obvious that she took Gu Ning as a thief. "It's ridiculous. Keep on bragging. Your face is so white. Even though you don't wear much makeup, you must have put on some foundation," said Gao Shiyan. She refused to believe that Gu Ning had flawless skin. "Believe it or not, but you should stop attacking, humiliating, or challenging me. I have a quick temper. If you offend me, I won't take responsibility for my bad behavior towards you." Gu Ning lost patience and warned Gao Shiyan. She could forgive Gao Shiyan once for slandering her, but she wouldn't hesitate to teach her a lesson if she dared to do it again. Gao Shiyan was scared by Gu Ning's serious expression, but she got angry with embarrassment afterwards. How dare you threaten me? So what? Don't you dare attack me again, said Gu Ning in a cold voice. You? Gao Shiyan accepted her challenge and abruptly stood up to beat Gu Ning. She was a spoiled kid of a rich family and was quite used to beating other people once she was annoyed. Song Miaoge knew that Gu Ning wasn't weak at all, so she didn't stand out at this time. Gu Ning didn't need her help at all. It was impossible for Lu Xiaoxiao to stop Gao Shiyan, because she was in the same boat as her. She also disliked Gu Ning and was afraid that Song Miaoge might jump out. When she saw Song Miaoge remaining quiet, she felt relieved. In fact, if Song Miaoge joined the fight, she would be really worried that Gao Shiyan might be hurt. After all, Song Miaoge had learned many fighting skills. Gao Shiyan dashed to the front of Gu Ning, then raised her hand trying to slap Gu Ning. In the following seconds, they heard clear slaps, but it was Gu Ning who slapped Gao Shiyan across the face. Before Gao Shiyan's hand could touch Gu Ning's cheek, Gu Ning slapped her first. She slapped Gao Shiyan's cheeks 4 times and Gao Shiyan was totally shocked. Not only Gao Shiyan, but Lu Xiaoxiao was also stunned. To their astonishment, Gao Shiyan was the one who was slapped. Song Miaoge was slightly surprised, but soon went back to normal, because it wasn't beyond her expectation. Actually, Song Miaoge quite enjoyed watching it. You, how dare you slap me? Although Gao Shiyan was struck dumb for a moment, the pain from her cheeks soon drew her back to reality. She was furious now. Do you think I'm weak just because I'm tolerant? It's fine if you think I'm poor and dislike me, but I'll never accept it if you dare to say I have a sugar daddy to support me. I have my limits, Gu Ning coldly said with a serious expression. She also used her magical power to put great pressure on Gao Shiyan. Gao Shiyan felt stressed at once and trembled in fear. Gu Ning already decided to forgive her once, but she refused to stop attacking Gu Ning. As a result, Gu Ning could only teach her an unforgettable lesson. Do you know who I am? How dare you slap me? Gao Shiyan was scared by Gu Ning's attitude, but she was unwilling to accept this result. She didn't dare to fight against Gu Ning right now, so she tried to scare Gu Ning with the influence of her family. I don't care whether you're a rich or powerful second-generation heir. As long as you dare to offend me, I won't let you get away with it. Before Gao Shiyan could finish, Gu Ning interrupted her. You? Gao Shiyan didn't expect Gu Ning to be so arrogant, which made her think that Gu Ning's family might be more influential than hers. However, she couldn't believe it because Gu Ning only looked prettier than her. Gu Ning then ignored her and continued to organize her stuff. Gao Shiyan, on the other hand, was reluctant to give up. She became impulsive and grabbed a chair to hit Gu Ning. Gu Ning! Song Miaoge was frightened. She knew Gu Ning was excellent at fighting, but it happened too fast so that she was still worried about her safety. The next second, Song Miaoge jumped out of her bed trying to stop Gao Shiyan. Lu Xiaoxiao was scared too. Although she hated Gu Ning, Gao Shiyan's sudden movement was too much. What if Gu Ning was seriously injured? Gu Ning actually already felt it. Before Song Miaoge came, she turned around and stopped the chair with a hand staring at Gao Shiyan with a pair of cold eyes. Gao Shiyan felt as if a knife was pressed against her neck. She couldn't move or breathe, and began to tremble. She was shocked that Gu Ning was able to stop the chair without being hurt at all. Without delay, Gu Ning grabbed the chair over and put it down on the ground. She didn't throw it away in anger, because she was unwilling to affect other dorm rooms. After the chair was grabbed away, Gao Shiyan still stood there in great shock. Gu Ning walked to her and grabbed her neck. Gu Ning, what are you doing? Seeing that, Lu Xiaoxiao panicked. She was afraid that Gu Ning might strangle Gao Shiyan to death. Song Miaoge, however, understood Gu Ning had her reason. She wouldn't really hurt Gao Shiyan badly, but only teach her an unforgettable lesson, in case she bothered Gu Ning again in the future. Therefore, Song Miaoge didn't think Gu Ning's behavior was wrong. If she were Gu Ning, she would do the same thing. Shut your mouth if you don't want to be dragged into this, said Gu Ning to Lu Xiaoxiao. Even though Lu Xiaoxiao wasn't as unkind as Gao Shiyan, they were the same kind of people. Lu Xiaoxiao shut her mouth at once, because she was scared by Gu Ning's behavior. However, Lu Xiaoxiao was worried that Gao Shurian might be seriously hurt, so she secretly took out her phone trying to call for help. Song Miaoga noticed that and wouldn't allow it to happen. She walked towards Lu Xiaoxiao and grabbed her phone away. "Give it back to me." Lu Xiaoxiao was mad. "Relax, I'll give it back to you later. Stay quiet, or you'll be punished." Song Miaoga threatened her. "You?" Lu Xiaoxiao didn't dare do anything again. At the same time, Gao Shurian rounded her eyes in horror after being grabbed around the neck by Gu Ning. She struggled to get rid of Gu Ning's hand, but failed. "You?" Gao Shurian could barely finish a sentence now. She was totally scared at this moment. "I told you I have a quick temper. If you offend me, I won't take responsibility for my bad behavior towards you," said Gu Ning with a gloomy face. She was extremely dissatisfied with Gao Shurian's disobedience. "Don't try to bully me with the influence of your family. Your family isn't the lord of this city. There are many families which are far more influential than yours in the capital. Even if you want to bully someone, you better figure out the other person's family background first. Don't think you're superior to everyone. Let me warn you for the last time. Don't mess with me or try to stack the deck against me. Otherwise you'll only be punished more severely," said Gu Ning, then threw Gao Shurian to the bed and ignored her. Gu Ning was reluctant to have conflict, but Gao Shurian wouldn't stop provoking her. After Gu Ning dealt with Gao Shurian, Song Miaoga gave Lu Xiaoxiao's phone back to her as well. Gao Shurian, who was thrown to the bed, didn't dare to move all of a sudden. Her whole body was trembling in fear now. She was too shocked to get her mind back at this time. Lu Xiaoxiao didn't dare to go to check Gao Shurian's condition either. "Do you have sunscreen?" Gu Ning asked Song Miaoga. "Yeah," said Song Miaoga. "What brand is it?" asked Gu Ning again. Song Miaoga told her an international brand, but Gu Ning didn't think it had great effects. Gu Ning took out a tube of cozy sunscreen and handed it to Song Miaoga. "Here, if you trust me, you can try this. I promise your skin will be well protected during the military training." "Cozy? Of course I trust this brand. Thanks, Gu Ning." Song Miaoga was happy to receive a gift from Gu Ning. In addition, she had heard a lot about Cozy before. She knew it was a very effective brand. However, she normally didn't wear makeup, so she didn't buy it. Sunscreen was necessary for military training. Even if they didn't wear makeup in their daily lives, they had to protect their skin from being burned by the sun. If they didn't do that, their skin would definitely be damaged after military training. Boys might not care about that, but no girl could accept that. "You're welcome," Gu Ning said. After that, Gu Ning kept on organizing her stuff. When she finished, she went to clean herself up and sleep. Because her conflict with Gao Shurian had wasted some time, a few minutes after Gu Ning went to her bed, the lights were turned off. Gu Ning wasn't used to sleeping so early, so she played with her phone while lying in bed. She chatted with Chu Peihan and her other friends in the WeChat group. Gu Ning asked them how they got along with their roommates. She wasn't only asking Chu Peihan, Yu Mixi, and Mu Ku, but also how Ran and the other boys. Because they went to enroll during the same time, they were living on their campus too. Everyone had a good day, but Chu Peihan had a conflict with her roommates, and they refused to talk with each other now. Once Gu Ning learned that Chu Peihan also had a conflict with her roommates on the very first day, Gu Ning felt for her and sent her an emoji. "Gu Ning, we are too outstanding, so some girls are jealous of us for no reason." The second Gu Ning sent that message out, her friends knew her roommates also had deliberately made things difficult for her. Without hesitation, they asked her for more details. Gu Ning told them the story and they all supported her. Both Gu Ning and Chu Peihan were excellent at fighting among them, so they weren't afraid that they might be bullied. "Suanya, there are so many drama queens who always believe they're the center of everyone's attention. How Ran, right? Girls' jealousy towards each other is so strange. Chu Peihan, how Ran. Come on, we're girls too. You can't criticize all the girls. How Ran. Sorry, some girls. Other people, that's right. Chu Peihan, boss, the girl said she'll shut me out of the entertainment industry. You must help me. I need a role to prove myself." Chu Peihan sent a crying emoji to Gu Ning as if she was really helpless. "Gu Ning, don't worry. Director Liu has a good impression of you. He's promised to let you play a supporting role in his next show. I don't know whether you're willing to accept it, but you need to pass the audition first. Chu Peihan actually didn't need Gu Ning's help, but Lu Zhan indeed had a good impression of her. He also had said that to Gu Ning. Chu Peihan. Really? Jesus, I'm so lucky. Chu Peihan was excited. She didn't lack roles, but she needed approval. There was nothing more exciting than that in her eyes. Gao Shiyan took a long breath out after the lights were turned off. She ran into the bathroom and came out in a long while. No one knew what she was doing inside, but other people heard cries. However, no one cared about that. After lying back in her bed, Gao Shiyan told her older brother what she had been through by WeChat. Gao Shiyan's older brother was angry once he learned his younger sister had been bullied, even though it was his younger sister's fault. He comforted his younger sister and promised to help her pay Gu Ning back. Accordingly, Gao Shiyan felt much better, but she was still aggrieved and stayed up late. Lu Xiaoxiao was greatly frightened, so she couldn't fall asleep either. Gu Ning and Song Miaoge weren't affected. Anyway, they weren't hurt. The next day, Gu Ning and Song Miaoge woke up at the same time around 6 a.m. They had a habit of getting up early, so they would naturally open their eyes at this time without an alarm. Since they were awake, they got up afterwards. Seeing Gu Ning leaving her bed, Song Miaoge got up too. Because Gao Shiyan and Lu Xiaoxiao heard the sounds of their movements, they woke up too, but didn't dare say anything. Even if they were awake, they had no intention of getting up right now. They intended to avoid Gu Ning and wouldn't leave their beds until Gu Ning left. After washing her face and brushing her teeth, Gu Ning put on the military uniform their school gave them. It was a pair of green and brown long pants along with a short-sleeved top. Song Miaoge was amazed when Gu Ning finished changing. Wow, Gu Ning, you look so cool in camouflage. Well, you're so beautiful, and you're quite attractive in any clothes. You're beautiful in it as well. Gu Ning smiled. It wasn't courtesy, she really meant it. Song Miaoge grew up in a military camp, and she was trained along with other soldiers during every long vacation. As a result, she had cultivated the air of a soldier. Therefore, the military uniform suited her very well. Thanks. Song Miaoge flushed a little. After changing, they walked out. Although it was still early, they didn't want to wait in the dorm room. Shortly after Gu Ning walked out, the door of the dorm room next to the next dorm room suddenly opened and Bailey Zongxue showed up. Gu Ning was aware that Bailey Zongxue lived in the dorm room next to the next dorm room, so she wasn't surprised to see her. Bailey Zongxue, however, was struck dumb for a second when she saw Gu Ning. She actually knew which dorm room Gu Ning lived in, so she chose to live close to her. In order not to arouse Gu Ning's suspicion, she didn't live in the same dorm room as her. She was struck dumb simply because Gu Ning looked too attractive in the military uniform. Gu Ning, what a coincidence. Are you living in the dorm room not far from mine? Bailey Zongxue acted surprised. Gu Ning knew she was acting, but didn't care much about it, because it wasn't beyond her expectation. Yeah. What a coincidence. Gu Ning smiled. You got up early today, said Bailey Zongxue. We woke up early. Why don't we share breakfast? Said Gu Ning. Sure. Bailey Zongxue agreed and walked ahead along with Gu Ning. After that, Gu Ning introduced Song Miaoge and Bailey Zongxue to each other. Song Miaoge had the same personality as Bailey Zongxue, so they soon became familiar with one another. Gu Ning and the girls walked out early, so there weren't many students outside at this time. Most of them were boys. Some people had the habit of running in the morning, so they got up earlier than other people. Gu Ning and the girls went to have breakfast in the canteen. After they finished eating breakfast, more students came. Once Gu Ning and the girls showed up, they attracted a lot of attention. Although Gu Ning was the most beautiful one among the three girls, Song Miaoge and Bailey Zongxue were very pretty as well. Accordingly, other students paid attention to all three of them. Moreover, the three of them were different types of girls. Different people had different preferences, so they were most beautiful in different people's eyes. Gu Ning seemed a little aloof, Song Miaoge was cute, while Bailey Zongxue behaved like a lady. However, no matter what style they seemed to be on the surface, they were actually tough girls with excellent fighting skills. Because of their outstanding appearance, some boys came to strike up a conversation with them. There were 3 boys standing next to Gu-ning and the girls. They had observed them and talked about them for a long while. All of them ached to have a conversation with the girls. One boy told another boy who was more good-looking to strike up a conversation with them. The boy felt a little shy, but he was directly pushed out by his friends. The boy was pushed to the front of Gu-ning and the girls, so he had to greet them. "Excuse me, sorry to bother you. I'm Du Jiale, a freshman majoring in journalism. It's very nice to meet you." Du Jiale flushed with embarrassment and was afraid that the girls might ignore him. Facing his friendly greeting, the girls were nice to him. "My name's Song Miaoga. I major in physics." "I'm Bailey Zongxue. I major in history." "Hi, I'm Gu-ning. My major is economics." They introduced themselves. However, once Du Jiale heard Gu-ning's self-introduction, he was shocked. "Are you the Gu-ning majoring in economics? The top scorer of this year?" He became excited. Since he asked that question, he must have heard about Gu-ning but failed to recognize her. To Du Jiale's surprise, he just struck up a conversation with a random beautiful girl, and the girl turned to be Gu-ning. Hearing Du Jiale's exclamation, his 2 friends were amazed too. They were Du Jiale's friends, so they had heard about Gu-ning as well. They were also surprised to meet Gu-ning here. "Yeah, it's me." Gu-ning smiled. With her affirmative answer, Du Jiale got nervous all of a sudden and stammered, "Well, I've read all the news about you. You're unbelievable. You're my idol. Sorry, I failed to recognize you just now, although I've seen your photos." "It's fine," said Gu-ning. Du Jiale's 2 friends walked to Gu-ning afterwards. They greeted the girls politely, and the girls said hello to them as well. They were quite excited to meet Gu-ning, but they stood in awe of her background. Therefore, after a brief chat, they said goodbye to each other. "Jesus, I just struck up a conversation with a random beautiful girl. I didn't expect her to be Gu-ning. I was so nervous just now." After they walked away, Du Jiale's friend discussed their meeting with Gu-ning. "Right, I was nervous too. We're peers, but I somehow feel she's senior to us. I couldn't help but stand in awe of her," said Du Jiale's friend. "Although we're peers, she's already a very successful businesswoman while we're ordinary college students. So we naturally feel stressed in front of her," said Du Jiale. When Gu-ning and the girls arrived at the sports ground, it was only 7 a.m., which was still an hour away from the military training. Therefore, they decided to have a walk on the sports ground. After a while, more and more students came. At 7:30 a.m., the school radio sounded and the broadcaster instructed each freshman to line up in the order of each department and class. A class was divided into 2 rows, one for boys and the other for girls. Because they were all freshmen, their head teachers also came in case they couldn't find their teams. They all knew their head teachers, so they could easily find their teams by a glance. Hearing the broadcast, all the present students began to stand in lines. Gu-ning separated from Song Miaoga and Bailey Zongxue, because they were in different departments. Once Gu-ning reached the team of the economics department, she attracted a lot of attention. Some students recognized her and greeted her. Gu-ning also gave them a kind smile. Gu-ning joined their class team, and her classmates kept talking with her. Their head teacher told them to be quiet afterwards, so they had to close their mouths. Gu-ning was willing to talk with them, but she also preferred to be quiet for a while. Their head teacher arranged for Gu-ning to stand at the front of the students right behind him so that no one dared to talk with her again. Students from other classes were talking about Gu-ning as well. Some of them were envious of her, some took her as their idol, and some admired her. There were some students who were jealous of her too. She owns so many companies at such a young age. It's hard to tell whether they're all hers. Perhaps the companies belong to other people, while she's only the boss to outsiders. It happens. Right, I think she must be a kept mistress for a businessman. Those companies under her name must belong to the businessman. She simply shows off with them. I think so. I read news about her on the internet. It says that she has unbelievable connections. Do you think it's possible? She's so young. I bet those important figures make friends with her for the sake of her sugar daddy. Given Gu-ning's age, it was unavoidable for other people to doubt her ability, but she couldn't accept it when other students humiliated her like that in public. Without hesitation, Gu Ning walked to the team of Class C to argue with those girls who slandered her behind her back. Because Gu Ning's classmates and head teacher failed to hear those girls' discussion, they were confused when she walked away all of a sudden. Although their head teacher didn't know why, he didn't stop her. It wasn't the time for military training after all. Seeing Gu Ning walking over, those girls were scared in an instant and avoided her eyes. They dared to talk about Gu Ning behind her back, but didn't dare to do it in front of her face. Those girls thought that Gu Ning might have seen a familiar face, so she walked over, but other students who heard their discussion believed that Gu Ning came for them. They actually couldn't believe it, because their voices were quite low, while Gu Ning stood far from them. How did she manage to hear their talk? Gu Ning put on a serious expression and said, "You must be excellent students in your high schools since you're able to be accepted by the capital university. But how can you slander other people behind their backs? It shows that you haven't learned how to behave yourself yet. Not everyone is the same as you, and others can achieve what you can't do. You can't attack other people just because they've made great achievements. No matter who wants to build a profitable company, he or she undoubtedly needs connections and support. Luck is also an important factor. You can go ask teachers of the capital university. There actually are many students who already have achieved a lot in college." Gu Ning's voice wasn't loud, so only the people around her could hear it. Although she sounded a little arrogant when she criticized those girls, her words made sense. There were different kinds of people in this world. Everyone had his or her own abilities and chances. Some people could become successful businessmen or senior officials with great achievements, while some people might become thieves or beggars living a meaningless life. Not all the successful businessmen and senior officials gained their positions by dirty tricks. Some of them might have played tricks to gain fame or fortune, but there were more who relied on their own abilities to live a good life. Otherwise, their country wouldn't be able to develop so fast. Those girls felt embarrassed being criticized by Gu Ning. Other students also looked at them with disgust. They couldn't wait to leave at this moment. At the same time, they felt stressed under Gu Ning's serious look. They were ordinary girls after all, so they were easily affected by Gu Ning. Although some students had the same idea as them, they weren't dumb and wouldn't say it aloud in public. Nobody was willing to be involved in unnecessary trouble. The girl's head teacher had a premonition when Gu Ning walked over, so he followed her. After hearing Gu Ning's words, he was quite displeased. "All of you apologize to Gu Ning now." The head teacher of Class C gave an order at once. No one liked a student without standards. It was humiliating that such unkind students were in his class. Although he also felt that Gu Ning's achievements were quite unbelievable at her age, it could happen. Maybe Gu Ning's family was very rich or powerful, so she had great support from her family. Gu Ning also made it very clear that a successful startup required connections, one's abilities and luck. In other words, she had help from other people and good luck instead of just relying on herself. Therefore, it wasn't strange that she could become so successful today. "I'm sorry, Gu Ning." Those girls unwillingly apologized to Gu Ning right away, because they had to listen to their head teacher. Gu Ning stopped criticizing them, excused herself and left. After Gu Ning went back to the team of her class, her head teacher asked her what had happened. Gu Ning's classmates were also confused, but they didn't dare to ask because of their head teacher's existence. They didn't hear their argument, but they could see their faces, so they knew it must be something unpleasant. "They slandered me in public, so I went to argue with them," said Gu Ning. Knowing that, her head teacher said nothing further about it. He didn't think Gu Ning's behavior was inappropriate. She must stand up for herself against those unkind people, or the slander would never end. He didn't hear those girls' discussion, but Gu Ning did, so he thought that Gu Ning must have better hearing. It was 8 a.m. when Gu Ning returned to their class team. At first, the head of the Department of Armed Forces of their school went to the stage to give a speech, followed by the chief instructor in charge of their military training this time. As soon as the chief instructor walked out, the audience was amazed and exclaimed, because the chief instructor was a young, handsome man who seemed to be less than 30 years old. "Quiet!" Facing the noisy students, the chief instructor gave an order to tell them to be quiet. Everyone felt stressed and closed their mouths at once. Gu Ning noticed his title. He was a major, which was barely comparable to Lung Shouting. Thinking of that, Guning felt quite proud of her boyfriend. If Lung Shouting knew, he would definitely be thrilled. Actually, as a major younger than 30, he was quite outstanding, but Lung Shouting was even better than him, so Guning wasn't amazed. However, Guning knew he was a member of the Rong family in the capital. In her previous incarnation, they had fought against each other, but it wasn't serious, so Guning stayed calm seeing Rongju. "Good morning, everyone. I'm your chief instructor, Rongju." Rongju introduced himself, then told them some rules. His speech wasn't long or hard to understand, but was quite persuasive. In addition, he finished his speech in a very serious tone. Precisely because of that, many students subconsciously stood in awe of him. About an hour later, different classes were taken to different training fields by their own instructors. At the beginning, they practiced standing at attention. Their instructor didn't force them to stand still for too long, just half an hour at first. Half an hour of standing at attention was nothing for soldiers, but it was torture for ordinary students. Many of them were suffering, but didn't dare to complain. Guning was an exception. In fact, it was a piece of cake for her to stand at attention for hours. Although it was already September, it was still very hot, so not long after standing, most of the students were sweating profusely. It was extremely uncomfortable when sweat rolled down their cheeks, so they really wanted to wipe it off. Nevertheless, they were forbidden to move. As a result, they had to tolerate the pain. Guning, on the other hand, had no sweat on her face at all. It seemed she was quite at ease. In fact, Guning was indeed at ease, and she hadn't even used her magical power yet. Because Bailey Zhongxue wasn't far away from her, Guning wouldn't use her magical power. However, even though she didn't use it, she would still be totally fine given her physical strength. Accordingly, when Rongju and their school leaders walked over, he was amazed by Guning's performance. Not only did Guning seem at ease, but she was excellent at standing at attention. He had to admit that she was no worse than his subordinates. Moreover, Guning was very beautiful and had a special air. Rongju thought that she might be from a military family. After inspecting Class A, they went to see other classes. As Rongju walked away, he couldn't help but give Guning another glance. Other people failed to notice Rongju's unusual behavior, but the instructor of Class A caught it and thought that Rongju might know the girl. The instructor only had that idea and didn't think further about it. After all, it had nothing to do with him whether Rongju knew Guning or not. Keeping the pose for standing at attention wasn't a problem for Song Miaoge, who was born in a military family either. She also didn't sweat at all. Rongju recognized Song Miaoge, so he wasn't surprised by her performance. When Song Miaoge saw Rongju, she was attracted to his good-looking face and unbelievable achievement. He was only 27, but he was already a major. It was hard for her not to admire him. Although she was impressed by him, it didn't mean she was going to do anything right away. Besides, given the gap of social status between their families, it was impossible for her to have a happy ending with him. Song Miaoge was born in a military family, so she knew a lot more about the military circle than other people. She was aware that there were many young officers who were more outstanding than Rongju, like the eldest grandson of the Lung family, Lung Shouting. Lung Shouting was a 27-year-old major general, and was her real idol. However, Song Miaoge had never met Lung Shouting before, so she didn't know what he looked like. As a result, she had no special feelings towards him. As for Rongju, she had seen him many times. Bailey Zhongxue, as a cultivator, had magical power to protect herself, so she didn't suffer at all under the hot sunlight. Even if she had to keep standing at attention for a day, it wouldn't be difficult. Because Bailey Zhongxue had magical power, she was also in a very good condition, which attracted Rongju's attention too. By a quick glance, he knew that this girl wasn't simple. It was hard for other ordinary students not to sweat when they held the pose. Some couldn't stand the uncomfortable feeling, so they secretly wiped it off once the instructor didn't pay attention to them. Some of them were lucky that they weren't discovered, while some had bad luck and were called to stand out at the front of the team. They had to keep standing at attention for 10 minutes longer than their classmates. Seeing some were punished, other students didn't dare to secretly wipe the sweat. Once the time was over, the instructor told them to have a break of 10 minutes. All the students sank to the ground with moans of pain. No one bothered to care about their image now. They had no strength to walk to cool places either. Guning didn't feel tired at all, so she didn't sit down, but simply relaxed her limbs. Jesus, Guning, don't you feel tired at all? You're awesome. We're exhausted. Everyone was amazed by Guning's condition. Don't you forget that Guning is a kung fu lover? She's excellent at kung fu. She must have received professional training before, so half an hour of standing at attention is nothing in her eyes. Someone explained it to other people. Hearing that, the others nodded. Right, I started practicing kung fu when I was little, so it's indeed a piece of cake for me to stand at attention for half an hour, said Guning. She wasn't bragging because it was the truth. Really? The second Guning finished, they heard a serious male voice from their back. Guning knew it must be their instructor. She turned around afterwards and said with confidence, "Yeah." Facing the instructor, Guning didn't seem nervous at all. She maintained her confidence as always, while other students were slightly scared. They somehow felt relieved hearing Guning's answer. Even though Guning was telling the truth, some thought she was deliberately challenging the instructor. "In that case, you must be good at martial arts, right?" asked the instructor. He stared straight at Guning, but without malice. The instructor tried to make Guning feel stressed, but unfortunately he failed. "I think I'm not bad," said Guning. In fact, she was quite good at kung fu, but she tended to be modest. Hearing that, the instructor squinted, sizing up Guning for a few seconds, then said, "Do you dare to have a competition with me?" Actually, from Guning's performance of standing at attention just now, the instructor knew that she must have received training before. He was curious to know more about that and seized a chance to ask her right now. All the students were excited. They knew Guning wasn't weak at all, so they didn't think she would lose. On the contrary, they believed that Guning could easily win. At the same time, they had worries. What if the instructor was embarrassed by losing the competition to Guning in public? Would he pick on Guning afterwards in the military training? They weren't judging the instructor, but it could happen. "Sure, but will you hold a grudge against me if you lose the competition and feel embarrassed?" asked Guning. She wasn't projecting her shortcomings on the instructor. She was just unwilling to be involved in unnecessary trouble because of that, so she decided to ask that question beforehand. Hearing Guning's question, the instructor was displeased. "I'm not a man who'll refuse to admit failure. I'm not a backstabber either." Although he was dissatisfied with Guning's question, he understood her worries. After all, he was the instructor, and all the students had to obey his orders. If Guning dared to behave against him, she might be punished severely. "Great, we can have the competition." Since the instructor said that, Guning agreed. She chose to trust him, but she actually wouldn't be afraid even if the instructor was going to pick on her. Seeing that, the others moved away, leaving some space for Guning and the instructor. Guning and the instructor stood opposite each other in the middle of the crowd. Students of other classes noticed what they were doing and ran over curiously. Because it was break time, many people came to watch them. Some instructors also walked over, Rongju included. "What's going on here?" Rongju asked in a serious tone. "Captain Rong, we want to have a competition of fighting skills," said the instructor. Rongju turned to look at Guning. He didn't see any disagreement from her face, so he didn't say anything about it. It was quite normal in the military to have a fighting competition, so it wasn't a big deal as long as the student agreed. Other people were all amazed once they heard that the instructor was going to have a fighting competition with Guning. Those who were aware of Guning's level got excited as well. They believed that she would definitely win, while some thought it was impossible, because the instructor was a soldier who trained every day. People who knew nothing about Guning thought that she was doomed to fail. As for those who disliked Guning, they were waiting to see her being beaten. "Are you ready?" the instructor asked Guning. "I'm ready," Guning said. "Great, let's begin now," said the instructor. Afterwards, both Guning and the instructor moved at the same time. It was very easy for Guning to defeat the instructor within a minute, but Guning had no intention of making him completely fail, so she didn't use much strength at the beginning. As a result, it seemed to be a draw. The instructor didn't use his full strength either, because he didn't know Gu Ning's real ability. He was afraid that he might hurt her. It was just a competition for fun. There was no need for them to hurt each other. The game between two people at a high level was quite exciting, and everyone was cheering and yelling. People who hoped that Gu Ning could win were worried about her, but they didn't stop encouraging her in their hearts. They didn't shout it aloud, because they were afraid that the instructor might be displeased. Some people thought it wouldn't be a bad result to be a tie, because the instructor wouldn't be embarrassed or stack the deck against Gu Ning if it happened. Those who couldn't wait to see Gu Ning lose, however, were unhappy with the current situation. They kept praying that Gu Ning would lose. Outsiders might not be able to see the skills, but Rongju could easily see the real level of the instructor and Gu Ning. Therefore, his look at Gu Ning subconsciously changed. Gu Ning was even stronger than he thought because he was a top soldier in the special forces, but he seemed barely comparable to Gu Ning. Although neither of them had used their full strength yet, he could see that Gu Ning was better than who was Gu Ning's instructor. His full name was Hu Zijian, while his friends all called him Hu. Hu Zijian also felt that Gu Ning was being gentle to him. He was surprised and mad, because he didn't think Gu Ning took him as a match. "Show me what you can really do," Hu Zijian shouted to Gu Ning with dissatisfaction. Without delay, he began to attack Gu Ning more violently. He knew that he wouldn't hurt Gu Ning even if he used full strength. It would be embarrassing if he lost to Gu Ning, but he wouldn't harbor a grudge against her. He was a person of noble character after all, and he knew what he could do and what he shouldn't do. "Sure, but sorry if I hurt you," Gu Ning said and stopped being gentle to Hu Zijian. She used greater strength at once, but not her full strength yet, because it was actually enough to defeat the instructor within seconds. Gu Ning only used more strength and directly beat Hu Zijian to the ground. In other words, Hu Zijian lost. The scene shocked everyone, including Rongju. He could see that Gu Ning was better than Hu, but didn't expect to see such a huge gap. He was sure that Gu Ning hadn't used her full strength yet. However, she didn't need to use her full strength to easily beat Hu. Since Hu lost to Gu Ning within such a short time, Rongju had no doubt that he would quickly lose too if he had a competition with Gu Ning. He might only take a relatively longer time to defeat. Thinking of that, Rongju stared at Gu Ning with mixed emotions. Even Hu Zijian was stunned. He lost the competition so fast. Jesus, I can't believe my eyes. Did the instructor lose? Yeah, he indeed lost, but it's quite unbelievable. I think it's just an accident. Me too. It must be an accident. Many people couldn't believe the result. Even those who felt that Gu Ning could win were amazed by her efficiency. Some students, on the other hand, weren't surprised at all. "I knew Gu Ning would win. She can beat dozens of security guards all on her own." Hearing that, others were surprised, including the instructors and Rongju. "What? She can beat dozens of security guards all on her own? Are you sure? It can't be true." Many people refused to believe it. "Have you beaten dozens of security guards by yourself?" Rongju directly asked Gu Ning. Yes. It wasn't a secret, because there were videos about that on the internet, so Gu Ning admitted it without hesitation. Although Gu Ning admitted it, many people still couldn't believe it. "Search for the news on the internet if you don't believe it," said a student. Hearing that, most students took out their phones at once to find out the truth. Right when they were about to search for the new, Rongju stopped them. "It's time for military training. No one is allowed to play with their phones." Although Rongju was curious as well, it was time for military training. Not only the students, but the instructors were also forbidden to use their phones. As the chief instructor, Rongju could disobey the rule, but he would avoid them to use his phone. However, Rongju trusted Gu Ning. Hearing Rongju's criticism, they had to put their phones back to their pockets. At this time, Hu Zijian came back to his senses standing up. He looked at Gu Ning without the slightest anger. Instead, he admired her. "I lost," said Hu Zijian. Everyone knew it, but he still said it aloud to show his attitude. Afterwards, they continued to have military training. Nevertheless, this time, many people sent different glances at Gu Ning. Although Hu Zijin lost the competition to Gu Ning, his mood wasn't affected, so he stayed calm and didn't pick on Gu Ning in the following hours. Once they continued to have military training, Rong Ju walked aside to search for more information about Gu Ning on the internet. The second he read the news about her, he was shocked. Gu Ning was only 19 this year, but she had already achieved a lot. Even he couldn't believe his eyes, but he knew the news was real. After that, Gu Ning felt Rong Ju glancing at her once in a while. She knew that he must have learned more about her from the internet, so he changed his opinion about her. Gu Ning didn't care about Rong Ju's opinion about her, as long as he had no intention of hurting her. They practiced standing at attention in the morning, then ran a kilometer before practicing marching. A lot of students were exhausted and starving. Those who still had a little strength ran to the canteen to fill their stomachs. Those who were too tired to run chose to walk there slowly. Gu Ning, however, was at ease. She walked ahead, waiting for Song Miaoge and Bailey Zhongxue to come over. They would dine together later. Gu Ning, I heard that you just had a competition of fighting skills with the instructor? You won, right? I need to know every detail. Did the instructor pick on you afterwards? Song Miaoge asked worriedly. Bailey Zhongxue also looked worried while staring at Gu Ning. Because Song Miaoge and Bailey Zhongxue stood far from Gu Ning, they could still see each other. But there were crowds in the middle, so they failed to see what exactly had happened. They didn't until everyone was talking about it. It's not serious. The instructor found out that I've received professional training, so we had a competition for fun, said Gu Ning. Knowing that, Bailey Zhongxue and Song Miaoge were relieved. Both of them were aware of Gu Ning's abilities, so they weren't surprised by the result. Actually, if Gu Ning lost, they might have their jaws drop instead. Which canteen should we go to? Asked Song Miaoge. How about number 3 canteen? Said Gu Ning. Number 1 and number 2 canteens were ordinary, while no. 3 was a high-end canteen providing simple meals, rice bowls, clay pot rice, fried dishes, hot pot, and so on. Therefore, only rich students could afford to dine in number 3 canteen for a long time. An average college student's monthly allowance was between 1,500 and 2,000 yuan, which wasn't enough to dine in number 3 canteen every day, just occasionally, because it had to cover their food, drinks, and clothes. Students with higher monthly allowance, like 4 or 5,000 yuan, could dine in a high-end canteen every day, but there weren't many of them. Gu Ning went to dine in No. 3 canteen, not because she disdained the food served in ordinary canteens, but because she preferred to enjoy a better meal since she could afford it. After all, the food in an ordinary canteen wasn't comparable to that in a high-end canteen. After Gu Ning and her friends walked away, all the instructors also went to have a meal in the canteen. They dined in number 3 canteen as well, but they only went to the appointed restaurant. As instructors, they could enjoy a good meal. What's the name of the girl who had the competition with you just now? An instructor asked. Gu Ning, said Hu Zijin. He somehow felt a little strange upon thinking of the result. She's amazing. Even you failed to defeat her, another instructor said. He wasn't disdaining Hu Zijin, but simply thought that Gu Ning was too strong. Moreover, they were basically at the same level. If Hu Zijin couldn't win the competition against Gu Ning, they couldn't do it either. Right, I think she might be a match for our boss, said an instructor. He was talking about Rong Ju. She's better than me, said Rong Ju with certainty. Rong Ju didn't think it was embarrassing to admit that he wasn't as good as a girl, because he never believed that women were weaker than men. In the military circle, there were many female officers at a high level as well. What? Knowing that, everyone was shocked. They couldn't believe Gu Ning was even better than their boss. She could easily beat Hu within seconds, but I can't, said Rong Ju. Really? I don't think so. They fought with each other for a while, someone said with doubt. Because she was gentle to me at the beginning. Perhaps she didn't want me to completely fail. Right after I told her to show me her real abilities, she beat me within seconds, said Hu Zijin. It was embarrassing to admit it, but Hu Zijin didn't hate or hold a grudge against Gu Ning. On the contrary, he had respect towards her. Hearing that, the others nodded and admired Gu Ning even more. This girl must have been training ever since she was little. She can't be born in an ordinary family, said an instructor. People who were born in extraordinary families would be put into a complicated situation so that they needed to learn to protect themselves. Although it wasn't definite, it was highly possible. Could she be born in a military family? Her pose for standing at attention is quite standard. Is her family a powerful gang in the underworld? Or is she a rich heiress? They kept guessing about Gu Ning's family background. Her information is on the internet. She comes from City F. She started a business last year, but now she's a billionaire. No one knows how rich she is, said Rongju. What? A billionaire? No way. She just started a business last year? She must be a rich heiress. Well, I think she's super rich as well right now. Everyone was amazed. As soldiers, most of them had moral standards, so they didn't think Gu Ning had played dirty tricks to win a fortune. Not everyone had to play dirty tricks to become successful, and one's own abilities mattered the most. I thought we might persuade her to join the army, but it seems impossible now, said Hu Zijian. He really had that idea. Not only Hu Zijian, but Rongju, who is the captain, also had the same idea. However, after learning more about Gu Ning's background, he realized it was impossible. Right when Gu Ning and her friends arrived at the canteen, they saw Gao Shiyan, who supported her waist with her hand, looking uncomfortable, and Lu Xiaoxiao. There were 2 other girls with them, and they came to dine in this high-end canteen as well. They were all rich kids, so it was quite normal that they came to dine here. In fact, there were many students in this high-end canteen. The moment Gao Shiyan saw Gu Ning, she was instinctively scared, but was unwilling to show her real feelings in front of Gu Ning. She didn't think Gu Ning would beat her again if she stayed away from her. Therefore, Gao Shiyan only gave Gu Ning a glare before walking away. Gu Ning had no interest in arguing with Gao Shiyan, so she ignored her from the beginning to the end. They went to a simple restaurant and ordered clay pot rice each. None of them would pay the bill because they paid for their own orders. After having the meal, they went to have a nap in the dorm room. The military training would begin at 2:30 p.m., and it was only 1 p.m. when they went back to the dorm room so they could have a nap for an hour. They planned to go out at 2 p.m. later. In the afternoon, they practiced standing at attention for another half an hour. Most of the students were suffering, but nobody dared to say anything. Afterwards, they had a break of 10 minutes. Even though 10 minutes wasn't a short time, it passed by very quickly in the students' eyes. After that, they began to practice a quick march. Finally, today's training was over, but they had to gather together at the square for singing later that night. Knowing that, many students were upset. They were too tired to sing. It was absolutely torture. They needed to have an evening class during the military training, but they could sit or rest their arms on the class desk in the classroom to relax themselves. Unfortunately, the instructors told them to come to the playground, which would make it impossible for them to have a rest. No one was willing to do that, but nobody dared to resist. In the evening, they didn't need to wear a military uniform, and they could put on casual clothes, so they went to do laundry in their dorm rooms after having dinner. After a long day, their clothing was quite stinky. It was intolerable. Because it was hot, the clothing would be completely dry after being hung up for a night. The instructors were going to teach them songs about the military, which had been popular for a long time, so most people were familiar with them or even able to sing them. Accordingly, the students soon learned them. At 9 p.m., they dispersed, going back to sleep in their dorm rooms. After a day of torture, no one had the mood to do other activities. The next day, once they gathered together, they stood at attention again. However, it was not just for half an hour, but 40 minutes this time. Although they had practiced standing at attention for half an hour twice, it didn't mean that they were already used to it. As a result, many of them couldn't stand it when the time was 10 minutes longer. Because not every student was physically strong enough to finish the practice, someone screamed after standing for just over 20 minutes. The next second, a student fell to the ground with a thump. The sound attracted many people's attention, and they saw a boy lying on the ground in the team of Class B. They thought he just fainted, but unexpectedly he went into convulsions. Gu Ning also noticed that, and she made a judgment the second she saw the symptoms. The boy was having an attack of epilepsy. Epilepsy might occur as a result of a genetic disorder or an acquired brain injury, such as a trauma or stroke. It was also called seizure disorder. During a seizure, a person experienced abnormal behavior, symptoms, and sensations, sometimes including loss of consciousness. Some people with epilepsy simply stared blankly for a few seconds during a seizure, while others repeatedly twitched their arms or legs. When the boy fell down, he hit his head against the ground, which was quite serious and dangerous. The surrounding students all moved away in fear. The instructor of Class B was strong and immediately took off his shirt, then walked over and stuffed it into the boy's mouth to prevent him from biting his tongue. They couldn't move the boy during the attack, so the infirmary told their class leader to bring a doctor over from the infirmary. It was an emergency, so Guning had to do something. She had no time to ask for leave from her instructor, and ran to the boy. Seeing that, the instructor frowned, but didn't stop her. Instead, he followed her. After he learned Guning's background, he knew that Guning went there to help the boy. Why is she going there? Does she think of herself as a doctor? One girl was quite unkind and believed that Guning shouldn't go there. Someone heard her and couldn't stand it. She might be helpful. Why do you have to be so harsh? Hearing that, many students looked at the girl with annoyance, because her words were indeed harsh, which made the girl feel quite uneasy. Although she was dissatisfied with their reaction, it was indeed too much that she criticized Guning at this key moment, so she didn't argue back. Guning went to the front of the boy, then squatted with a small porcelain bottle in her hand. There were power crystals inside. "Sir, I have pills here to stabilize his condition," Guning said to the instructor of their class. Hearing that, the instructor looked at Guning with doubt, but he saw confidence in her eyes, and he had also learned a lot about Guning's unbelievable achievements, so he was willing to trust her. However, it was a matter of life, and he didn't dare to let Guning treat the boy right now. Therefore, he hesitated for a while. Other people began to talk about it. Seriously? She can help the boy with the illness? Is she joking? Does she think she can do everything? Facing their questions, Guning wasn't affected, because she had no time to waste on them. Instead, she focused on the instructor. "Sir, he hit his head when he fell down just now. His life is in danger. We must treat him as soon as possible, or tragedy might happen." Hearing that, someone argued in anger. "Hey, are you cursing our assistant class leader?" The boy who had an attack of epilepsy was the compensatory assistant class leader of Class B, Zhou Jiahao. "Right. How can you curse our assistant class leader?" Many students of Class B chimed in. "Let her do it." Right at this moment, Rongju opened his mouth. He just learned of the situation and he trusted Guning. Since Rongju said that, nobody dared to disagree again. Some felt nervous for Guning and hoped that her pills could work. Otherwise she would be in serious trouble, while some hoped that Guning would fail. In that case, she would have to take responsibility. Those who hoped that Guning would fail were indeed evil. In order to laugh at Guning, they were willing to see their assistant class leader in danger. "Remove the clothing in his mouth," said Guning. The instructor of Class B listened to Guning and took the clothing off at once. At the same time, Guning opened the porcelain bottle and poured out a power crystal before squeezing it into Zhou Jiahao's mouth. Bailey Zongxue, who stood about 20 meters away, suddenly sensed the magical power. Then she turned to look at them. Although there was a large crowd, Bailey Zongxue still saw the porcelain bottle in Guning's hand through a gap. She was amazed by the pure magical power. Afterwards, she began to wonder what it was. Bailey Zongxue and her older brother always had a doubt that Guning had something connected to magical power with her, so she wasn't surprised to see that right now. She was only curious to know what it was. The fifth female student in the third row, "Get out," because Bailey Zongxue moved when she was standing at attention. The instructor called her to stand out. Even though there was something happening in another class, it didn't mean students of other classes could move. Because of the distance, not many people heard the noises from there. Bailey Zongxue heard it, but she kept standing at attention in silence before feeling the magical power. Once she sensed the magical power, she couldn't stay quiet. The next second, Bailey Zongxue stood out of the line. 20 push-ups, said the instructor. Hearing that, other students had sympathy for Bailey Zongxue, because it would kill them if they were punished to do 20 push-ups. However, it was a piece of cake for Bailey Zhongxue, so she didn't hesitate to do 20 push-ups. Bailey Zhongxue moved fast and soon finished them without stopping at all. She even kept breathing normally, which shocked everyone. Even the instructor was greatly surprised. Anyway, since she finished that, the punishment was over. Get in the line now. The instructor gave another order, so Bailey Zhongxue joined their team at once. She didn't dare to move this time, but her mind was actually occupied by the power crystals in Gu Ning's hands. Zhou Jiahao got much better within a few seconds after taking Gu Ning's power crystal, and he stopped having convulsions in half a minute. Everyone was amazed by the scene. In a minute, Zhou Jiahao woke up. At the beginning, he was still in a daze, but he soon figured out that he just had a seizure. Jesus, is he all right now, just like that? Someone exclaimed. Mind your language. He's fine. That's good news. Someone immediately snapped at the person. Although the person wasn't wrong and everyone was amazed by the way Zhou Jiahao went back to normal, it sounded unpleasant, as if he wished that Zhou Jiahao couldn't recover. The person had to close his mouth. At the same time, they were curious about Gu Ning's pill. Gu Ning, what medicine is that? It's so unbelievable, asked someone. Sorry, my family teacher forbids me to tell other people, said Gu Ning. Hearing that, everyone believed that the medicine must be made by a master who was out of this world, and Gu Ning must have learned her kung fu skills from her master. Since Gu Ning was unwilling to tell them, they stopped asking about it. This included Rongju and other instructors who were curious. Because of that, they felt Gu Ning was far more unbelievable than they thought. However, those who disliked Gu Ning muttered with disdain, she's just bragging. Even a broken clock is right twice a day. A female student's voice wasn't loud, but she stood close to Rongju. So Rongju heard it and gave her a scathing glance. Once the girl met Rongju's eyes, she was scared and lowered her head. It seemed no one could criticize Gu Ning. The girl was displeased and blamed Gu Ning for everything. Gu Ning was actually innocent because she said nothing about it. Zhou Jiahao gradually learned from their discussion that it was Gu Ning who had saved his life. Therefore, he thanked Gu Ning right away. Thank you so much, Gu Ning. You're welcome. You're fine now, but you hit your head hard just now. I think you should go to the hospital, said Gu Ning. Although Gu Ning's power crystal had almost healed the injury on Zhou Jiahao's head and it wasn't necessary for him to go to the hospital, Gu Ning still told him to do so in case other people thought her medicine was too incredible. In addition, Zhou Jiahao might not be relieved if he didn't go to the hospital for a check. Sure, said Zhou Jiahao. Because of what had just happened to Zhou Jiahao, he couldn't continue to have military training. He told his head teacher about it and waited for the school doctor to take him to the hospital. Before the school doctor came, Zhou Jiahao walked aside to wait. Other students kept on having military training. 2 minutes later, his head teacher and the school doctor came at the same time. Took about 5 minutes from Zhou Jiahao's attack till the arrival of the school doctor. If Gu Ning hadn't given him a helping hand, something terrible could have happened to him within that time. Afterwards, the school doctor sent Zhou Jiahao to the hospital, followed by the head teacher. After the accident, many people admired Gu Ning more than ever. Even though it was Gu Ning's medicine that saved Zhou Jiahao's life, she also played a very important role. When it was almost 12 p.m., every class counted off before dispersing. Once Song Miaoge and Bailey Zhongxue left their classes, they ran towards Gu Ning. Gu Ning, you've caused another sensation. You had a competition of fighting skills with the instructor yesterday, and you saved a student's life today. You're quite unbelievable, said Song Miaoge with great admiration. Gu Ning, how did you manage to do that? I heard that you only gave the student a pill and he woke up in a minute. He seems fine now, asked Bailey Zhongxue with curiosity. She seemed to know nothing about it, but she actually tried to learn more about the pill. She also knew that Gu Ning wouldn't tell her, but she still needed to ask that question because she might get some clues. She didn't think Gu Ning was aware of her real identity and purpose, so it wouldn't arouse Gu Ning's suspicion. However, Gu Ning knew everything, but pretended to know nothing. Actually, I don't know what the pill is. A mysterious old man gave it to me. I was injured once and ran into the old man. He gave me the same pill at that time and I recovered soon. He told me he had a good impression of me, so he sometimes sends me some medicines, but I don't know where he lives. He seems to know everything about me. In fact, all the skincare and makeup products produced by my companies are added with this medicine, so they are quite effective, said Guning. Because Bailey Zhongxue asked her that question. If she said nothing at all, it would be strange and might arouse suspicion. Bailey Zhongxue might believe that she was keeping a terrible secret. If she said something, it showed that she wasn't guilty. Even though Guning said something about the medicine, she wouldn't tell the truth, so she made up a lie. She didn't care whether Bailey Zhongxue believed it. Hearing that, Song Miaoge believed it, but Bailey Zhongxue had doubts. Although Bailey Zhongxue remained doubtful, she didn't show it on her face and seemed to be persuaded. "Oh, he must be a master who is out of this world," said Bailey Zhongxue. "Well, I think it's a little hard to understand." Song Miaoge didn't believe in ghosts and monsters, so she was confused. Anyway, Zhou Jiahao had indeed recovered with the help of Guning's medicine, so it proved that it was useful. Song Miaoge believed Guning's words, not because she was naive, but because she trusted Guning. In addition, even if Guning told a lie, it had nothing to do with her. She only needed to know that Guning wouldn't hurt her. There are all kinds of strange things in this world. If I hadn't been through it myself, I wouldn't believe it either, said Guning. Guning, can you let me see the medicine? I'm quite curious about it, said Bailey Zhongxue. If it was possible, she really wanted to do research on it. I'm curious about it too, Song Miaoge agreed, but she was literally curious. I have some in my dorm room. I can give each of you a pill after we eat. Take it as a gift of our meeting. You can carry it with you in case you need it in the future, but I don't suggest you should take it when you only have a cold, cut, dysmenorrhea, or some minor problems like them because it'll be a complete waste of the medicine. Collane provides medicines specially for them. They have great effects too. If you have serious injuries, pain, or illnesses that ordinary medicines can't cure, you can take the pill then. Although it's quite effective, it can only cure not very serious illnesses and injuries. If it's too serious, the pill might only be able to alleviate it or help you gain more time or reduce the danger. This pill melts once it touches liquid, so you must be careful, said Guning. She wouldn't mind giving each of them a pill. Even though she was aware of Bailey Zhongshue's purpose, Bailey Zhongxue wouldn't get any useful information after doing some research on it because it was just pure magical power. In addition, she already told them it was given to her by a master and she didn't know who the master was. Since it was a master, it was impossible for them to find him. As a result, they wouldn't come to the conclusion that she was lying. Even though she was lying to them, it wasn't a big deal. They could do nothing about it as long as she refused to tell the truth. It was all up to her attitude. Really? Hearing that, Bailey Zhongxue almost jumped up with excitement. I don't know how to thank you, Guning. It's my lucky day today. Bailey Zhongxue ached to get the pill, so she wouldn't hesitate to accept it. What if Guning changed her mind once she declined? Anyway, she still believed that Guning was unaware of her real identity and purpose. Thanks, Guning. Since this medicine is so effective, I should take it too. Well, you give us such a rare thing, we should give you something back as well. How about this? I'll pay the bill for lunch, and Zhongxue can pay for dinner. Song Miaoge said, because she knew Bailey Zhongshue's family couldn't be poor. At the same time, she also understood that Guning's medicine wasn't cheap and must be far more expensive than 2 meals. But they still needed to do something to show their gratitude. Right, I agree with Miaoge, Bailey Zhongxue chimed in. Sure. Since both of them agreed on it, Guning didn't turn them down. Because Song Miaoge would pay for lunch, she directly ordered the best dishes in case a simple meal couldn't prove her sincerity. Because it was a high-end canteen of the top prestigious university, some dishes cost a lot of money and they had many choices. Song Miaoge let Guning order first, and Guning didn't hesitate to order boiled shrimps and fried clams, which cost nearly 80 yuan. It was nothing for them, but for ordinary students, it was a few days' worth of food. Bailey Zhongxue ordered 3 delicacy soup and beef with pepper. Song Miaoge ordered steamed fish, vegetables, and fried potato shreds. The 3 of them ordered 6 dishes in all, which was a luxury for ordinary people, especially when they were 3 girls. Girls normally ate less, and ordinary girls might only be able to finish a third of the 6 dishes. However, 3 of them ate much more than ordinary people, so 6 dishes could just fill their stomachs. Although the food in the high-end canteen was relatively more expensive, it wasn't very expensive compared with people's living standard nowadays. Only students from ordinary families couldn't afford a meal here every day. Actually, a plate of fried rice which cost 20 yuan or rice topped with a dish which cost about 20 yuan wasn't expensive at all. Most students could afford it every day, so not every student who dined in this high-end canteen was rich. Therefore, once a girl noticed the whole table of dishes ordered by Gu Ning and her friends, she lost her balance and said in an unkind tone, "Look at them! They're wasting food. There are only 3 of them, but they ordered 6 dishes. They must be very rich and spoiled. Poor people are starving to death every day. Couldn't they save some money and donate it to charity?" The girl was sitting at the table next to them. She seemed to have a strong sense of fairness, but she was actually just jealous of the rich. Hearing her voice, Gu Ning and her friends stopped eating with a frown. They turned to the girl who used moral coercion. Gu Ning didn't bother to argue with the girl, but Song Miaoge couldn't stand it. It's a good thing to help the poor or the weak, but it's not everyone's obligation. We don't get our money by doing nothing. Why did you judge us? Why don't you donate your family wealth to charity and be a nice person yourself? The poor deserve a helping hand, but why should those who make money on their own be blamed? You? The girl didn't know what to say all of a sudden. She was actually just saying it, but unexpectedly Song Miaoge took it seriously. Because of that, many students turned to look at her with disdain as well, which made her feel embarrassed. At the beginning, other students had the same idea that 6 dishes were too many for 3 girls, but it wasn't their business. It didn't cost their money either. After hearing what Song Miaoge said, most of them agreed with her. Nobody got money by doing nothing. It was a good thing to help the poor or the weak, but it wasn't everyone's obligation. The poor deserved a helping hand, but those who made money on their own shouldn't be blamed. If everyone stayed poor and refused to make money on their own, it would cause great damage to the country. This drama didn't attract much attention, so Gu Ning and her friends continued to enjoy their meal. All 3 of them ate fast, as if they had been specially trained. They finished eating everything on the table in 20 minutes, and the rest was nothing more than scraps. At the beginning, the owner of the restaurant also thought that they might not be able to eat all the dishes, but surprisingly they finished eating all of them. As a result, he realized that these 3 girls ate a lot more than ordinary people. After having the meal, they went back to their dormitory. Bailey Zongxue went to Gu Ning's dorm room. All the cabinets in the high-end dormitory were locked so that no one could steal anything. Not every student who was accepted by a prestigious university had moral standards. If so, Gu Ning wouldn't have been slandered again and again. Students who were academically inclined might not have good manners. For example, some senior officials and rich businessmen had received the best education, but they actually lived a much more promiscuous life than ordinary people. Only a few of them had a sense of justice. Because the power crystals were stored in Gu Ning's telepathic eye space, she needed to use the cabinet as cover in front of her friends. Gu Ning took out 2 bottles with only 1 pill in each of them, so the bottle was only slightly bigger than a finger. It was convenient to carry around, but could also easily go missing. Therefore, they had to be careful. Accordingly, Gu Ning reminded them to take good care of the bottle, and her 2 friends understood that it was quite precious. They naturally would be more careful. In Song Miaoge's eyes, it was a good medicine which could save one's life at a key moment, while Bailey Zongxue planned to use it to find out more about the magical power. If she was able to get more pills made of pure magical power, it would be of great help for their cultivation. Even though Gu Ning must have a lot of magical power since she could put it into this medicine, Bailey Zongxue couldn't ask too much about it. Gu Ning was very smart after all, and her real purpose might be exposed if she asked too many questions about it. Therefore, she decided to share this news with her older brother first. She wouldn't do anything on her own right now. With the power crystal, Bailey Zongxue went back to her own dorm room, while Gu Ning and Song Miaoge had a nap. After Bailey Zongxue was in her own dorm room, she didn't rush to have a nap, but opened the porcelain bottle and poured the pill out to have a look. The The second she opened the bottle, she smelt pure magical power and trembled in surprise. This little amount of magical power wasn't helpful for a cultivator, but it was able to cure superficial injuries. It had the same effect as the low-level magical pills in the cultivation world. Actually, it wasn't easy to get a low-level magical pill in the cultivation world. Bailey Zhongxue observed the pill for a while, then discovered that it was made of pure magical power without any impurities, which made her think that it might be solidified magical power. Bailey Zhongxue had never seen solidified magical power before, but it could exist in this world. Anyway, she had to talk to her older brother about it. Without hesitation, Bailey Zhongxue took out her phone and took a picture of the power crystal before sending Bailey Zongyang a message. Although she could directly give him a call, there were other girls in the dorm room, so she had to keep it a secret. At this time, Bailey Zongyang was dealing with files in the company. Hearing the new message sound, he picked up his phone and read the message. He was stunned once he saw the picture of the power crystal and Bailey Zhongshue's message. To his surprise, there was a pill made of pure magical power, and Guning used it to produce makeup and skincare products, which was the reason why those products were so effective. If so, Bailey Zongyang thought it was possible because magical power indeed had that effect, but he had never seen solidified magical power either. He only knew that medicinal materials which had been nourished by magical power for a long time could contain magical power and would be great ingredients. Anyway, medicinal materials with magical power were quite rare. Once there were some, people immediately would dig them up. He originally thought that Guning had put some medicinal materials with magical power into the products, but unexpectedly it was solidified magical power. How did the magical power solidify? Bailey Zongyang was confused, but didn't know how to get the answer. Should he ask Guning? That was impossible. Guning wouldn't tell him, and it would also expose his real identity and purpose. As for Guning's explanation that she had met a master by chance and the master gave the medicine to her, Bailey Zongyang also had doubts. He believed that the medicine might have been given to Guning by a master, because Guning was only a mortal. It was unlikely for her to own such an incredible medicine. Only masters were able to do that. However, he didn't believe that Guning met the master by chance. It was impossible that the master was willing to give her such a precious medicine because they met each other by accident. Anyway, Bailey Zongyang was sure that Guning's relationship with the master couldn't be common. Guning must have told lies mixed with the truth. Guning wasn't a simple girl, so she naturally wouldn't be honest to everyone. Everyone had his or her own secrets, so Bailey Zongyang didn't think it was wrong even if Guning told lies. They were cultivators, but they wouldn't tell that to Guning either. Although Bailey Zongyang ached to learn the source of this power crystal, he knew he had to be patient and wait for more clues from Bailey Zhongxue. After that, Bailey Zongyang sent Bailey Zhongxue a message back. He would go to the capital university right now and bring the pill back for research. Bailey Zongyang couldn't wait to do some research on it, even though he might not be able to find out anything useful. At 2 p.m., Guning woke up from her nap. She cleaned herself up, then walked out with Song Miaoga. When they reached Bailey Zhongshue's dorm room, Guning called her. Bailey Zhongxue came out later, and the three of them left together. As they walked downstairs, Guning received a call from Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting was coming back to the capital, and he called her to dine together tonight. After dinner, they would go to Kunlun Mountain this evening for his cultivation. They were reluctant to waste time, because Leng Xiaoting didn't have much free time. Guning happily agreed. After hanging up, Guning told her friends that she was going to dine with her family this afternoon, so Bailey Zhongxue could buy a meal for them tomorrow. Since Guning was occupied, they wouldn't force her to stay with them. The military training in the afternoon was very easy for Guning, and it was over soon. Guning then went to ask for leave from Hu Zijian. Because Guning was a very special student, Hu Zijian didn't make things difficult for her and agreed with alacrity. Guning wasn't an ordinary student. If she asked for leave, she would need to deal with something important, while other students normally left to have fun. It was almost 6 p.m. when they dispersed, so Guning directly walked away without going back to her dorm room to change her clothes. Xiaoya had driven Guning's car home, so Guning had told her to pick her up later once the military training was over. Therefore, at this time, Xiaoya was already waiting for her at the gate of their school. The moment Guning walked outside, she got in the car and left. Because she didn't want to keep Ling shouting waiting for her, she told Xiaoya to drive as fast as possible. Unfortunately, there was a lot of traffic on the road, so it was nearly 7 p.m. when they arrived at the Sihiyuan. Once they arrived, Guning somehow felt strange. Both Leng Shouting and Jing Yunyao should be in the Sihiyuan right now, but she couldn't sense any magical power. Why? Guning didn't go inside right away, but used her jade eyes to see what was going on here. She saw the living room and noticed Shangguanyang, Leng Shouting, and Jing Yunyao. At the same time, Shangguanyang and Jing Yunyao turned in her direction. It was obvious that they found out about her peeking. They indeed felt that someone was secretly looking at them, but they didn't have a pair of jade eyes, so they couldn't see the person. Leng Shouting was at a lower level, so he failed to notice it. Gu Ning only gave them a glance and soon withdrew her sight. Even though they didn't know who was secretly looking at them, Shangguanyang understood it could be Gu Ning. Gu Ning might have found something wrong with the Sihiyuan after she came, so she used her jade eyes to check the situation first. What's wrong? Leng Shouting asked. He failed to sense that someone was secretly looking at them, but he learned something wasn't right from Shangguanyang and Jing Yunyao's reaction. Nothing, Ningning must be here, said Shangguanyang. Jing Yunyao was slightly surprised, not because Shangguanyang was able to know who came here, but because the person turned out to be Guning. She was curious about how Guning managed to peek into the inside of the house. Although she was surprised, she didn't ask about it. She wasn't aware of Guning's jade eyes, but she knew that Guning had unbelievable skills. Before long, Guning came inside. She told Xiaoya to leave before her, because it wasn't appropriate for Xiaoya to dine together with them. However, the car was left in the Sihiyuan, because Guning needed to drive it back to her school. Once Guning walked in, she felt magical power floating in the Sihiyuan, which surprised her. Shangguanyang and the others were chatting in the living room while waiting for her. They hadn't eaten yet, even though Guning told Leng Shouting that they could enjoy the meal without waiting for her. They insisted on waiting for Guning to have dinner together. It wasn't easy for them to gather together for a meal after all. The second Guning showed up, she met Leng Shouting's eyes, which were full of suppressed desire. Because Leng Shouting didn't want other people to notice it, he deliberately suppressed his desire for Guning. Guning also missed him very much, but she composed herself. The others saw their reaction but didn't think it was wrong. They were boyfriend and girlfriend after all. It was quite understandable that they missed each other after being apart for so long. Hi, Grandpa Shangguan, mother. Guning greeted them. Have a seat, Shangguanyang said. Guning then went to sit and Lao Zhang began to place dishes on the table. Because they knew that Guning wouldn't leave until 6 p.m. and it could be 7 p.m. when she arrived, they told Lao Zhang to cook later. Therefore, the dishes were still warm. It was hot today actually, so it was fine to have some cool food. They enjoyed the meal while chatting with each other. Grandpa Shangguan, why didn't I sense any air of cultivators outside the door just now? I felt floating magical power after walking inside instead, said Guning. I've set up a power-gathering formation here, because across the river from the Sihiyuan is the Imperial Palace. The Imperial Palace is the residence of the emperors of the past dynasties. Emperors are men of power. Although they are all dead today, their power is still left, but it's relatively weak, so I set up a formation to attract the power over and lock it up within the Sihiyuan. Therefore, the magical power inside the Sihiyuan won't be discovered by people from the outside. Even if cultivators pass by here, they wouldn't sense us or the magical power, unless his or her level is higher than mine, said Shangguanyang. Oh, I understand. Guning nodded. Afterwards, they dropped the topic. This time, Leng Shouting and the others would go to Kunlun Mountain by a private jet and directly land at City Gu. It could save a lot of time and they were able to come back at any time. Guning wanted to go there with them, but her military training wasn't over yet. She could ask for leave, but it wasn't necessary. During these days, she still failed to make the magical power in her soul circulate in her body. There was a cultivator living in the dorm room next to hers, so she had to be very cautious not to expose her secret. Although Shangguanyang had told her that even cultivators couldn't see the change of her body with the help of blood of the phoenix, she still needed to be careful. Besides, she couldn't be interrupted during cultivation and she needed a quiet, safe place. So the dorm room wasn't suitable for cultivation even if Bailey Zhongxue wasn't around. Therefore, Gu Ning could only leave the cultivation aside. She decided to do it later in a quiet, safe place when she was free. After having dinner, Shangguanyang had a private talk with Gu Ning in the study. You told me not to tell shouting, so I didn't say anything about it. It's not convenient for you to cultivate in your school, while this Sihiyuan is the best place for you. No one will know what you're doing here, said Shangguanyang. Grandpa Shangguan, did you set it up specially for me? Gu Ning was touched. For you and for shouting as well. He better stay here after coming back from his work, because there are many cultivators in the capital, said Shangguanyang. Even though it wasn't all for her, Gu Ning still felt touched, because what Ling Shouting was doing was as important as what she wanted to achieve. Blood of the Phoenix is a great source of magical power itself. Contains endless magical power. Therefore, it doesn't matter to you whether there is magical power in the outside world. You don't need to be worried about the thinner magical power in the outside world either, said Shangguanyang. Sure, Grandpa Shangguan, said Gu Ning. Shangguanyang told Gu Ning that because he would be absent these days, no one would be in the Sihiyuan. Stone and Lao Zhang would have a vacation too. Accordingly, it was the best place for Gu Ning to cultivate. After Shangguanyang finished the private talk with Gu Ning stayed with them for another while before going back to her school. Shangguanyang and the others also left, because time was precious. It wasn't easy for Leng Shouting to see Gu Ning now, so he wanted to drive her back to her school. Therefore, Stone became the driver for Shangguanyang and Jing Yunyao, while Leng Shouting drove Gu Ning's car, sending her back to school before he came back in his own car. Gu Ning wanted to decline, because it would waste about 20 minutes on the road. Besides, the cultivator who showed up for the jade with Dragon Phoenix cloud pattern might still be spying on her. It was highly possible that he was near her school. If they went there together, they might run into him. However, the others told Gu Ning that it wouldn't be a problem. Given their levels, they could easily notice the cultivator beforehand. Therefore, Gu Ning agreed. Afterwards, they left together. Once they were in the car, Leng Shouting held Gu Ning's hand, looking upset. We just met, but we have to separate again without talking with each other. We're apart now in order to be together in the future. As long as you can reach a high level as a cultivator and successfully take revenge, we'll live a peaceful life, right? Gu Ning was unwilling to leave him too, but she couldn't change the situation, so she could only comfort him. In fact, Leng Shouting understood all of this, but his mood was still affected by reality. If he weren't driving at this time, he would hug Gu Ning in his arms and kiss her with great passion. If it was possible, he would have passionate sex with her. There is no signal at Kunlun Mountain, so we can't contact each other after I get there. Whenever you need help when I'm absent, call He Qiming. If you need help in the government, don't hesitate to see our grandfather. If any cultivators cause you any trouble, meet Uncle Jining. He'll be back in the capital tomorrow and will stay in Shengshi Hotel in the city center. You're a member of my family. Feel free to turn to them for help. You're my girl. Never try to run away from me. I understand that you're a strong girl, but don't just rely on yourself to protect you whenever you encounter difficulties. Your safety is always the top priority. Only when you're safe can we have a beautiful future, said Leng Shouting. He was afraid that Gu Ning might refuse to turn to other people for help when there were problems. He knew that she was unwilling to bother others. Since when did you become so naggy? You used to be a man of few words. You were always cold too. When did you change? Gu Ning joked. Although she said that, she actually felt quite moved. Leng Shouting talked so much because he cared about her. Leng Shouting had changed a lot because of her. I became entangled with you, so you must be accountable to me. Protect yourself well. Don't make me worried or sad, said Leng Shouting. Gu Ning already gave the flood dragon to him, which was a great helper, so he was more worried about her safety now. Although Gu Ning still had a monster fox by her side, the monster fox wasn't comparable to the flood dragon, could help her a little but wasn't as helpful. I understand. I will protect myself well. Gu Ning promised with a serious expression. She was unwilling to see Leng Xiaoting being worried about her. No matter what, she wouldn't put herself in danger. When Gu Ning was back in her school, it was only 9 p.m. At this time, students just finished the evening class. Leng Xiaoting told Stone to wait outside. Then he drove Gu Ning's car into the parking lot. After that, Leng Xiaoting suddenly moved closer to kiss Gu Ning. There was no one else around them, so Gu Ning kissed him back. Once Gu Ning kissed him back, Leng Xiaoting wanted more, but his reason stopped him. Leng Xiaoting continued to kiss Gu Ning for a few minutes, but Gu Ning thought they should stop now, so she pushed him away reluctantly. Dissatisfied, Leng Xiaoting looked upset, so Gu Ning comforted him. Grandpa Shangguan and Mother are still waiting for you outside. They might be worried if you don't go out now. We can have more private time together after you come back. All right? Leng Xiaoting clearly knew it as well, but he just couldn't control himself. Anyway, he didn't force Gu Ning to stay. Like what she said, if he kept them waiting for him, they might be worried. He was unwilling to damage Gu Ning's impression on them. Fine, but you must keep your word. Leng Xiaoting stared at Gu Ning with desire in his eyes. Gu Ning flushed a little, but ignored Leng Xiaoting and got out of the car. Leng Xiaoting followed her. Then they walked outside together. Both Shang Guanyang and Jing Yunyao understood that Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning needed some private time, so they remained patient. Before leaving, Shang Guanyang and Jing Yunyao reminded Gu Ning to be careful. After watching Leng Xiaoting's car leave, Gu Ning turned around walking back to her school. The second she turned around, she saw Rong Ju, who just walked out of the parking lot. Rong Ju met her eyes at the same time. Rong Ju's car entered the parking lot behind Gu Ning's car, so he saw her walking out with a man hand in hand, but he only saw the man's back. He didn't see the man's face, so he had no idea who the man was. However, even though he only saw the man's back, the man had a natural air of nobility, so he bet the man couldn't be ordinary. In addition, they walked hand in hand, so they must be a couple. Somehow, Rong Ju felt a little uncomfortable after figuring that out. Hi, Chief Instructor. Gu Ning greeted Rong Ju once she saw him. Hi, didn't you have the evening class tonight? Asked Rong Ju in a calm tone. Actually, he knew that Gu Ning left the school right after she asked for leave. As the chief instructor, he learned everything about the students within the shortest time. Without a reason, Rong Ju asked that question. Yeah, I went to dine with my family, said Gu Ning. Oh, go back to your dorm room now, said Rong Ju. Then he walked away quickly. Facing Rong Ju's cold attitude, Gu Ning wasn't affected, because she had no intention of forming a relationship with him. Because Rong Ju walked fast while Gu Ning purposely walked slowly, there was soon a distance between them. When Gu Ning was back in the dorm room, Song Miaoge was already there. Seeing Gu Ning, she happily said hello to her. Gao Shiyan and Lu Xiaoxiao were unhappy to see Gu Ning, but they didn't dare to say a word. Instead, they directly ignored her. Gao Shiyan had to be patient till her older brother came to teach Gu Ning a lesson. Neither Gao Shiyan nor Lu Xiaoxiao was aware of what had happened today. Nothing happened again in the evening. Right after Leng Xiaoting and the others arrived at the airport, he sent Gu Ning a message before getting aboard. Because Gu Ning dined with Leng Xiaoting and the others yesterday, Bailey Zhongxue bought her a meal the next afternoon. Bailey Zhongxue also planned to buy a great meal for Gu Ning and Song Miaoge, so they didn't have a nap that afternoon and instead went outside to have lunch. After lunch, they slowly came back and went to have a walk on the campus. At this time, a boy walked towards them. He was Zhou Jiahao, who had an attack of epilepsy that day when Gu Ning had saved his life. Zhou Jiahao had taken Gu Ning's power crystal, so he was already fine back then, but he still went to the hospital for a check, in order to stop worrying. After the check, he was sure that his body was fine, so he came back to school after resting for 2 days. People who had epilepsy should avoid strenuous exercise, but should have some exercise once in a while. Therefore, the instructor gave him priority. He didn't need to take part in activities like standing at attention and running, but needed to practice other gentle activities. Actually, even if Zhou Jiahao asked to quit the training, the school would agree, but he didn't think it was necessary. He wasn't that weak after all. Moreover, as the assistant class leader, he should do his job well even though it was temporary. This was Zhou Jiahao's thoughts, which Gu Ning wasn't aware of. After Zhou Jiahao took Gu Ning's power crystal, he was not likely to have another attack of epilepsy, although it couldn't be completely cured. Gu Ning, thank you for saving my life that day. If it hadn't been for you, I could have lost my life. Zhou Jiahao thanked Gu Ning. Facing Gu Ning, he was a little nervous, as if he was talking to an important figure like a dean. In fact, Gu Ning wasn't an ordinary student in their eyes. Instead, she was a very successful businesswoman whose companies had billions of yuan in assets. Most ordinary people stood in awe of her. You're welcome. How do you feel now? Gu Ning asked with concern. I'm good. I can finish the military training except for those strenuous exercises, in case I have another attack. Our instructor is giving me priority. I don't need to stand at attention or run. I only need to do other gentle activities, said Zhou Jiahao. That's great, Gu Ning said. Gu Ning didn't tell Zhou Jiahao that he actually wasn't likely to have another attack of the illness after taking her medicine. He could do the military poses like standing at attention or running. However, it didn't mean that his illness was fully cured, so Gu Ning couldn't tell him. What if he had another attack during the military poses or running? They could never be too careful. Gu Ning, my parents want to invite you to share a meal together this afternoon in order to thank you. Are you free? We'll just dine in the restaurant outside our school, said Zhou Jiahao. No need. Please tell your parents that I've already received their kindness. Gu Ning declined. She didn't disdain them, but simply thought it wasn't necessary. Well, Zhou Jiahao knew that Gu Ning might decline, but he somehow didn't know what to say when she really did. All right, we should go now. See you, said Gu Ning, then walked away. Since she said that, Zhou Jiahao didn't insist. When Gu Ning was far away, he called his father and told him Gu Ning's answer. Bailey Zhongxue and Song Miaoge didn't bother to ask Gu Ning why she declined, because they wouldn't accept the invitation either. It was unnecessary after all. The three of them had a walk around the playground for a while. Then the afternoon's military training began. After several days, they were used to it, so not many students moaned in pain this time, but some girls complained about another thing. Because they stood under the hot sun these days, many of them were tanned. Even Gao Shiyan and Lu Xiaoxiao had become darkened. Gu Ning and Song Miaoge, however, weren't tanned at all. Although the magical power of the blood of the phoenix didn't get into her body was nourished by it because it was inside her body. Therefore, it could protect her from being harmed by outside damage. Gu Ning's skin wasn't affected by the sunlight after she stood under the hot sun for days. Song Miaoge, however, used the cozy sunscreen Gu Ning gave her. Because it was added with magical power, it was quite effective. Cozy sunscreen could protect her skin from being burned by the sun, and it could also moisturize and whiten her skin. Therefore, Song Miaoge wasn't tanned, but became slightly whiter, which made many girls jealous of her, including Gao Shiyan and Lu Xiaoxiao. Both Gao Shiyan and Lu Xiaoxiao ached to ask her what brand of sunscreen she used, but it was too embarrassing because they had a grudge. Actually, Gu Ning had mentioned it before, but Gao Shiyan and Lu Xiaoxiao were too scared at that time to hear it. As a result, when Song Miaoge and Gu Ning were absent, Gao Shiyan secretly searched around their beds and bookshelves trying to find the sunscreen. But unfortunately she failed. Their closets were locked, so she couldn't open them. Even though she was quite careful, the beds were different now. Given Gu Ning's photographic memory, she easily noticed that someone had done something to her bed. Without further thinking, she immediately realized that it must be Gao Shiyan. After checking it for a while, Gu Ning found nothing wrong about it, so she didn't bother to point it out. Actually, there were many girls who weren't tanned too, because they were loyal customers of Cozy. They had prepared Cozy sunscreen specially for the military training. Other girls who were tanned were quite envious of them and kept asking them whether it was because of their skin quality or sunscreen of a certain brand. Those untanned girls weren't sure whether it was because of their skin quality, but they used sunscreen of the same brand, which was Cozy. Accordingly, everyone believed that it must be Cozy sunscreen which prevented them from being tanned. Song Miaoge was also asked that question by her classmates, So she seized this great chance to promote Gu Ning's company. She told them it was because of cozy sunscreen. It was the truth. She had received military training in a military camp before, and she had become tanned in a few days. It took her months to become lighter again. During the vacation after the National College entrance examination, she didn't go to train, because she was unwilling to go to the university with a tanned face and limbs. Besides, she needed to do the military training after the new semester began. What if she got darker? She hated to be dark. Although cozy had gained a lot of fame, it was most popular with girls in their early 20s because the majority of the females learned to put on makeup at this age group and they got more familiar with makeup products as well. Girls at the age of 18 or so were still very young, so not many of them had the habit of wearing makeup. High school students normally weren't allowed to wear makeup, and most makeup products were suitable for females over 20. An 18-year-old girl's facial skin was still immature for makeup, and the chemicals in it might damage the skin, so not many young girls dared to put on makeup. Therefore, these female freshmen knew very little about makeup products, except for those international brands whose ads were everywhere. Cozy was popular, but wasn't as famous as international brands, so not many people had heard of it. International brands had been popular for dozens of years after all, while Cozy had only joined the market for a few months. Actually, Cozy was the first brand in history that was able to gain so much fame within such a short time. Hearing Song Miaoga's answer, someone said, "Cozy? I've never heard of this brand before. It must be a brand on a small scale." "I believe so. Either way, it's a good brand as long as it's useful." "I've heard of Cozy. It's not a brand on a small scale actually. It's quite famous. Although it's new, it's become popular within a short time. I've also heard of the great effects of its products. They aren't cheap, but I don't have the habit of wearing makeup, so I've never bought them before." "Really? Since you know about it, why don't you use it?" "I didn't know that I would be tanned during the military training, so I didn't prepare any sunscreen for it. By the way, I'm tanned now, so I must go buy one." "Me too. I don't want to be dark. It's ugly. I'll hate myself." 3. "I'll go buy one as well. Why don't we go buy it together after the training is over later?" Many girls agreed to buy Cozy sunscreen once the morning training was over. It didn't only happen in the capital university, many other universities had it happen as well. Because many students didn't get tanned with the help of Cozy sunscreen, the news quickly spread abroad. Within a day or two, Cozy sunscreen became very popular among freshmen. It was out of stock in many stores and many students even failed to buy it. Those who failed to buy it in the stores went to shop on the internet, so the sunscreen was soon out of stock on the official website of Cozy as well. Store owners immediately contacted Cozy, trying to purchase more goods, but the phone line was always busy. Because the sunscreen was unusually popular this time, many store owners asked for a lot of it at a time. As a result, not all of them were able to purchase enough goods. Precisely because of that, many unqualified factories began to make fake products overnight. They even sent staffers to sell the fake sunscreen in all kinds of universities. Some students didn't think much about it and bought it right away, while some were afraid it might be fake, so they decided to wait till it was in stock at cosmetics counters. Since it became popular, Gao Shiyan and Lu Xiaoxiao heard about it too, but they failed to buy it at counters. Instead, they bought the fake sunscreen when they met the salesman on campus. Gu Ning didn't meet those salesmen, so she didn't learn the news after it went abroad, but the sunscreen was soon in stock at counters and on the official website after a day. Since some people dared to make fake products, it would surely cause a sensation, but a piece of good news came before the sensation happened. On the afternoon of the 6th day of the military training, the instructor gave them a half-day holiday. So Song Miaoga asked Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue out to go shopping and buy clothes. Song Miaoga didn't bring many clothes with her when she came to the university, because she was too lazy to carry a heavy suitcase. In addition, girls always preferred new clothing to old clothing at home. Gu Ning was free for the time being, so she agreed. Bailey Zhongxue only knew them in the capital, so she would have nothing else to do if she didn't go out with them. Therefore, she also went shopping with the girls. Moreover, she wanted to shop, hang out, and enjoy her real student life too. Although Bailey Zhongshua's mental age was over 30, She had never relaxed because of cultivation for a long time, so she ached to relax sometimes. Because they were going out, they wouldn't dine in the canteen. After dispersing, they directly went to change clothes in their dorm rooms before walking out. Guning's car was stopped in the parking lot outside their school, so Guning would drive them out. Wow, Guning, your car is so cool. The second Song Miaoga saw Guning's Hummer. She exclaimed. Song Miaoga was a girl, but she spent a lot of time with male soldiers in the military camp, so she was a tough girl who loved cars, especially cool cars. She believed only cool cars could match her coolness, but unfortunately her family refused to buy a car for her because she was only a college student. Her family would only buy a car for her after her graduation. Anyway, she couldn't afford it on her own, so she had to listen to her family. Guning, I'm surprised that you, a young girl, drive such a cool car. I thought your car was one of those beautiful private cars. Bailey Zhongxue was slightly surprised. I think a cool car suits Guning well. Haven't you witnessed it? When Guning beat so many men by herself, she wasn't like a weak girl at all. She's the coolest girl I've ever seen, said Song Miaoga. Guning was the coolest girl in this world in her eyes. You're right, Bailey Zhongxue agreed. Guning smiled, but said nothing. After that, they got in the car and left together. Where are we going now? Asked Guning. To the commercial district, of course. All the large shopping malls are there. The food street is right next to it as well. We can have a lot of delicious food too, said Song Miaoga. She got excited once they talked about food. Song Miaoga was a typical foodie. She didn't care whether they could buy beautiful new clothes, but she must eat delicious food. Great, so we'll directly have lunch there, right? Asked Guning. Great. Let's go straight to the food street. We'll be there in 40 minutes, said Song Miaoga. Bailey Zhongxue wasn't familiar with the capital, but Song Miaoga was born in this city. Song Miaoga might not be very familiar with the capital, but she knew a lot about it. Both Guning and Bailey Zhongxue agreed. They weren't ordinary people, so they didn't easily get hungry. Guning drove fast but steadily. At the beginning, Song Miaoga and Bailey Zhongxue were slightly scared, but they soon got used to it. Wow, Guning, you're quite good at driving. I've never seen anyone else who's better at driving than you, said Song Miaoga. Of course, I've had a car race against a professional racer before. I won the race, so I'm definitely good at driving, said Guning with a grin. She was quite proud of herself. What? You've had a car race against a professional racer before? Knowing that, Song Miaoga rounded her eyes in shock. She didn't doubt Guning's words, and admired Guning more than ever now. Wow, that's amazing. After they arrived at the food street, Song Miaoga wanted to eat everything in her sight. However, she wasn't a big eater and couldn't eat that much. In the end, they decided to eat spicy hot pot. The three of them ate more than 5 people, which attracted a lot of attention from people around them. Jesus, look at those girls. They eat a lot and they've finished a lot of food already. It's none of your business. You don't need to pay for their bill anyway. Well, I'm just envious of them. They eat a lot but are still slim. I can't do that. I easily gain weight. I agree. These people weren't unkind. They were simply envious of Guning and her friends who didn't easily gain weight. Although the 3 of them ate a lot, they often exercised, so it wasn't easy for them to gain weight. After that, they went to shop. All of a sudden, Song Miaoga said to Guning, Guning, can you give me a discount if I go to buy some skincare products in Cozy and Clothes and Gufan? Although normally skincare and makeup products were suitable for girls over 20, Cozy was different because its products contained magical power, so it was suitable for all ages. Song Miaoga was aware of it, so she wanted to try Cozy. Because Song Miaoga spent a lot of time in the military camps in the capital, her skin was comparatively darker than other people. She wanted to buy clothes from Gufan, not because she was helping Guning with her business, but because she had looked at the clothes on its official website. She liked them, and they suited her very well, so she always wanted to buy some. Sure, how about a 30% discount? Said Guning. That's great. Song Miaoga nodded with excitement. In fact, she didn't lack money at all, but felt quite satisfied with the discount. Can I have that discount as well? Asked Bailey Zhongxue. Even though she didn't need skincare products, she might use makeup products, so she better learn how to wear makeup. They came out today to shop for clothes, so she naturally would buy some too. It actually wasn't the first time that Bailey Zhongxue had been to the Gufan store. She had bought some before, and she liked them very much. Of course, Guning said. You don't need to hesitate to tell me whatever you want. Buy anything you like. Don't force yourself to buy anything just for the sake of our friendship. I'll be embarrassed if you buy the products merely to help my business. Don't worry, we won't reject it when it's unnecessary, said Song Miaoge. Although she indeed had the idea of helping Guning with her business, she really liked the products. She wouldn't force herself to buy something she disliked. Right, Bailey Zhongxue chimed in. The commercial district was quite large with several high-end shopping malls. Fengshang Shopping Mall was one of them. Why don't we go to Fengshang Shopping Mall first? Said Song Miaoge. Song Miaoge proposed to go to Fengshang Shopping Mall, not because she knew Guning's relationship with it, but because the first store of Cozy and Gufan in the capital were located in Fengshang. Now, Cozy had a counter in every big shopping mall, but Gufan only had a few. Song Miaoge didn't know where to find them except for Fengshang Shopping Mall. Since she only knew they were in Fengshang Shopping Mall, she decided to go straight there without wasting much time. There were stores of Cozy, Colane, and Gufan in most of the Fengshang shopping malls, and they were direct sale stores. But some weren't open yet, waiting for renovation or new shops. Because these brands were newly established, there weren't many of their stores. It happened at a slow pace. During these days, Fengshang Shopping Mall became quite popular with a lot more customers than before because of the three brands. Even though the Tang family owned many companies and Fengshang Shopping Mall was a high-end big mall, there were many more high-end shopping malls. Just in their country, there were dozens of high-end shopping malls, so the competition was quite cruel. Along this commercial district, there were over a dozen big shopping malls. Fengshang Shopping Mall was one of the top 3 given its sales and customer volume. They were going to Gufan's store, but it didn't mean that they wouldn't shop in other stores. When they saw familiar brands, they would also walk inside. However, they didn't see any clothes they liked. The capital was quite large. It was difficult to find a person sometimes, but Guning was able to run into acquaintances once in a while. Right after Guning and her 2 friends stepped into a woman's clothing store, she saw familiar faces. In fact, they had a grudge against each other. Guning saw Xin Jilin and Chen Chuin. Because of Guning, Xin Jilin and Chen Chuin had a car accident last time. It wasn't serious, but they blamed Guning for it. Therefore, once they noticed Guning, they stared at her with great hatred. Most importantly, Guning was Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend. They always believed that Xin Jilin could have been together with Leng Xiaoting if it hadn't been for Guning. In their eyes, it was Guning who ruined the chance for Xin Jilin to be together with Leng Xiaoting. It was their idea, but it was quite unreasonable. Actually, both of them thought too highly of themselves. There was nothing wrong with Xin Jilin liking Leng Xiaoting and wanting to marry him, but the problem was that she took it for granted. Just because Leng Xiaoting disliked her and rejected her, she vented her anger on the girl that Leng Xiaoting liked and blamed the girl for everything. Song Miaoge and Bailey Zhongxue also saw Xin Jilin and Chen Chuin. From their looks, they knew the 2 women had a grudge with Guning. However, it was Guning's business, so they wouldn't say anything if Guning remained silent. Guning didn't even care about them, so she ignored them and looked at the clothes in the store. Chen Chuin and Xin Jilin's eyes followed Guning. They wished to eat her and tear her apart. The shopping guide who served them looked embarrassed and didn't know how to stop them. She only hoped that there would be no conflict in the store. Guning and her 2 friends walked around, but didn't see anything they liked, so they left. Stop there. Just when Guning and her 2 friends reached the door of the store, Chen Chuin stopped them with a shout from behind. Guning knew she was calling her, but she continued to move forward as if she didn't hear it. Although Song Miaoge and Bailey Zhongxue paused for a while, seeing that Guning didn't mean to stop, they naturally followed her and walked outside. When Chen Chuin saw that Guning ignored her, she was so angry that she ran towards them and stood in Guning's way, forcing her to stop. Xin Jilin followed Chen Chuin behind. I told you to stop. Didn't you hear? Chun Chuin scolded with a superior attitude. Chun Chuin didn't know Gu Ning's identity, so she didn't have any fear of her. She ran away in a hurry last time simply because she had lost her face. I heard, but why do I have to listen to you? Gu Ning looked at her coldly and asked without a kind face and a kind tone. Why? Because you are the other woman in my daughter's relationship, Chun Chuin said. Hearing this, Gu Ning slightly squinted, revealing coldness. The other woman in her daughter's relationship? This girl is shameless. All the surrounding people all looked at Gu Ning with disgust all of a sudden. Everyone hated those who ruined other people's romantic relationships. Jesus, I can't believe it. This girl is so young. She is so good-looking. Why does she want to be the other woman in other people's romantic relationship? It happens. All the mistresses now are young and beautiful. Makes sense. Bailey Zhongxue and Song Miaoge were angry. They didn't believe that Gu Ning was such a person, but they didn't know anything about it, so they had no idea how to defend Gu Ning. They were unwilling to cause her more trouble at this time. Really? Tell me. I got involved in your daughter's relationship with whom? Gu Ning asked with a sneer. Although Gu Ning was very angry, she didn't lose her temper yet. Stop playing dumb. Jeline and Shouting grew up together, and our two families are relatives. We were talking about their marriage. It was you who suddenly appeared and seduced Shouting, so Shouting refused to marry Jeline? Chun Chuin said with a furious expression as if she was telling the truth. When Jeline heard that, she looked sad. Because she was indeed sad, so her expression was sincere. Once they said that, onlookers became even angrier and began to criticize Gu Ning. It's really sad for her parents to have such a daughter. She doesn't learn anything good from other people, but becomes a mistress. Right, like mother, like daughter. Perhaps her mother is also. Gu Ning didn't feel much anger when others criticized her, but when it came to her parents, Gu Ning couldn't bear it. She turned extremely displeased and shot her piercing eyes at the woman who badmouthed her mother. She scolded, "Shut your mouth." In the woman's eyes, Gu Ning's look was like a sharp arrow directly hitting her heart, which frightened her. She also felt stressed, gasping for breath. Not only the woman, but also the people around, were frightened by Gu Ning's anger, including Song Miaoge and Bailey Zhongxue. After that, Gu Ning stopped paying attention to the woman, but looked at Chun Chuin, which made Chun Chuin tremble all over. She had to admit that she was frightened by Gu Ning's anger too. After thinking further about it, she believed that Gu Ning was nothing more than a little girl, so she shouldn't be afraid of her. However, as soon as she had that thought, she felt her throat tightened. Gu Ning's face became larger before her eyes, and she realized that her throat was already pressed by her. Everyone was shocked when they watched this scene. While being amazed by Gu Ning's speed, they also felt that this young girl was too vicious. Onlookers thought that Gu Ning was cruel simply because they didn't know the truth. If they learned the truth but still believed she was the vicious one here, they must be either stupid or sanctimonious. You? Chun Chuin uttered a word with difficulty, and immediately raised her hand trying to beat Gu Ning, but Gu Ning coldly warned her, "Don't you dare." As Gu Ning said that, she used greater strength at her hand, making Chun Chuin even more uncomfortable and too scared to move. Mom! Jeline came back to her senses after being stunned for a second. She was shocked, and immediately stepped forward, trying to save Chun Chuin. "Get her," Gu Ning said when she saw that. Hearing that, before Song Miaoge could do anything, Bailey Zhongxue moved to pull away Jeline, who had just grabbed Gu Ning's hand. She simply caught her shoulder lightly, but it was enough to make Jeline unable to break away. "Let go of me! Let me go!" Jeline shouted. "This girl is too cruel." "I agree. She must be furious with embarrassment after her dirty secret is exposed." Because of Gu Ning's strength, the two people didn't dare to talk about her loudly. However, they disliked Gu Ning's behavior, so they still muttered. Gu Ning turned to give them a glare at once, and the two people trembled in fright, turning their heads away with a guilty conscience. "If you don't know anything, don't talk nonsense. If you dare to say another word, you might not be able to bear the result," Gu Ning warned. The man was so scared that his neck shrank. He dared not say another word. When other people heard her words, they all guessed that what Chen Chuyin just said might not be the truth. After all, they just heard her account and they didn't know whether it was true or not, so it was too early to make a conclusion. Therefore, no one dared to say anything for the time being. Gu Ning returned her sight to Chen Chuyin in front of her, and asked in a deep, cold, and dangerous voice, "Mrs. Shun, are you sure that I am the other woman who tried to destroy Miss Shun and Shouting's relationship?" Chen Chuyin felt that Gu Ning had destroyed it, so she didn't change her opinion just because she was scared by Gu Ning. However, she was too scared to say a word now. At this moment, 3 security guards of Fengshan shopping mall came over. Chen Chuyin and Xin Jilin breathed a sigh of relief. "What are you doing? Let her go." A security guard pointed at Gu Ning and scolded. Then he was about to walk over and pull Gu Ning away. Gu Ning refused to let Chen Chuyin go, then drew a black card of Fengshan shopping mall from her pocket and showed it to the security guards. The security guards recognized this card at once. Only those who had a close relationship with the Tang family could get a black card from Fengshan shopping mall. Therefore, those security guards stopped pulling Gu Ning away. Instead, they showed great respect towards her. "Miss, can you tell us what has happened?" a security guard asked. "This woman slandered me, humiliated me, and damaged my reputation in public. I just want to ask for an explanation." "Don't worry, I won't do anything to hurt her or cause any trouble for Fengshan shopping mall. Please do me a little favor and leave it to me," Gu Ning said. The security guards hesitated, but agreed and left immediately. "Hey, come back, you guys." Chen Chuyin and Xin Jilin were anxious once they saw that the security guard had left. "Oh my God, what is that? Why did the security guards agree to let her handle it?" someone asked with confusion. "I don't know. It seems that this girl isn't ordinary. Perhaps she has a relationship with Fengshan shopping mall. That seems to be the black card of Fengshan shopping mall. It seems that this girl's background is really not simple." "What? The black card of Fengshan shopping mall?" Gu Ning also didn't care about the onlookers' discussion. As long as it wasn't something they shouldn't talk about, she would ignore it. Gu Ning then looked at Chen Chuyin with a sneer and said sarcastically, "Mrs. Shun, Miss Shin, it seems that you don't respect the Lung family at all. You like to make your own decisions about everything. Did they think that they were relatives of the Lung family, so the Lung family wouldn't do anything to them?" Quite the opposite, Gu Ning knew that the Lung family was about to punish the Shin family, because the Shin family was too greedy trying to ride on the Lung family's coattails, or it would betray the Lung family. Unfortunately, the Shin family didn't have a stable position nor great advantages in the capital, so it wasn't easy for them to climb up the social ladder. Even if it climbed up to a higher position by playing dirty tricks, it wouldn't be stable. Hearing that, Chen Chuyin and Xin Jilin both trembled, and they suddenly felt fear of the Lung family. They focused on making things difficult for Gu Ning and ignored the Lung family. "No, we're respectful of the Lung family," Chen Chuyin said with difficulty, suffering from her painful throat. "No?" Gu Ning sneered. "Since you denied it, why did you still say that I tried to damage the relationship between Miss Shin and Shouting? If so, you are also claiming that Shouting is a playboy who has no sense of responsibility. The Lung family didn't oppose or stop it, so the Lung family doesn't have moral standards, right? Isn't it enough to prove that you don't respect the Lung family at all?" Gu Ning's words severely attacked Chen Chuyin and Xin Jilin. They were frightened and immediately explained. "No, no, no, we didn't." They dared not think of Lung Shouting and the Lung family like that. It was something that didn't exist at all, and they made it up on their own. When Song Miaoga heard Gu Ning talk about the Lung family, the first thing she thought of was the Lung family of the 4 major families in the capital. Was it possible? She couldn't believe it. Although Gu Ning was very successful and outstanding, Song Miaoga thought it was impossible for her to have a relationship with such a powerful family, let alone the descendants of the Lung family. It wasn't that she looked down on Gu Ning, but after all, there was a huge gap between Gu Ning and the Lung family. To put it bluntly, there was no chance for them to get to know each other. Although not all the people the Lung family knew were of high class, Song Miaoga still felt it was impossible. Maybe it was another Leng family. When people talked about the Leng family, it normally referred to one of the 4 major families in the capital. However, in the capital there were many other rich families with the surname Leng, but they didn't know yet. Ignoring their fears, Gu Ning continued. You said that Miss Shen has a special relationship with shouting, but as far as I know, Miss Shen has only seen shouting a very few times. Even if they met, they seldom talked with each other. If you insist on saying that, why don't we go to the Leng family's house and ask Grandpa Leng? And shouting for the answer. Upon hearing that, Chun Shoin was shocked and shook her head. Don't. Shun Jilin, who could speak, also blurted out subconsciously. They absolutely couldn't go to the Leng family's house to talk about that, because things were exactly as Gu Ning said. Leng Shouting and Shin Jilin had only met one another a few times. Even if they met, Leng Shouting was always indifferent to Shin Jilin, so she seldom talked with him. At most, for the sake of seeing them as relatives, when they greeted him, he would give them a nod. Seeing Chan Shoin and Shin Jilin panicking, the truth couldn't be more obvious. Obviously, the mother and daughter were lying, so onlookers began to despise them. It turns out that they are lying. The woman admires a man and believes the man is hers. She even claims that the girl has damaged her relationship with the man. However, the woman seldom has chances to see and talk with the man. Yeah, these 2 women are so shameless. Right, they're too shameless. I feel that the man is also very innocent. According to their accounts, he becomes a bad man who has no sense of responsibility. Exactly, this girl is obviously the man's real girlfriend, but she's slandered as the other woman. Her reputation has been damaged, but it's only a lie. Everyone ridiculed them one after another. Those who had criticized Gu Ning just now felt embarrassed at this moment. They had scolded the wrong person. Mrs. Shin, Miss Shin, I will warn you for the last time. If you dare provoke me and slander me again, don't blame me for talking directly to Grandpa Leng and shouting. What consequences will you endure at that time? It is your own responsibility. Gu Ning coldly warned, then threw Chun Shoin away. Because Gu Ning used a lot of strength, Chun Shoin was directly thrown to the ground. She suffered a sharp pain, but couldn't make a moan. You can let her go now. Gu Ning looked at Bailey Zhongxue and said. Bailey Zhongxue let go of Shin Jilin at once, but she also pushed her straight towards Chen Shoin. Then she fell on Chen Shoin. Chen Shoin, who had fallen, was hit again by Shin Jilin so violently that she almost fainted in pain. Because Chen Shoin was under her body, Shin Jilin got hurt less, but she still screamed. After all, she was a weak and gentle, rich girl. Although this fall looked very light to Gu Ning and her friends, it actually wasn't light to Shin Jilin. Then Gu Ning stopped paying attention to them and left with Song Miaoga and Bailey Zhongxue. Shin Jilin was frightened, so she could only watch Gu Ning leave. She didn't dare to argue with Gu Ning again, but she wouldn't just accept this result. She would definitely make Gu Ning pay for it. Even though Gu Ning was Leng Shouting's girlfriend, as long as Shin Jilin didn't expose herself, no one would know she schemed against her. Thinking about that, Shin Jilin's expression turned sullen. Since the drama was over, the onlookers all dispersed. However, before they left, they didn't forget to mock Chen Shoin and Shin Jilin. Although the security guards didn't stop Gu Ning from teaching them a lesson, it happened in the mall anyway. Therefore, after Gu Ning left, a security guard called an ambulance for Chan Shoin and Shin Jilin. No matter what, they couldn't have an accident in their mall. Because Fengshang Shopping Mall had turned a blind eye on Gu Ning's behavior, Shin Jilin yelled at its staff to give them an explanation. However, it was their fault and they caused the trouble first, so no one cared about them right now. Gu Ning, you are really cool. After leaving, Song Miaoga gave Gu Ning a thumbs up. In fact, she was frightened by Gu Ning's act of grabbing Chun Shoin's neck just now, because she saw such a terrifying Gu Ning for the first time. At the same time, she was very worried about Gu Ning. If Chen Shoin was really choked to death, even if it was her fault at first, Gu Ning would not be able to get away with it. Luckily, Gu Ning knew when to stop. The mother and daughter are too shameless. They really dare to say anything, Bailey Zhongxue said sarcastically. That's right. I really wanted to beat them back then, but I was afraid it might interrupt what Guning was doing. Song Miaoge looked indignant. To be honest, she really had the urge to beat them at that time. Me too, Bailey Zhongxue said. From the beginning to the end, they were silent and did nothing because they were worried about saying or doing the wrong thing. Well, they can't bully me. See? They're the ones who suffered in the end. Gu Ning comforted the two girls who were defending her. She understood that they really cared about her. Even if Bailey Zhongxue formed a relationship with her for a purpose, she also felt that Bailey Zhongxue really wanted to become friends with her. Precisely because of that, she was willing to spend time with Bailey Zhongxue. After all, she didn't need to learn more about the cultivation world through Bailey Zhongxue now. If she wanted to know anything about it, it was better for her to directly ask Jing Jining, because he would be honest with her. She continued to hang out with Bailey Zhongxue because she felt that Bailey Zhongxue could be a good friend. If you had suffered a loss, we would have done something to help you, Song Miaoge said. It was also because Gu Ning didn't suffer a loss that they were less worried. Actually, I was so worried that you might strangle her to death. Even if it's her fault, if you killed her, you would still be punished according to the law, Bailey Zhongxue said. Right, that's what I thought just now. Song Miaoge immediately agreed. Thinking of the situation at that time, Song Miaoge was still slightly shocked. Gu Ning was amused by them and felt touched at the same time. Don't worry. No matter what I do, I will always consider the consequences. After hearing Gu Ning's explanation, they felt more at ease. Then they continued to look at the clothes. Along the way, they also went into some accessory stores. Both Song Miaoge and Bailey Zhongxue bought a bunch of them. Gu Ning didn't buy any, because she didn't like these little things. After they looked around in a few more clothing stores, they still failed to find what they liked, so they went to Gufan. Gufan had a larger customer volume than the shops they had visited before, and most of the customers stayed for a long time to try on clothes. Generally, those who stayed for a long time to try on clothes were more likely to buy clothes. As soon as they entered the store, all the saleswomen saw Gu Ning and respectfully called her Miss Gu. This is what Gu Ning requested before, so they just called her Miss Gu. Although many people knew that Gu Ning was the boss of Gufan, Gu Ning thought it was better to not let more people know, because she was too lazy to deal with them. However, dramas were everywhere. One just stopped, and another started again. Song Miaoge chose a dress and went to the fitting room to try it. Right when she reached the fitting room, a girl came out of it wearing the same dress Song Miao picked up. This girl was also Song Miaoge's old acquaintance. When the girl saw Song Miaoge, she was a little surprised. She didn't expect to run into Song Miaoge here. Then the girl sneered and said in an unkind tone, "Oh, aren't you Song Miaoge? Did you come to buy clothes too?" As she said that, she looked at the dress in Song Miao's hands, then sneered again, "Oh, you have a good taste. You chose the same dress as me, but I wonder whether you can look as attractive as me in it." The girl was indeed a bit more beautiful than Song Miaoge and had a sexy body. Perhaps because of her age, she has grown very plump and looked quite attractive in the dress. However, no matter how beautiful her appearance and figure were, her unkind face made her annoying. Seeing the girl, Song Miaoge was obviously displeased. When she heard the girl's ridicule, Song Miaoge became even more annoyed. She coldly looked at her and said, "Ji Wena, it's none of your business whether this dress looks good on me. Why do you have to pick on me whenever you see me? Do you want a punch?" Well, hearing that, the girl named Ji Wena wasn't angry. Instead, she became even more unfriendly. "I just like to make your life unpleasant. So what? You're merely a loser. If you dislike it, try to defeat me, and I won't stand in your way again in the future. However, it's only 1 month away from our half-year bet. I don't know whether you have the confidence to defeat me. If you lose, you'll have to pole dance in a bikini. The video will be uploaded to the internet as well. Haha, haha." Saying that, Ji Wena smiled triumphantly, as if she could already see Song Miaoge lose. It wasn't strange that she believed Song Miaoge would lose, because Song Miaoge had indeed lost to her. It was impossible for Song Miaoge to make that much progress within 6 months. Even if Song Miaoge had been training hard in the past 6 months, Ji Wena had done the same thing. She was already better than Song Miaoga, so she didn't think that she would make slower progress than Song Miaoga. Although Ji Wena's voice wasn't loud, it wasn't low either. So many customers turned to look at them. Bikini? Pole dancing? It'll be recorded in a video and uploaded to the internet. It'll definitely go viral. Because of those words, Song Miaoga and Ji Wena became bad girls in the eyes of other people, and they began to stare at them with a little contempt and disdain. Song Miaoga was annoyed, but couldn't deny the bet that they had made, because there was written evidence. Let's go and see. I will defeat you, Song Miaoga said with determination, but she didn't have much confidence. No matter what, she couldn't lose. If she lost, she would have to wear a bikini, pole dance, and post the video to the internet. If it really happened, not only she would be embarrassed, her family, the Song family, would also be humiliated. However, she was left no choice now. She had agreed to such a condition because Ji Wena had provoked her into doing so. Very well. Then I'll wait for you to defeat me, but don't let me down. Ji Wena smiled, then ignored Song Miaoga and directly past her, walking to look at herself in the mirror. As she passed by Song Miaoga, she deliberately bumped her shoulder, deliberately provoking her. You? Song Miaoga was very angry and was about to lose her temper, but she forced herself to calm down upon thinking that this was Gu Ning's store. Both Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue had witnessed everything, so they were displeased and felt uncomfortable as well. Song Miaoga was no longer interested in looking at the clothes and gave up trying on the dress. She turned around to hang it back up. At this time, Gu Ning walked to Song Miaoga and asked her, "Do you want to watch her get angry?" Hearing this, Song Miaoga's eyes lit up. She knew that Gu Ning had a way, so she immediately nodded. "Of course. Watch me," Gu Ning said. Then she took the dress from her hands and walked towards the fitting room. Gu Ning decided to overshadow Ji Wena. Gu Ning didn't think that she was the most beautiful and sexy girl in existence, but she was confident to overshadow Ji Wena. Since her friend was bullied in her shop, she had to do something. After Gu Ning walked into the fitting room, Song Miaoga thought it might not be a good idea. She asked Bailey Zhongxue, "Will Gu Ning lose a customer?" "Relax. If Gu Ning cared about that, she wouldn't stand up for you. Don't worry, Gu Ning won't care. If I were her, I would do the same thing. I believe you have the same idea, right? We're friends. We should help each other." Bailey Zhongxue comforted Song Miaoga. She was more relaxed than her. "Right, if you had been bullied, I would definitely stand up for you too." Song Miaoga felt much better after hearing Bailey Zhongshue's words. Then they waited quietly for Gu Ning to come out. Gu Ning came in a loose t-shirt, loose jeans, and casual shoes today with a hat, so no one paid special attention to her. However, now Gu Ning put on the dress with a pair of high heels from her telepathic eye space. With her hair in a high ponytail, she took out cosmetics and quickly put on light makeup. She looked totally different. Ji Wena was still wearing that dress while looking at the clothes outside. She already made a decision to buy this dress, but she still needed to look at the others. Since she was here, she planned to buy a few more. After Gu Ning finished everything, she walked out. Song Miaoga and Bailey Zhongxue knew that Gu Ning never made mistakes once she took action, but they were both stunned the second Gu Ning showed up again. They were dumbfounded, unable to react for a while. Other people in the store who saw Gu Ning were also amazed. "Gosh, it's so beautiful. Yeah, I thought that the girl looked good in this dress just now, but I didn't expect this girl to look even better in it. It's just tailor-made for her." Once a saleswoman noticed it, she figured out that her boss was going to take revenge for her friend. In the bottom of her heart, she couldn't help but envy her boss's friend. Her boss was such a good friend. A true friend must be like that. Gu Ning wouldn't hesitate to help her friends once she saw them bullied. The sounds of surprise and praise immediately attracted the attention of Ji Wena, and she immediately came to take a look. After one glance, her face became distorted with jealousy. Jealousy and hatred couldn't be concealed on her face. "Jesus! Gu Ning! You are so beautiful in this dress." Once Song Miaoga came back to her senses, she walked up to Gu Ning and left all her worries and unhappiness behind. "Well, it's because she's beautiful and has a perfect body that she looks attractive in all the clothes. You can randomly pick up a piece of clothing for Guning to try on. It will definitely look good too, Bailey Zongxue said. It wasn't an exaggeration at all. You're right. She's beautiful and has a perfect body, so she's attractive in any clothes. Song Miaoge immediately agreed. Song Miaoge, you did that on purpose. Ji Wenna went to Song Miaoge without delay, glaring at her in fury. They were in a group. Now Guning put on this dress and looked even better than her. She wasn't a fool and could see that they did it on purpose. Song Miaoge looked back at Ji Wenna, with disdain in her heart, but she seemed innocent on the surface and asked, "What did I do on purpose? I don't understand what you said. Stop playing dumb. You know you can't look as good as me in this dress, so you asked her to wear it and deliberately overshadow me," Ji Wenna said. She said that, which meant she admitted that Guning looked better than her in this dress. It was too obvious to be denied. Hearing that, other people who knew that Ji Wenna and Song Miaoge had a conflict just now knew what was going on. However, they didn't think there was anything wrong with Guning's behavior. After all, Ji Wenna's disdainful expression just now made everyone feel uncomfortable. It's ridiculous. How can you forbid other people to wear this dress? This shop is open for everyone. There are two of the same dresses, which means that you are not the only one who can buy it. You can't forbid other people to buy it. My friend just tried on this dress, and she didn't stop you from buying it, Song Miaoge said. You? Ji Wenna was annoyed. No one said that she couldn't buy it, but she lost interest in it after seeing another girl looking prettier in it than her. Song Miaoge continued, "If you don't want other girls to wear it, you can buy all of the stock in this store." Ji Wenna furious, but Song Miaoge was pleased to see that. Fine. Ji Wenna didn't want this dress anymore, so she rushed into the fitting room and took it off. Ji Wenna didn't know that Gufan was owned by Guning. Although she no longer wanted this dress, she could still choose another one. She wouldn't stop shopping for beautiful clothes just because of Song Miaoge. After Ji Wenna came out, she gave Song Miaoge a glare without saying anything, then went on to choose her clothes. In a while, Ji Wenna found a dress to try on, which was the last one in the store. Guning immediately went to find one that was not much different and also tried it on. When they showed up again, Ji Wenna was still overshadowed by Guning. Ji Wenna was so angry that she was about to lose her temper. She realized that they were going to behave like this against her till the end. "What do you mean by doing this?" Ji Wenna directly questioned Guning. Looking at Guning's face that was much prettier than hers, she was jealous and couldn't help but want to ruin it. "It's none of your business. We're just trying on clothes. We aren't standing in your way. How dare you question me like that?" Guning looked at her coldly and argued. "You?" Ji Wenna didn't know what to say. They didn't stand in her way, so she shouldn't question Guning. However, they wouldn't stop behaving against her. She had to give up buying the clothes she liked in the end. As a result, Ji Wenna simply stopped looking at new clothes and went straight into the fitting room. She changed her clothes and left without hesitation. As she walked out, Ji Wenna glared at Song Miaoge and sneered, "Song Miaoge, let's wait and see. In a month, I will ruin you." After that, she left. At the same time, Song Miaoge was annoyed too. Although Guning helped her humiliate Ji Wenna just now, she felt temporarily relieved, but she still felt uneasy thinking about what could happen a month later. "Don't worry, I can help you improve your fighting skills. I won't let you lose." Guning immediately comforted her, but what she said was true. "Really?" Song Miaoge smiled upon hearing this and asked, "The medicine I gave you can improve your physical fitness? Then I will train you for the next few days," Guning said. "Great." Song Miaoge trusted Guning, and her anxiety disappeared. She was soon in the mood to continue to look at the clothes. The saleswoman who served Ji Wenna saw that the commission she was about to get had flown away because of Guning. Although she was unhappy with it, she didn't dare to complain about it. Guning noticed her reaction, so she directly told the saleswoman to serve Song Miaoge instead. When they came just now, a saleswoman wanted to serve them, but Guning declined. Because there were a lot of customers in the store, she told them to serve other customers. Song Miaoge was her friend anyway, so she could serve her in person. Accordingly, Song Miaoga didn't have a saleswoman to serve her. Hearing Gu Ning's order, the saleswoman was cheered up and hurried to serve Song Miaoga. In the end, Song Miaoga bought a dress, a jacket, a pair of pants, and a pair of shoes. Bailey Zhongxue also bought a dress, a jacket, a pair of pants, and a pair of shoes. Gu Ning directly gave them a 30% discount. Even the high-end VIP card in the store could only provide a 20% discount. Although the clothes in Gufan weren't cheap, both Song Miaoga and Bailey Zhongxue were rich kids, so they didn't care. The monthly allowance given by their family was far more than several hundred or thousand, and was even over 100,000 yuan. They could also ask for more money after spending it. Their families gave them so much money because they understood and believed that they wouldn't spend money indiscriminately. As long as it was used where it should be used, it didn't matter if the money was a lot or a little. After buying the clothes, they walked towards the cozy beauty shop. On their way out, Gu Ning asked Song Miaoga, "Miaoga, what's the grudge with you and Ji Wenna? If you're willing to tell us, just say it. If not, I won't force you. It's not something I can't say. Ji Wenna and I grew up in the same compound. Her father and my father are both soldiers, but they aren't in the same military camp. We never got along ever since we were little, and we fought often. Because we were raised in a military camp, we've learned many fighting skills. Every time we meet, we argue with each other. 6 months ago, we had a fight and I lost. However, I was unwilling to accept the result, so I promised to defeat her in half a year. Ji Wenna said that it was meaningless to win, and she put forward a bet. Whoever loses must wear a bikini and pole dance. It'll be recorded as a video and be uploaded to the internet by the winner. For families like ours, we care about our reputation a lot. If something like that happens, the loser and her family will both be humiliated. I agreed in anger at that time. We even signed an agreement on paper. Therefore, no one can deny it. I've been training for the past few months after the college entrance examination. Although I have improved a lot, Ji Wenna is also training, so I don't have much confidence, Song Miaoga said. Even though Gu Ning said that she would help her, she was still upset upon thinking of that. When you had the fight last time, how much were her skills better than yours? Gu Ning asked. Not much better than me, Song Miaoga said. Then it won't be a problem, Gu Ning said. Although she didn't know Song Miaoga's level, it should be easy for her to help Song Miaoga surpass Ji Wenna in a month. When we return to our school in the afternoon, I'll test your level first. Don't worry. My friends have improved a lot within a short time after my training, Gu Ning said. Sure. With Gu Ning's help, Song Miaoga felt much more at ease. When Gu Ning and her 2 friends arrived at Cozy, there were a lot of people in the shop, and it was a bit crowded. Moreover, there were always queues for payment at the counter. More than a dozen were still standing in line. Jesus, it's so popular, right? I don't think other skincare shops have half of the customers in Cozy. Witnessing the scene, both Song Miaoga and Bailey Zhongxue couldn't help exclaiming. It was true that other skincare shops didn't have half of the customers in Cozy. Because of that, all the saleswomen in other cosmetic stores felt quite upset. If there were many customers, it meant that the saleswoman could have a higher commission. If not, they might have no commission at all. However, they could do nothing about it. Actually, they were secretly using the skincare products and cosmetics from Cozy. They had to admit that they were really effective. If it was owned by another boss, the prices must be much higher. Once Gu Ning and her 2 friends entered the store, all the saleswomen respectfully called her Miss Gu. Gu Ning told them to continue to do their own work and leave her alone. Coincidentally, Gu Ning met Ji Wenna in Cozy again. At this time, Ji Wenna was with a girl who was similar to her age. When Gu Ning and her friends saw Ji Wenna also noticed them, and her anger that had just eased came up again. She believed that Song Miaoga and the others had deliberately followed her. Because of her anger, she didn't think carefully about it and questioned Song Miaoga. Song Miaoga, are you following me? Hearing that, Song Miaoga and her friends couldn't help rolling their eyes. Ji Wenna was too self-centered. Ridiculous. Why would I do that? I'm not bored. You can come here to buy cosmetics. Why can't I? Song Miaoga said with mockery. I don't believe it, Ji Wena sneered. Believe it or not, Song Miaoga said, then ignored her and looked at the skincare products. Ji Wena, who was ignored, felt embarrassed, especially when she noticed the onlookers' disdain at her, which made her feel that she was like a clown. Wena, are you all right? The girl who was with Ji Wena asked with concern. She was Ji Wena's classmate. She didn't know Song Miaoga or the grudge between them. However, looking at the way they disliked each other, she soon figured that their relationship must be very bad. I'm fine, Ji Wena said. Even if she wasn't, she couldn't let other people see it, especially since she thought that Song Miaoga was following her while it wasn't true. It was too embarrassing. I'll go outside and wait for you, Ji Wena said. Without caring whether her classmates agreed or not, she walked out because she didn't want to see Song Miaoga. She got angry whenever she saw her. Song Miaoga didn't care about Ji Wena's feelings and focused on what she wanted. After she finished choosing, she went to pay the bill. Because there were a lot of people queuing to pay, they waited for more than 10 minutes for their turn. Although Gu Ning could use her privileges to cut the line, she didn't, because it wasn't necessary. After buying the clothes and skincare products, it was almost 5 p.m., and it was time for dinner, so they went to the food street. Although it was a little early for dinner now, they still needed to go back to school later. Therefore, they decided to eat early and go back early. After having dinner, they returned to the school dormitory at 7:30 p.m. Fortunately, they didn't need to have an evening class today, otherwise they would be late. They went back to their dorm rooms to put away their stuff before going out again. They went to the small woods in their school, making full use of the time to train Song Miaoga. Many people were walking or chatting with each other in the small woods, but there were also quiet places a little farther away from the crowd. Accordingly, they went to a quiet place a little away from other people. Afterwards, Gu Ning fought with Song Miaoga. Song Miaoga was better than ordinary people at fighting. She was even better than Mu Ku and the other boys, but wasn't as good as Chu Peihan. She was almost half as good as Gu Ning at fighting. Gu Ning could defeat Song Miaoga in a minute, but the purpose of Gu Ning and Song Miaoga's fight was not to have a winner or loser. Instead, Gu Ning needed to figure out Song Miaoga's level, so she didn't directly defeat Song Miaoga too quickly. Nevertheless, after testing Song Miaoga's level, Gu Ning still defeated her. Song Miaoga was so tired that she almost sank, but she couldn't sit down right after such strenuous exercise. Gu Ning, how are my skills compared to you? Song Miaoga was aware that Gu Ning was far better than her, but she still asked with curiosity. You're almost half as good as I am. If you can really be half as good as me, it'll be easy for you to defeat Ji Wena, Gu Ning said. Jesus, you are really amazing. Song Miaoga didn't feel disappointed when she heard that, because Gu Ning was her idol. No matter how much better Gu Ning was than her, she wouldn't be upset. On the contrary, she would only admire her more than ever. Song Miaoga wished that she could be as skillful as Gu Ning one day. It was actually impossible. She already had to do her best to become half as good as Gu Ning in order to defeat Ji Wena. She couldn't lose, otherwise both she and her family would be humiliated. Bailey Zhongxue was clearly aware of Gu Ning's level, because Bailey Zongyang fought against Gu Ning before. She couldn't be more familiar with Bailey Zongyang's level. Without the use of magic, he was definitely the best in the mortal world, but Gu Ning was no worse than Bailey Zongyang. In that case, if she didn't use magic, she couldn't defeat Gu Ning. Miaoga, as long as you do what I say, I'm sure that you can become half as good as me in a month and defeat Ji Wena. However, accidents happen. Gu Ning suddenly said seriously, if you want to win without any accidents, take me and Zhongxue to see Ji Wena. Be ready to play a dirty trick. Perhaps you are unwilling to do so, but Ji Wena may do it in order to win. Besides, you can't bear the result if you lose. I don't know your family background, but I bet your father must have a high position in the army. So, if you lose, according to your agreement, you'll have to wear a bikini, pole dance, and post it online. It'll have a great impact on your family's reputation. It's irresponsible that you agreed to that, but it's too late now. If you deny it, Ji Wena will also try to damage your reputation. Therefore, to win is the most important thing for you right now. After all, you don't need to have mercy for your opponent. If she was your friend, she wouldn't make things so difficult for you. Gu Ning might not have moral standards at this time, but they were dealing with their opponent. When Ji Wenna laid down that condition, she had no mercy for Song Miaoge. Therefore, when dealing with people who had no moral standards, there was no need for them to be morally good. Hearing Gu Ning's words, Song Miaoge's face turned pale. She blamed herself for embarrassing her family just because she refused to accept failure at that time. In fact, she regretted it right after agreeing to Ji Wenna's gambling agreement, but it was too late to say that now. How can I play the dirty trick? Song Miaoge asked. Although she wanted to defeat Ji Wenna with honor, what Gu Ning said to her was right. Even if she was unwilling to play a dirty trick, Ji Wenna might not hesitate to do it. Based on her understanding of Ji Wenna, she was sure that she wouldn't hesitate. However, she couldn't lose, so she had to accept Gu Ning's advice. Bailey Zhongxue didn't think that there was anything wrong with Gu Ning's idea. If she were Song Miaoge, she wouldn't mind winning with the help of some dirty tricks. I agree with what Gu Ning said, Bailey Zhongxue said. As long as you agree, you can leave it to me. Don't worry, you just need to focus on the fight then. Moreover, you only need to be ready to play a dirty trick. It might not need to be used, Gu Ning said. They only needed to be fully prepared in case accidents happened. Although she could secretly do it without Song Miaoge noticing it at all, she still felt that it would be better to tell her. Okay, I agree, Song Miaoge said. Afterwards, Gu Ning took out a power crystal and gave it to Song Miaoge. Gu Ning, I brought the pill you gave me. I think I should take mine, Song Miaoge said. She felt embarrassed to ask for Gu Ning's medicine again. After all, it wasn't cheap. It's nothing. Take it, Gu Ning said. Although power crystals were indeed not cheap and were actually quite expensive, Gu Ning offered different prices to different people. People like Qi Tianlin were too rich to care about money, so she sold it to them for 1,000,000 yuan one pill. For those who didn't have much money, she was willing to sell it at the price of hundreds of thousands or tens of thousands yuan. For her family and friends, it was merely a worthless pill. It was just used as proof of her affection. Since Gu Ning said that, Song Miaoge no longer refused. After thanking her, she took it straight away. Bailey Zhongxue didn't feel displeased when Gu Ning gave Song Miaoge another power crystal instead of giving it to her. She wasn't a stingy person, so she shouldn't be angry with Gu Ning because of such things. Gu Ning had the right to give her medicine to anyone she wanted to. The power crystal instantly melted in Song Miaoge's mouth. It was colorless and tasteless, but she felt a cool feeling flowing in her body, which was very comfortable. In a short while, the pain and fatigue left in her body after fighting against Gu Ning quickly went away. Afterwards, she felt that her body was lighter and stronger than before. Song Miaoge rounded her eyes in shock and couldn't believe it. The effect of this medicine was so good. Bailey Zhongxue also knew that this medicine was very effective, especially for mortals. However, when she saw it with her own eyes, she was still amazed. All right, let's start training. I might use great strength, Gu Ning said. She just tested Song Miaoge's skills just now, and now the formal training began. No problem, Song Miaoge solemnly responded. After all, a strict teacher produced outstanding students, so Gu Ning wouldn't be gentle to Song Miaoge, because it could help her make quick progress. Because of the power crystal, Song Miaoge became much more flexible and powerful than before, which made her very happy. At 9:30 p.m., Gao Shiyan and Lu Xiaoxiao returned to the dormitory. Both of them carried many shopping bags. They also bought clothes from Gufan and some famous skincare products. When they returned to the dormitory, they didn't see Gu Ning and Song Miaoge, but they saw a few bags on Song Miaoge's desk. They were shopping bags from Gufan and Cozy. Seeing that, Gao Shiyan and Lu Xiaoxiao were both stunned. No way! How can Song Miaoge afford clothes from Gufan and the skincare products from Cozy? There are so many bags. She seems to have bought a lot, Lu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, then looked at Gao Shiyan. Shiyan, did we misunderstand her? Is her family actually rich? If not, she shouldn't be able to spend so much money on these things. Gao Shiyan was displeased, because she didn't want Song Miaoge to have a good family background. However, after further thinking, She believed Song Miaoga's family couldn't be very rich, so she said, "Several thousand yuan isn't much anyway. Since her father is a soldier at his age, he's supposed to be in a relatively important position. It's normal for her father to have a salary of 10 or 20,000 yuan a month. Her mother is a policewoman. It's not a big deal that she can afford things that cost a few thousand yuan." "You're right," Lu Xiaoxiao agreed, then mocked Song Miaoga. Although her parents probably have a monthly salary of 30 or 40,000 yuan, she spent a few thousand yuan on shopping. She is very vain. She's too poor to be a princess, but I think she's pretty enough to be a mistress. "Well, it's really possible in the future," Gao Shiyan agreed in an unkind tone, because she had the same idea. She wished all her opponents could live a terrible life. Gao Shiyan withdrew her gaze from Song Miaoga's desk, then glanced at Gu Ning's desk and begged to see if she had also bought a lot of things like Song Miaoga. However, there was nothing. It seemed that Gu Ning didn't have much money. Even if she had some, she must be in the same situation as Song Miaoga. Gao Shiyan was sure that her family must be much richer than theirs. Gu Ning and Song Miaoga returned to the dormitory at 10:20 p.m. Gu Ning had trained Song Miaoga with a serious attitude today. It was more difficult than her previous training, so Song Miaoga had a sore body at the end of the day. However, Gu Ning didn't give her another power crystal, nor did she allow her to take the one she had given her earlier. Only by personal experience could she better experience it and make progress. Luckily, Song Miaoga trained all year round, so she could accept the pain. They already decided to pay no attention to Gao Shiyan and Lu Xiaoxiao, so they didn't even give a glance at them after walking inside, and went straight to take a shower. The next day, Gu Ning woke Song Miaoga up at 5 a.m. Because their movements were very light, they did not wake Gao Shiyan and Lu Xiaoxiao. At 5:10 a.m. they went out. As soon as they stepped out of their dorm room, the door of the dormitory next door opened, and Bailey Zongxue showed up too, because they agreed to run and train together today. At this time, no one was walking around on campus. Gu Ning and her friends ran for half an hour before stopping. Gu Ning and Bailey Zongxue were not tired, but Song Miaoga was really tired. Even though Song Miaoga was exhausted, Gu Ning only gave her 10 minutes of rest. Once 10 minutes were over, they started training. In 10 minutes, Song Miaoga got her strength back. After all, she had taken a power crystal, so her body was very different from before. During last night's training, Gu Ning not only had a fight against Song Miaoga, but also taught her some skills. She would teach her something new after she got familiar with those skills. After taking a power crystal, Song Miaoga felt that she was making obvious progress when she was practicing martial arts. Although the progress wasn't great, it was just the beginning. She still had a month to make a little progress every day. After a month, she would have made a lot of progress. Her only goal now was to defeat Ji Wenna. If it was possible for her not to play a dirty trick, she would not do it, but she would be ready. As time went by, students started to run on the playground. The days of military training were really tiring, so most students wanted to sleep longer when they had time. Even if they didn't sleep, they would never do exercises. However, this was only the idea of 90% of the students, while some students had the habit of running in the morning or practicing martial arts. Therefore, even the military training couldn't stop them from insisting on running in the morning. Many students studying in the capital university were born in families of power or wealth, so they practiced martial arts to protect themselves for various reasons. The student union of the school had a martial arts department, and the students who joined it had learned some basic skills. Every morning, they would come outside to run and practice martial arts. Now, when those freshmen who came to run in the morning saw what Gu Ning and her friends were doing, they couldn't help but surround them. They thought it was a fight. However, after they got closer, they realized that they were training. In their eyes, the battle between Gu Ning and Song Miaoga was fierce and exciting. So they looked at them with admiration. These two girls were so amazing. Some students were eager to have a competition with them. Although they knew they might fail, that was the entire reason that they were interested. If they were sure to win, the competition would be meaningless. After all, their goal wasn't to defeat anyone. After a while, Song Miaoga was knocked to the ground by Gu Ning again, and Gu Ning let her rest for a while. At this time, everyone around started talking. "Wow! You two are so amazing. Right, my cousin is a taekwondo master, but I don't think he would be able to defeat you too. They kept praising Guning and Song Miaoga. Although Song Miaoga lost, she was still quite good in their eyes. At least, none of them had the confidence to win against Song Miaoga. Hey, may I know your name? A male student asked Guning. I'm Guning, Guning said. Guning, are you the top scorer of this year? Someone asked excitedly after hearing that. Most people knew that the top scorer of this year was called Guning, so they were all excited when they found out that this girl in front of them was Guning. Yes, Guning said, staying calm. I'm surprised that you are as smart as you are beautiful. You're also quite excellent at martial arts. Right? Everyone began to compliment Guning. In their school, most people were only aware that Guning was the top scorer of the year, and only a small number of people knew that she was also the boss of many companies. Students of the Department of Economics were all aware of that because their dean had told them. Guning, can I have a competition with you? A male student asked, feeling a little shy. He wanted to fight with Guning, but was worried that she wouldn't agree. Why not? Guning replied. She didn't mind agreeing to things that weren't difficult. With Guning's agreement, the male student was very happy, but then he added with hesitation, I'm not skilled, so I'm afraid that I'm no match for you. Don't worry, we can stop if it's necessary, Guning said. The male student might not be Guning's match, but she wouldn't hurt him. After that, the two got ready and began to have the competition. At the very beginning, Guning didn't rush to defeat the boy. If it happened right after the competition began, it would make people think that the boy wasn't ready yet and she was just lucky. Therefore, Guning defeated the boys after they fought with each other for a while so that people could see that the boy was ready and had also fought with Guning. Seeing that the boy failed within a short time, everyone was surprised, finding it quite unbelievable. He lost too fast. The boys was also struck dumb. He knew he couldn't win the competition against Guning, but unexpectedly he lost so soon. The boy was shocked and embarrassed, but he didn't blame Guning. After all, she was much stronger than him. Gosh, Guning, you are amazing. Everyone complimented her again, and Guning just smiled. Originally, there were many people who wanted to fight with Guning, but they gave up the idea after seeing the boy's result. When it was almost 7 a.m., Guning and her friends had to go to eat breakfast, so they didn't continue to practice. Besides, more and more students came out now. She didn't want to be watched like a monkey in the zoo. Once Guning left, those students dispersed. In a while, a few students from the same department as Guning came across them coincidentally. After hearing their discussion, they couldn't help but join in it. What, you had a competition with Guning? God, she can beat 30 security guards all by herself, said a student. What? Hearing that, everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. After that, according to what the student told them, they all searched for more information about Guning on the internet. Then they learned more about her. They were so shocked that they even forgot to run. Many of them immediately took Guning as the top goddess in their eyes. Because she had just trained, Song Miaoga's body was a little sore, but it wasn't serious and wouldn't affect her movements. Guning and her friends still received a lot of attention. Some people who recognized her greeted her, and Guning gave them a response, leaving a good impression on them. During the military training, Guning always felt that someone was looking at her. The person didn't give her a casual glance, but paid special attention to her. It was their chief instructor, Rongju. Guning didn't know why he always looked at her, but she didn't feel any malice from him. Since she didn't know the reason, Guning didn't bother to care about it and turned to focus on military training. Rongju actually didn't realize that he was paying special attention to Guning. He simply couldn't help but look at her. Perhaps it was because he thought she was a special girl. Ever since they started training Song Miaoga, Guning and her friends had been running and training until 7 a.m. after getting up at 5 a.m. They went to eat breakfast afterwards and came back to start military training later. After lunch, they didn't go back to the dormitory for a nap and went directly to the small woods for training. Because they might easily be watched on the football field, they needed to find a more secretive place. In the afternoon, they went to train after having lunch as usual till the time of the evening class. And once the evening class was over, they continued to train. The lights were turned off at 11 p.m. in their dormitory, so they went back to their dorm rooms at 10 p.m. before having a shower and going to sleep. During these days, they had no time to rest before the lights were turned off. Nonetheless, Gu Ning and her friends didn't feel tired. To be specific, Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue were not tired at all. They weren't ordinary people after all, and they were now training Song Miaoge in turns. Therefore, Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue could also rest in shifts. Song Miaoge was only a mortal, and she also needed to practice all the time, so she felt more tired. However, in order to defeat Ji Wenna, no matter how tiring it was, Song Miaoge had to persist. Precisely because of Song Miaoge's persistence, in just a few days, she had clearly made a lot of progress, making her feel more confident. Although Gu Ning had already told her that she would definitely make great progress and be able to defeat Ji Wenna after receiving her training for a month, and she also trusted Gu Ning, she still felt uneasy before she really made progress. Right now, she had made considerable progress, so she became more confident. In order to thank Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue for their training, Song Miaoge was buying their meals these days. Although Gu Ning declined at first, Song Miaoge insisted. If they wouldn't allow her to do that, she would feel ashamed, so Gu Ning agreed. Anyway, what they had eaten these few days was quite simple. For 3 people, it cost less than 100 yuan for a meal. On this day, there was a drama about the sunscreen from Cozy. It was the 4th day after Cozy sunscreen was out of stock. Because of the short-term absence of Cozy sunscreen, unqualified manufacturers took advantage of it. In that case, those who bought fakes would find it useless. Some people thought that Cozy sunscreen wasn't as useful as it was said. They went to ask those who believed it was effective later, then figured out that they had bought fakes. Some knew that it was those unqualified manufacturers who took the opportunity to make money by selling fakes, while some believed that Cozy itself was selling fakes, so they went to criticize Cozy on Weibo. Because Cozy had some fame, the drama attracted a lot of attention. People who didn't know the truth began to criticize Cozy as well. Doesn't Cozy have any sense of guilt? It sells fakes and deceives its consumers. Isn't everyone saying that the products of Cozy are all very good? It's shit. It's not good at all. It's useless. I'm not saying that Cozy sells only fake products. After all, some people use it and it is effective, but it's disgusting that it's selling fakes along with the genuine ones. Countless comments were criticizing Cozy. Luckily, Cozy had its own loyal fans, so naturally they defended it without delay. Those students who used Cozy sunscreen and believed it was effective also support it. A bunch of idiots. Did you buy the fakes at the counter or from the official website? If not, stop attacking it. It's really stupid. Aren't you college students? Don't embarrass us. All right? Right? I believe you idiots must have bought it from those who came to the school to sell it. The counters and the official website were out of stock at that time. But those people had so many goods. They must be fake. Couldn't you understand that? Right, it is said that all major schools have a similar situation. Obviously, they saw that Cozy sunscreen became popular, so they took the opportunity to make a fortune. Fakes are everywhere now. You should learn to be smart. You can't blame other people for the mistake you made by yourself. There are fakes of almost every brand. The fakes couldn't be produced by qualified manufacturers. Aren't you college students? Do you think Cozy will ruin its own brand by selling fakes? If other brands are also useless, why don't you criticize them? Why do you have to attack just Cozy? Don't tell me that everyone is saying that Cozy is effective. Every brand has its loyal consumers, but no brand can be liked by every consumer. Their argument made some of the people who criticized Cozy silent because their explanations were reasonable. However, not every internet user had reason. Even if Cozy had gained a lot of support from its loyal consumers, many internet users still wouldn't stop attacking it. As a result, people wouldn't stop arguing about it on Weibo, but there were more positive comments than negative ones. Gu Ning didn't know about the drama on the internet until it attracted a lot of attention. After it happened, Ning Chongkai immediately sent someone to investigate it. Although Ning Chongkai had great ability and was able to investigate it, it still took time. It was impossible for him to conduct a comprehensive investigation quickly. Therefore, Gu Ning directly asked Kei to do it. Regarding science and technology, it was better for Kay to deal with it, and it would be faster and more comprehensive. After learning this drama, Song Miaoge and Bailey Zhongxue both expressed their urge to beat the fraudster for the injustice. However, they also knew that Gu Ning was able to settle it, so they didn't have to worry too much. At dinner in the afternoon, Gao Shiyan and Lu Xiaoxiao happened to be at the table next to them, and they happened to be discussing cozy sunscreen as well. Cozy isn't as good as they say at all. It's completely useless. Right? Cozy even sells fakes and deceives its consumers. Such a company should go bankrupt. Since Song Miaoge and Gu Ning were next to them, they naturally heard their discussion. As for their complaint, Gu Ning didn't think there was anything wrong with it, but she was displeased once they said they wished Cozy would go bankrupt. Before Gu Ning could say anything, Song Miaoge blushed and retorted, "You bought a fake by yourself. You can't blame Cozy for it. There are a lot of people who believe it's useful. I didn't say that Cozy sells only fakes. However, it's definitely selling fake and genuine products at the same time," Gao Shiyan retorted. Although she was afraid of Song Miaoge and Gu Ning, it didn't mean that she would not dare to argue with them. She simply avoided having serious conflict with them. Ridiculous. Will you sell fakes to ruin your own reputation? Do you think such a big company is a fool? Are you sure you bought it at a counter or from the official website? Song Miaoge questioned. Hearing that, Gao Shiyan and Lu Xiaoxiao panicked a little, because they didn't buy it at the counter or from the official website, but from the salesman who came to their school to sell it. Anyway, because of that, Gao Shiyan was even more reluctant to admit that she bought it from a salesperson. She hated to see Song Miaoge's proud look, so she retorted, "Of course I bought it at the counter." "Really? Which shopping mall?" Song Miaoge asked. Gao Shiyan didn't know what to say all of a sudden. She didn't buy it at the counter after all, so she didn't know which shopping mall it should be. In an instant, she became irritated and said, "It's none of your business. Mind your own business, please." After that, she directly got up and left. It was obvious that she escaped with a guilty conscience. Song Miaoge didn't say anything, but looked very disdainful. Gu Ning and her friends left after having a meal. They met Rongju and his mates outside the canteen, so they greeted them politely. "Nice to see you, Instructor Rong." "Hi." Rongju answered nonchalantly, then looked at Gu Ning and asked, "Do you need to go deal with what has happened today?" If she needed to deal with it, he would allow her to leave. As for what had happened today, it naturally referred to the drama about cozy sunscreen, and he believed that Gu Ning wouldn't produce fakes. "No need. If my subordinates can't handle this matter properly, they should quit," Gu Ning said. "Right?" Rongju replied, and didn't say anything further about it. Then he left with a group of instructors. However, in the short period of time when Gu Ning and Rongju talked with each other, many students were watching them. They kept guessing the relationship between Gu Ning and the chief instructor. Although it was normal for an instructor to talk with a student, they had been in military training for more than a week, but they didn't see the instructor talk to any students except for Gu Ning. The instructor actually might have talked to other students without them noticing it, but they couldn't help but think more when they saw the chief instructor talking to Gu Ning. Most students didn't think it was something unusual, while a few held a different idea. As Gu Ning and Rongju were talking, Gu Ning obviously felt a jealous and spiteful gaze falling on her from close by. Once Rongju left, Gu Ning gave a casual glance and saw the person who looked at her with jealousy and malice. It was a very beautiful girl, but Gu Ning didn't know who she was and which class she was in. Anyway, she didn't care about it. She wouldn't be so easily affected just by an unkind look. Gu Ning also guessed why the girl looked at her with jealous and spiteful eyes. If she didn't guess wrong, it should be because of Rongju. Even if she was jealous and resentful, Gu Ning wouldn't bother to pay attention to her as long as she stayed away from her. Nevertheless, after Rongju left, the girl walked towards Gu Ning. There were 2 other girls with that girl, but the girl asked them to wait for her. When she showed hostility to Gu Ning, Bailey Zhongxue also sensed it. When she saw her walking towards them, Bailey Zhongxue frowned. She glanced at Gu Ning. Seeing Gu Ning remaining calm, she said nothing. As the girl approached Gu Ning, her jealousy and resentment had faded, and she changed into a sweet and harmless appearance. "Hi!" Do you know Instructor Rong? The girl asked politely, showing no hostility. Not really. Just like the majority of our schoolmates. I only know that he is our chief instructor. Gu Ning replied. Because she didn't want to be dragged into unnecessary trouble, she explained it with patience. If so, why did he talk to you? I've never seen him talk to any females unless he knows her, the girl said. Although she remained polite, she obviously didn't believe what Gu Ning said. Song Miaoga saw that she was unkind, so she coldly looked at the girl. What's the matter with you? Why can't Instructor Rong talk with females? I've talked to him many times, so what? She retorted. You? Once the girl heard that, she looked at Song Miaoga with hatred. What? She has talked to Ju many times before? How is it possible? Can't be true. The girl couldn't accept it, because Rong Ju never said a word to her. He only gave her a faint response whenever she greeted him. Believe it or not, but it's none of your business whether I know Instructor Rong. Gu Ning's tone was also obviously colder. She didn't want to be dragged into unnecessary trouble, so she explained it just now, but it didn't mean that she would explain it twice. Of course it's my business. I'm Ju's future wife. I don't allow other girls to approach him, the girl said, declaring her ownership and warning other women not to get close to Rong Ju as his future wife. Actually, it was just her illusion because Gu Ning and her friends had no intention of forming a relationship with Rong Ju. Ha ha, ha ha. Hearing that, Song Miaoga snorted with laughter. She thought this girl was too funny. Which one of your eyes saw that we want to form a relationship with Instructor Rong? We just happened to meet each other and said hi. Why don't you go and ask Instructor Rong about it? Whether this girl was Rong Ju's future wife, they didn't know or care. However, if she deliberately caused trouble for them, they would be annoyed. You? The girl didn't know what to say all of a sudden after hearing that, because she wouldn't go to ask Rong Ju about it. She was unwilling to annoy him. As a result, the girl stopped arguing with them, but warned them in a cold voice. I'm warning you to keep a distance away from Ju. After that, she turned around and left. It's ridiculous, Bailey Zongxue said in a resigned tone. It's impossible that Instructor Rong will like her given her character. Song Miaoga sneered with disdain. Hard to say. The kids who were born in families of power have no right to decide whom to marry, Gu Ning said. Rong Ju didn't like the girl, and had never bothered to pay attention to her. Unfortunately, because of their family's relationship, Rong Ju's mother always hoped that the girl could become her daughter-in-law. She was also trying to set them up. Although the age difference between the two was nearly 10 years old, it didn't matter. You're right, Song Miaoga agreed. Fortunately, her family wouldn't do something like that. She could choose to marry the man she liked. Once Kay took action, the truth soon came out. When people got up the next day, they saw the statement issued by the official Weibo of Cozy. Official Weibo of Cozy. Recently, there is an incident of fake Cozy sunscreen which has appeared on the internet, which has caused serious reputation loss to our company. After investigation, we've successfully figured out the truth. Because Cozy sunscreen became very popular and was sold out a few days ago, it was out of stock for a day. Unqualified manufacturers took advantage of that time and made fake Cozy sunscreen, then sold it in many universities. We've collected solid evidence and formally filed a lawsuit to the court. At the same time, Cozy reminds consumers to buy genuine products of our company at counters or from the official website. Our company won't take any responsibility if you buy the products from other channels. There were photos showing the evidence of fake sunscreens being produced by unqualified manufacturers. As soon as the statement was released, there were fewer internet users who kept on attacking Cozy. Only a few people who had nothing to do claimed that it was just a show directed and acted by Cozy itself. They believed it made so-called unqualified manufacturers the scapegoat. Luckily, many internet users disagreed on that because most of them trusted Cozy. After all, the great effects of Cozy products had been proved by time. Moreover, the official Weibo of Cozy also released solid evidence. After the military training was over at 12, everyone walked toward the canteen. Many students around were discussing the Cozy sunscreen incident. Coincidentally, Gao Shiyan and Lu Xiaoxiao were walking in front of Gu Ning. Many people kept saying that Cozy sells fakes. Now the truth proves that they're wrong. I wonder whether those people will feel ashamed, Song Miaoge said in an unkind tone. She said that to make fun of Gao Shiyan and Lu Xiaoxiao along with other people. When Gao Shiyan and Lu Xiaoxiao heard Song Miaoge's words, they knew that she was talking about them, so they were very angry. However, Song Miaoge didn't mention their names, so they wouldn't jump out to make a connection either. After all, there were a lot of people who thought that the fake sunscreen was really produced by Cozy. Therefore, when other people heard Song Miaoge's words, they all felt embarrassed. After the meal, Gu Ning and her friends went to the small woods as usual to continue training. But Song Miaoge received a call at this moment. Her younger brother called her and told her that their mother was injured when she tried to save an innocent person who was kidnapped. In the process, she was injured and stabbed in the chest. She had already been sent to the military hospital. Song Miaoge's mother was a policewoman. Although she wasn't a common policewoman, she had to do something when she encountered such a thing. As soon as Song Miaoge heard the bad news, she was so frightened that she couldn't stand. Fortunately, Gu Ning supported her right away so she didn't fall. "We should go to the hospital right now," Gu Ning said first without waiting for Song Miaoge to say anything, because both she and Bailey Zongshua heard their conversation on the phone. "Gu Ning." Song Miaoge burst into tears, feeling helpless. "Don't worry, as long as your mother is still alive, I can promise that your mother will be fine," Gu Ning said, looking at Song Miaoge with firm and confident eyes. Song Miaoge calmed down a little because she trusted Gu Ning. However, the little comfort didn't make her feel much better, because she didn't know her mother's situation right now. Without delay, they ran out of school. Once they ran outside, Gu Ning met Rongju, who was driving out of the parking lot when she was about to drive her car. When Rongju saw that the three of them had the same anxious expression, especially Song Miaoge, whose face was full of tears, he realized that something must be wrong. So he asked Gu Ning, "What happened? Where are you going?" "Instructor Rong, Song Miaoge's mother has been injured. We are going to the military hospital now," Gu Ning said. Although they were in a hurry, they had time to reply. "Get in. I'll drive you there," Rongju said once he heard that. At this time, he didn't care about what he originally needed to do. Gu Ning didn't hesitate and pulled Song Miaoge to get into the car, because Gu Ning thought that it would take time to find her car in the parking lot. Although it might not be long, they had to make full use of every minute. "Thank you, Instructor Rong. If it's possible, please drive faster," Gu Ning said. Rongju didn't reply, but he sped up. Fortunately, it wasn't rush hour, and there was only a little more traffic on some sections of the road. They spent slightly more time waiting for a few traffic lights to become green. Anyway, it wasn't a bad situation, because they didn't wait too long. Because the capital university and the military hospital were in different districts, it took them more than half an hour to arrive, even though Rongju drove very quickly. Once they arrived at the hospital, they got out of the car and thanked Rongju, then immediately ran towards the operating room. While in the car, Gu Ning had already asked Rongju for leave. In such a situation, Rongju instantly agreed. Although Rongju sent them to the hospital, he didn't follow them, because the Song family was not part of the Rong family's faction, so he should not be involved in it. Nevertheless, he still sent them to the hospital because of Gu Ning. If he only ran into Song Miaoge and Bailey Zongshua, he might not even bother to stop and ask them whether they needed help. Without himself realizing it, Rongju paid more attention to Gu Ning. Gu Ning and her friends directly went up to the operating room on the 6th floor. There were a few people standing outside. An old couple, a young couple, and two teenagers about 14 years old all looked at the operating room with anxiety. The old couple were Song Miaoge's grandfather and grandmother, and the young couple were her uncle and aunt. One of the boys was Song Miaoge's younger brother, while the other was her cousin. "Grandpa, Grandma, how is my mother now?" Song Miaoge ran to the crowd, couldn't help crying again, and asked anxiously. Seeing Song Miaoge, they were surprised. Grandma Song asked, "Miaoge, why are you here? Aren't you in military training?" The second she finished that, one of the 14-5-year-old boys said, "I gave my sister a call." He was Song Miaoge's younger brother, Song Zishua. "You..." Hearing that, Everyone turned to look at Song Zishua. Although they thought he shouldn't have done that, they didn't blame him. Originally, they were unwilling to tell Song Miaoga because they didn't want her to be worried, but they also knew that she should be aware of it since her mother was in danger now. Therefore, they didn't blame Song Zishua for calling Song Miaoga. Master Song sighed and said, "Your mother was stabbed at the edge of the heart in order to save the other people's lives. The doctor said the operation is dangerous." Song Miaoga cried harder after hearing that. Because she was so concerned about her mother's injury, she forgot to introduce Gu Ning to her family. Although Song Miaoga didn't do the introduction, the Song family knew that they were Song Miaoga's schoolmates. Seeing that these two girls were so beautiful, the Song family was also amazed. Not only were they beautiful, but they also had an air of nobility. They couldn't be ordinary girls. Gu Ning and Bailey Zongxue didn't mind it when Song Miaoga forgot to introduce them to her family. Once they arrived, Gu Ning looked into the operation room with her jade eyes. On the operation bed was Song Miaoga's mother. Doctors were busy performing the operation, but it seemed that things were not going well. "Miaoga, are these two girls your schoolmates?" Grandma Song asked. Since they came with Song Miaoga, she should be polite and greet them. "Oh, right." Song Miaoga didn't realize that until now. She wiped her eyes and introduced her friends to her family. "Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, Aunt. Let me introduce you. They are my friends, Gu Ning and Bailey Zongxue." Song Miaoga's father wasn't here, because he was still in the army and couldn't rush back in time. "Grandpa Song, Grandma Song, Uncle Song, Aunt Song. Nice to meet you all." Gu Ning and Bailey Zongxue greeted them at the same time. "Nice to meet you too," the Song family said to them with a polite attitude, which showed their good manners. They weren't arrogant just because of their social status. Just as Gu Ning was thinking about how to put it and asked them to let her go inside to give Song Miaoga's mother the power crystal, the door of the operation room opened. Upon seeing that, the Song family swarmed around and asked the doctor who came out, "Doctor, how is my daughter-in-law now?" "Master Song, she's in a relatively dangerous situation, and she is bleeding very fast, so now we need to give her a blood transfusion as soon as possible," the doctor said, then paid no more attention to the Song family, because he needed to get blood. Because of the social status of the Song family, the doctor didn't ask them to go through the procedures according to the rules before getting the blood. Instead, the doctor did everything for them in person. Hearing that, Grandma Song was heavily hit and almost fell. But fortunately her younger daughter-in-law who was standing next to her supported her right away. "Grandpa Song, I can stop Miaoga's mother from bleeding, but I don't know whether you're willing to trust me. Can I go inside now?" Gu Ning looked at Master Song with a serious expression. There was confidence and determination in her eyes. "What? Can you stop Miaoga's mother from bleeding? Seriously?" Hearing that, everyone rounded his or her eyes in shock. It was quite unbelievable. Gu Ning was able to do that? Although Master Song also felt it was unbelievable, he, who had seen countless people, could tell from Gu Ning's expression that she wasn't joking. However, she was only a young girl. What could she do to stop his older daughter-in-law from bleeding? Right when everyone was surprised with doubt, Song Miaoga suddenly figured it out and said at once, "Grandpa, please trust Gu Ning. Give her a chance and let her go inside to see my mother." Well, hearing that, Master Song hesitated. Although he also wanted to trust Gu Ning, he still felt it was risky. After all, Gu Ning was very young. It was hard for them not to doubt her ability. Seeing Master Song's reaction, Song Miaoga became anxious. "Grandpa, it's true. Gu Ning is very amazing. She has a very effective medicine. Someone in our school had an epileptic seizure the other day, but Gu Ning saved his life by helping him take a pill. He went back to normal within a minute." Knowing that, the Song family was very surprised. It was too unbelievable to be true. Nevertheless, Master Song still didn't change his mind, because it was two totally different things. Although Gu Ning needed Master Song's permission to save Song Miaoga's mother, she couldn't just wait, because they were running out of time. If they wasted one more minute, Song Miaoga's mother would be in greater danger. Therefore, Gu Ning said at once, "Grandpa Song, I know that because I'm young, you have doubts about my ability. Although I am willing to help Meowga's mother, I still need your permission. I can help Song Meowga's mother stop bleeding, and I can also help her have a safer operation. Grandpa Song, please give me a chance to prove myself. I see a scar on the back of your hand. Actually, my medicine can stop the bleeding and cure many illnesses and scars. If you're willing to let me have a try, please allow me to apply my medicine on the back of your hand. Within a minute, it'll definitely fade a third. What? It'll fade a third in a minute. Hearing that, everyone was surprised, but they also doubted whether Gu Ning was just bragging. Grandpa Song, time is life, Gu Ning said in a serious tone. Although she understood the distrust of the Song family, she was a bit displeased watching them hesitating, because they didn't have time to waste. Fine. Master Song made up his mind and stretched out his hand. Although they all had doubt, they wanted to know whether Gu Ning could really do that. Gu Ning then immediately took out the magical power liquid from her backpack and quickly wiped it on the back of Master Song's hand. Master Song felt coldness on the back of his hand. In a while, they could clearly see the scar quickly fading. Seeing that, they rounded their eyes in shock, then became excited. Gu Ning wasn't bragging. She could really do it. Miss Gu, please help Meowga's mother stop bleeding right now. Without hesitation, Master Song begged Gu Ning with a very sincere attitude. He could no longer doubt Gu Ning's ability now. Even if she couldn't fully do what she promised to do, he didn't have a better choice. Other people had the same idea, so no one refuted Mr. Song's words. Sure, Gu Ning replied. Afterwards, Master Song broke into the operation room at once. Because the doctor went to get blood and hadn't returned yet, the door of the operation room was closed but not locked. It was easily opened. In the operation room, only the surgeon was focusing on the operation, and a few assistant doctors were standing aside. Hearing the sound of the opening door, they subconsciously raised their heads. They thought it was a doctor but only saw Master Song. One doctor immediately said, Master Song, why are you coming in all of a sudden? This is the operation room. You should go out now. The other doctors were shocked when they heard that it was Master Song who suddenly came in, but they had to focus on the operation so they couldn't be distracted. Anyway, other doctors could handle it. Dr. Chow, this girl named Gu Ning said she can help my older daughter-in-law stop bleeding. Please let her try it, said Master Song. Hearing this, everyone was surprised, but refused to believe it. Dr. Chow asked, this girl looks very young. She should still be a student. Can you tell me how you will stop the wounded from bleeding? With a kind of medicine, Gu Ning said. A kind of medicine? Hearing that, Dr. Chow and other doctors thought it was ridiculous. There was no medicine which could stop such a large amount of blood from bleeding in this world. What medicine is it? Dr. Chow asked. Gu Ning lost her patience and looked displeased. Dr. Chow, I don't think we have time to discuss it right now. The most important thing now is to stop the bleeding. Hearing Gu Ning's words, Dr. Chow was also displeased, and he said in a deep voice, I need to know whether your so-called medicine is useful for the wounded. What if it's useless and harmful? Can you take responsibility if any accidents happen? He thought that Gu Ning was an arrogant girl. However, for Master Song, he remained kind to her. However, he forgot that it was Master Song who allowed Gu Ning to come in to stop the wounded from bleeding. Dr. Chow, I'll take responsibility no matter what happens. Song Lao was annoyed. They had no time to waste after all. Although Dr. Chow was a little unwilling to do it, it was Master Song's order, so he had to compromise. After that, Gu Ning went to the side of the operation bed and immediately helped Song Miaoga's mother take 2 power crystals. Because Bailey Zhongxue was outside, Gu Ning couldn't directly use her magical power. She could only use power crystals. Fortunately, although Song Miaoga's mother's injury was serious, her life wasn't in critical danger for the time being. She would be fine after taking 1 power crystal, and Gu Ning helped her take 2. If a person with minor illnesses and pains took 2 power crystals at a time, it might be harmful. Song Miaoga's mother, however, was seriously injured, and she had already shed so much blood, so 2 power crystals could be taken together, and would have a better effect. After Song Miaoga's mother took the power crystals, she quickly stopped bleeding, which shocked the other people in the room. Finish the operation now. Gu-ning coldly snapped at them, and the doctor who performed the operation got his mind back right away. He suppressed the shock in his heart and continued to finish the operation. They didn't care about Gu-ning's criticism towards them. The wounded lying on the operation bed wasn't an ordinary person, so they hoped that no accidents would happen. The doctor who came back after getting blood was also stunned by the scene in the operation room. After learning that Gu-ning had helped to stop the bleeding, he was even more shocked. If it weren't for the current situation, he would definitely ask Gu-ning for details. Although the wound stopped bleeding, she still needed a blood transfusion because she had lost too much blood. However, after taking Gu-ning's power crystal, she gradually recovered, so the doctor was able to finish the operation within a short time. Only Gu-ning went into the operation room, and the other members of the Song family stayed outside. Although most of them trusted Gu-ning, they were still worried. As long as Song Miaoga's mother was not out of danger, they would not be at ease. Gu-ning could come out after stopping the bleeding, but she didn't. She didn't come out until the operation was almost finished and doctors started stitching the wound. Gu-ning, how is it? Miss Gu, how is it? Once Gu-ning walked out, the members of the Song family immediately surrounded her. Don't worry, her life's out of danger now. The doctor is already stitching her wound, Gu-ning said. Upon hearing that, the Song family breathed a sigh of relief. Miss Gu, thank you so much. The Song family repeatedly thanked Gu-ning for a while. You're welcome, Miaoga and I are friends. Since we are friends, we should help each other, Gu-ning said. Anyway, Gu-ning saved Song Miaoga's mother's life, so they had to do something to thank her. Master Song felt that it wasn't appropriate to give Gu-ning money, so he decided to ask Song Miaoga for more ideas later. In another 20 minutes, the wound was sewn up, and the doctor walked out. Although they all knew that Song Miaoga's mother's life was out of danger now, they still asked for her condition once the doctor came out. The doctor glanced at Gu-ning with obvious admiration on his face. Then he looked at Master Song and said, I don't know what medicine this girl has helped the wounded take, but I'm sure it's quite effective. Because of her medicine, the wound stopped bleeding and the patient got a lot of strength back. Therefore, her life is out of danger now. She can be taken into a general ward for recovery. Generally, people who were seriously injured or had undergone major operations should enter intensive care, because their lives could still be in danger. Song Miaoga's mother was seriously injured and just had a major operation. The doctors didn't have much confidence earlier, but now they were sure that her life was completely out of danger. Accordingly, she could stay in a general ward. What? Really? That's great. Hearing that, the Song family was very happy and thanked Gu-ning again. Well, Miss Gu, can we have a private talk? The doctor asked Gu-ning with anticipation. Gu-ning easily figured out what the doctor wanted to talk about with her, so she said without delay, If you want to ask me about the medicine, I'm afraid I can't tell anything about it. It was given to me by a master. I don't know how this medicine is made. It has been studied by hospitals before, but there was no result. I don't have many of it with me, and I just helped Miaoga's mother take 2 pills. I'm sorry. I can't give you any even if you want it. When the doctor heard that, he was quite disappointed. However, since Gu-ning said that he couldn't force her to help him. At the same time, he was surprised by this mysterious medicine whose ingredients remained secret. He thought that Gu-ning was lying to him, but Gu-ning had already made it very clear that she couldn't help, so he couldn't say anything about it. Even if he said anything further about it, Gu-ning wouldn't give it to him. It would be useless to talk more. When the Song family heard Gu-ning's words, they were even more grateful to her. Such an effective medicine must be very expensive. Gu-ning also said that the medicine was quite rare, but she was willing to give 2 pills to Song Miaoga's mother, which showed that Gu-ning was really kind to their family. In a while, Song Miaoga's mother was pushed out, and they went to the ward together. The Song's family wasn't an ordinary family, so they naturally ordered a high-level VIP ward. Gu-ning and Bailey Zhongxue stayed in the living room and didn't go into the bedroom. The Song family soon walked out of the bedroom, because Song Miaoga's mother needed quiet and fresh air. If there were too many people, the air would naturally be less fresh. Because the Song family hadn't acknowledged Gu Ning and Bailey Zongshua's presence right after they came, Master Song apologized to them. However, they actually didn't mind it. Afterwards, Gu Ning and Bailey Zongshua left, while Song Miaoga stayed to take care of her mother in the hospital. Master Song told Song Miaoga to go back together with Gu Ning. Song Miaoga's mother was fine now, and they would stay in the hospital. So Song Miaoga didn't need to be worried and she could go back to finish her military training. Although her family had encountered trouble, Master Song still didn't want Song Miaoga to be absent from class when it was not necessary. Song Miaoga was reluctant to leave, but she listened to her grandfather and left with Gu Ning. Now that her mother was fine, she felt much more relieved. Master Song arranged for their chauffeur to send them back to school, and Gu Ning accepted it. "Don't worry, your mother will be fine." As they walked out, Gu Ning comforted Song Miaoga. "Gu Ning, thank you." Song Miaoga thanked Gu Ning. Although she had already thanked her just now, Gu Ning had done her family a huge favor. "We are friends. You don't need to thank me," Gu Ning said. Song Miaoga felt so lucky to have met Gu Ning. She lived in the same dorm room with Gu Ning and also became close friends with her. Otherwise, her mother would have been in danger this time. "Gu Ning, if you need us in the future, don't hesitate to let me or my family know. We won't spare any effort to help you," Song Miaoga said. In the ward just now, her grandfather asked her what they should give Gu Ning to thank her for the great favor. However, Gu Ning lacked nothing, so Song Miaoga felt that they could owe Gu Ning a favor. If Gu Ning needed them in the future, they could try their best to help her, and Master Song agreed. When they were talking about that, Gu Ning heard it. Although she never thought of asking for anything in return, Gu Ning agreed on what Song Miaoga proposed, because she was not sure whether she would need their help in the future. She didn't know the specific social status of the Song family yet, but it was obviously not an ordinary family. Originally, she simply made friends with Song Miaoga, so she didn't bother to learn about her family background. However, Gu Ning thought it was better for her to know more right now. At least she should know which faction the Song family belonged to. If she was from the Rong family, Yuan family, or Chang family, then she would not be able to have a close friendship with Song Miaoga, nor would she keep in touch with her family. Therefore, Gu Ning sent a message to Kay, asking him to help her collect information about the Song family. Although she didn't know the names of other members in the Song family, she saw Song Miaoga's mother's operation chart when she was in the operation room, so she knew Song Miaoga's mother's name. It would be easier to learn more about the Song family through Song Miaoga's mother. When Gu Ning and her friends returned to their school, it was almost 6 p.m. It was time for dinner. Song Miaoga then invited Gu Ning and Bailey Zongshua to eat in the restaurant outside their school. Although Song Miaoga didn't have much appetite, she still forced herself to eat in case it affected Gu Ning and Bailey Zongshua's appetite. Gu Ning and Bailey Zongshua understood, but it depended on Song Miaoga to accept the result after they had done their best to comfort her. After having the meal, they went back to their school. There were many more students in the capital university today, because in a few days, the senior students would also return for the new semester. As a result, students from other places came to the school a few days in advance. When those senior students saw Gu Ning, many of them couldn't help but pay more attention to her. Gu Ning also heard several boys talking about them. "I feel there are so many new beautiful girls this year. I've already seen many of them." "Yeah, but the one in the middle over there looks more attractive. I somehow think the beauty in the middle is a bit familiar. I must have seen her somewhere before, but I suddenly can't remember." "Come on. You say that every time you see a beautiful girl. I really think she looks familiar." Song Miaoga and Bailey Zongshua were with Gu Ning. Gu Ning was always more eye-catching and they were used to it. They didn't feel displeased or jealous, because they both agreed that Gu Ning was more attractive than them. As for the boy who said that he felt Gu Ning looked familiar, they didn't think he said it every time he saw a beautiful girl. He either had really seen Gu Ning somewhere before or he might have read news about her on the internet. After all, Gu Ning had a lot of fame on the internet. "Do you need to have a rest in the dorm room?" Gu Ning asked Song Miaoga. Now that she was in a bad mood, Gu Ning wouldn't force her to keep training. "Gu Ning, sorry. I'm in no mood to train today. Can we continue to train tomorrow? Song Miaoga said. She wouldn't stop training for the competition against Ji Wena, but she was really not in the mood today. Sure, Gu Ning replied. After that, Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue accompanied Song Miaoga back to the dormitory. Song Miaoga didn't go to the evening class and stayed in the dormitory the entire time. Back in the dormitory, Gu Ning also received a message from Kay. He told her that the result had been sent to her email box. Gu Ning then opened her email box to read the new email. Song Xiangrui, Song Miaoga's grandfather, was once Leng Weihua's subordinate, the commander of the Southern Theater Command with the rank of lieutenant general. Song Jinghua, Song Miaoga's father, now served as a political commissar and major general in the Southern Theater Command. Jiang Zherong, Song Miaoga's mother, was the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau in the Western District of the capital. Song Miaoga's uncle and aunt also held significant positions in politics. The Song family's status in the capital was quite high. Coincidentally, Jiang Zherong was also Jiang Zhongyu's niece. The Song family belonged to the Leng family's faction. When Gu Ning learned that, she breathed a sigh of relief because she had a good impression of Song Miaoga and she was quite willing to make friends with her. From the bottom of her heart, she was still reluctant to be her opponent. If they belonged to opposite factions before Song Miaoga knew it, maybe they could get along well, but it was impossible for them to become close friends even though they might still be friends after she learned about it. Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue stayed with Song Miaoga in the dormitory for a while. When it was time for the evening class, they left for their own class. Rongju had already told their instructors about Gu Ning and Song Miaoga's going to the hospital. They all expressed understanding and sympathy for such a terrible accident, especially for Song Miaoga. Therefore, when Song Miaoga was absent for the evening class, the instructor of their class didn't say anything about it. In the evening class, they either studied military songs, or the instructor would talk about some interesting things in the barracks. At this time, the instructors weren't so serious. Therefore, the students were less afraid of their instructors and made jokes with them, which was a good way to build their relationship. During the evening class, the instructor asked Gu Ning whether she was willing to tell them how she began to start up her companies. Gu Ning agreed, but she told the truth combined with some lies. Gu Ning told them that she had a kung fu master as her teacher when she was little, so she had learned many skills from him. As for how she began to start up her companies, it began with a coincidence. She had saved a jewelry company owner who was framed and went bankrupt. Because he was indeed a capable manager, she hired him to manage the company for her. Afterwards, because she had learned a lot of skills from her master, including stone gambling, and she had great luck, she had successfully cut out many pieces of valuable jade. With the money, she opened a jewelry store, which was managed by the person who was rescued by her. The reality had proved that she had a good vision. At the early stage of her startups, she did nothing and the jewelry store developed into a company under the management of that person. There were now more than a dozen jewelry branches now. It was true that there were now more than a dozen jade beauty jewelry stores now, and it was still developing. The same thing happened to her other companies. Although Gu Ning gave most of the credit to those who managed the companies for her, everyone still admired Gu Ning, because employing the right people was also an indispensable ability. Gu Ning, if you leave all your companies to them for management, aren't you afraid that they will betray you? A classmate asked, which was also what other students were curious and worried about. Although most of them had received a favor from Gu Ning, business was so complicated. It wasn't uncommon that good friends and siblings betrayed and turned against each other for money. There is no company where everything is done by the boss himself. People have limited energy. No boss can manage or do everything on his own. We must hire people to work for us. We need to have a careful observation before hiring a manager. We only need reliable, able, and qualified managers. Once we hire a good manager, we should trust each other. I believe there are many kind and upright people in this world. If everyone is calculating and tends to betray each other, there would not be so many successful companies in the world, Gu Ning said. Many good friends or siblings indeed would betray each other for money, but people are quite different from one another. We shouldn't lose trust and confidence just because of that. Hearing that, everyone agreed. Gu Ning continued, If my subordinates are loyal to me, I'll treat them with sincerity. If any of them wanted to betray me, I won't hesitate to punish them. Hearing that, everyone believed that Gu Ning had the ability to fulfill her word, because they had all seen how great Gu Ning's skills were. Although they didn't know exactly how good Gu Ning was, from what they saw, at least there were not many people who could surpass her. After the evening class, Gu Ning went straight back to the dormitory. Seeing that Song Miaoge was only in a slightly bad mood and there were no other problems, she felt relieved. The next day, Song Miaoge felt much better. Although she was still worried about her mother was all right after all, so she had to cheer up and do her own thing. Accordingly, at 5 a.m., Song Miaoge got up. Gu Ning and Bailey Zongxue then continued to train her. Song Miaoge's mother woke up that morning. Knowing that she could escape the danger to her life and wake up so quickly because of Song Miaoge's classmate, Jiang Jerong was very grateful and said that she should thank Gu Ning in person. Because Song Miaoge was in military training at this time, the Song family didn't tell Song Miaoge the good news until noon. Song Miaoge was very happy to learn that her mother already woke up, but her grandfather told her to come to see her mother after the military training in the afternoon. So Song Miaoge didn't ask for leave. If it was possible, Master Song hoped that Gu Ning could come with Song Miaoge, because Jiang Jerong decided to thank Gu Ning in person. Song Miaoge then talked to Gu Ning about that. Gu Ning didn't think it was necessary, but she agreed to go with Song Miaoge. In the afternoon, Bailey Zongxue's older brother called her out, so she didn't go with Song Miaoge and Gu Ning. Gu Ning and Song Miaoge were going to the hospital in the afternoon, so they naturally needed to ask for leave in the evening. Their instructor agreed without hesitation. After the military training was over in the afternoon, Gu Ning and Song Miaoge went out without going back to the dormitory to change their clothes. As soon as they left school, Gu Ning sensed the air of a cultivator, and the first person Gu Ning thought of was Dongfang Qi. Speaking of Dongfang Qi, she didn't see him these days. She knew the reason was that she was always with Bailey Zongxue these days. If Dongfang Qi came too close, Bailey Zongxue would also discover him. Although Gu Ning thought it might be Dongfang Qi, it might not be, because Dongfang Qi wasn't the only cultivator who was spying on her. Dongfang Ziyu and Wu Shunhua might suddenly come back after all. Therefore, Gu Ning used her jade eyes to see who the cultivator was. Without surprise, it wasn't Dongfang Qi, but Wu Shunhua. Since he came here, he must know that Gu Ning was studying in this university. Anyway, she was so famous that it was very easy to find out where she was through the internet. Gu Ning didn't care about that, so she focused on her life again. Gu Ning had no intention of avoiding Wu Shunhua, but the air of the cultivator disappeared after she walked away for a while. Coincidentally, Wu Shunhua met Dongfang Qi, who was also spying on Gu Ning. Dongfang Qi saw that Gu Ning was with Bailey Zongxue all day, so he stayed far away and had even lost them a few times. This time, Gu Ning finally didn't have Bailey Zongxue by her side, but surprisingly he met Wu Shunhua. "We should have a talk," Wu Shunhua said. He wanted to know why Dongfang Qi followed Gu Ning. Sure. Dongfang Qi had the same idea, so he agreed. Then Dongfang Qi and Wu Shunhua went to a coffee shop and found a corner to sit. "Why are you following Gu Ning?" Dongfang Qi and Wu Shunhua asked each other at the same time. Dongfang Qi was worried that Wu Shunhua might also have found out about the jade with Dragon Phoenix cloud pattern, while Wu Shunhua was worried that Dongfang Qi could have learned about the fact that the medicines from Colane contained magical power. Few people in the Dongfang family were aware of that, because they didn't tell anyone else except the patriarch of their family. Because members in the Dongfang family all had their own purposes. They all aimed to strengthen themselves, then compete for the position of patriarch. Dongfang Qi's father was the younger son of the patriarch, while Dongfang Ziyu's father was the older son, so they were competitors. It was impossible for Dongfang Ziyu to share the news with Dongfang Qi. If Dongfang Qi learned about it, he would definitely come to investigate it. If he found out anything useful, he could have a great advantage. After both of them asked the same question, they were silent again. Although they asked each other the question, they knew that it was impossible for either of them to tell the truth. Well, after being silent for a while, Dongfang Qi broke the silence and said, "I think it is unnecessary for us to ask this question, because none of us would tell the truth. It's better if we just don't bother each other. Wu Shunhua squinted at Dongfang Qi. Oh, if I follow and spy on Gu Ning without anyone else knowing, I think your idea is very good. But the patriarch knows what I'm doing. Uncle Qi, how about you? Does the patriarch know what you're doing? Hearing that, Dongfang Qi was surprised. He didn't expect that the patriarch knew that Wu Shunhua was following and spying on Gu Ning. In that case, it would be difficult for him to continue to do what he was doing right now, because secretly following and spying on Gu Ning was his own actions. If the patriarch learned about it, it would be hard for him to explain it. Thinking of that, Dongfang Qi said, I'm following and spying on Gu Ning for personal reasons. Really? Wu Shunhua asked. He obviously didn't believe it. All of a sudden, Dongfang Qi squinted his eyes, realizing something wasn't right. Wait, do you mean this girl named Gu Ning has some secrets causing the patriarch to also pay special attention to her? Seeing Dongfang Qi's reaction, Wu Shunhua suddenly felt that it was wrong to discuss this matter with him here, because it seemed that he really didn't know that there was magical power in the medicines produced by Gu Ning's company. Actually, Dongfang Qi didn't know at all. He had collected a lot of information about Gu Ning and knew that Kulain was under her name, but he didn't know that there was magical power in the medicines produced by it. No matter what secrets there are, following and spying on Gu Ning is the patriarch's idea. No matter what purpose you have for doing so, I don't think the patriarch will be happy about what you're doing, Wu Shunhua said. Hearing that, Dongfang Qi was displeased. Are you going to tell the patriarch that I'm following and spying on Gu Ning? I don't have to do that, but you must stop following and spying on Gu Ning. Otherwise, I'll be punished for not reporting it to the patriarch, Wu Shunhua said. Although he said that, it actually wasn't up to him. He would talk to Dongfang Ziyu about it first. Dongfang Qi didn't believe most of Wu Shunhua's words, but he couldn't stop Wu Shunhua from reporting it to the patriarch. So now he could only agree to not follow and spy on Gu Ning any longer. Gu Ning and Song Miaoge went to the hospital to visit Jiang Jerong, who repeatedly thanked Gu Ning. Jiang Jerong was recovering quickly, which surprised everyone. Knowing that it was Gu Ning's credit, the Song family was very polite to Gu Ning now. This time when Gu Ning came over, Master Song directly told her that she could turn to the Song family for help whenever she needed them in the future. They would spare no effort to help her. If so, Gu Ning accepted his kindness. After thinking for a while, Master Song asked, Miss Gu, can we have a private talk? Grandpa Song, please just call me Gu Ning. Gu Ning said, This way, please. Sure. Gu Ning, please, Master Song said. Then the two went out. They went to a place with no one else around. Master Song looked at Gu Ning, hesitating to open his mouth. Master Song was never indecisive, but now he didn't know how to talk about it. Seeing the embarrassment of Master Song, Gu Ning said at once, Grandpa Song, I'm all ears. Gu Ning, can you tell me what kind of illnesses your medicine is effective for? Master Song asked. This medicine is effective for all kinds of illnesses and pain, Gu Ning said. Once Master Song asked that question aloud, Gu Ning figured out his purpose. I know that this pill is rare and precious, but I have an old friend who accidentally fell some time ago. He bumped his head and had surgery. Unfortunately, because of his age, he has been unable to recover, so he's still in danger now. Now I found that you have such a good medicine. So can you sell me 2 pills? I don't want to see my old friend suffer. If you're unwilling to sell them, it's totally fine, Master Song said. Hearing that, Gu Ning gave him a smile. Without hesitation, she took out a porcelain bottle from her pocket telepathic eye space and handed it to Master Song. Here are 3 pills. Please tell your old friend to take one first, then another one 3 days later. If he gets better after taking 2 pills, there will be no need to take the 3rd one. Grandpa Song, you can keep the 3rd pill with you in case you need it in the future. Master Song got excited seeing Gu Ning giving him 3 pills without hesitation. He took the medicine bottle from Gu Ning with his hands trembling a little. Thank you. Thank you so much. Gu Ning, how much are they? I'll transfer the money to you, Master Song asked. No need, Gu Ning declined with a smile. Why? You must take the money. Master Song was taken aback when he heard Gu Ning's answer. He didn't think it was acceptable. Although I don't know the specific value of this medicine, it's definitely not cheap. You've saved my older daughter-in-law's life. I can't ask for more pills from you for free. The Song family wasn't greedy. On the contrary, they were very gracious. Gu Ning had already done them a great favor, and they hadn't returned it yet, so they shouldn't owe her another favor. Although this pill is indeed very expensive, I charge different prices when I sell it to different people. It can be sold at the price of dozens of thousands of yuan, hundreds of thousands of yuan, or even 1,000,000 yuan a pill, but it can also be free. I never charge my relatives and friends for it. As for those who need help but have no money, or those who I voluntarily help, I never ask them for money. Song Miaoge is my friend. You are her grandfather. Since you're my friend's family member, I shouldn't charge you. Grandpa Song, since you need my help now, I won't hesitate to help you. Even though you want me to help your old friend recover, I'm willing to do so because your relationship must be close. I don't have many pills, but 3 aren't many, Gu Ning said. Gu Ning mentioned the prices of the pill on purpose. She didn't want his money, but she thought it was necessary to let them know the value of her favor and kindness. She wasn't calculating, nor was she looking for anything in return, but she simply wanted other people to cherish her favor. Hearing the prices of the pill mentioned by Gu Ning, Master Song was really surprised. To his astonishment, this medicine could be sold at the price of 1,000,000 yuan a pill. Actually, even if it was only sold at the price of hundreds of thousands of yuan each, it was quite a high price. Master Song thought no matter how expensive it was, it would not exceed 100,000 yuan a pill. Anyway, this medicine was so effective that the rich would pay for it even if it cost hundreds of thousands of yuan a pill. Gu Ning also said that she sold it to different people at different prices. The more expensive it was, the richer the buyer was. Master Song's old friend's surgery and treatment had already cost millions of yuan, because they used the best medical treatment, but they didn't see a good result. Even if Gu Ning asked 1,000,000 yuan for a pill, he still thought it was worth the money as long as it was effective. Surprisingly, Gu Ning didn't ask for money. Gu Ning also told him that it was free for her relatives, friends, and those who had no money or who she was willing to help, which showed that she was really kind-hearted. She didn't want his money because Song Miaoge was her friend, which proved that Gu Ning was a person who valued friendship. Master Song would be an idiot if he missed this great chance to form a good relationship with such an outstanding kind girl. Well, if so, I'll accept it. If you need any help from the Song family in the future, feel to tell us, Master Song said. Sure, Gu Ning replied. Afterwards, Gu Ning and Song Miaoge were taken to dinner by Song Miaoge's uncle and aunt. Although it was a little late now, Gu Ning and the others hadn't eaten yet, so they needed to have a meal. The Song family also had the intention of buying Gu Ning a meal to thank her, so Song Miaoge's uncle and aunt arranged to go to a 5-star hotel near the hospital. Gu Ning declined at the beginning, saying that she and Song Miaoge could just go out to grab a bite, but the Song family insisted on it, so she agreed in the end. After having a meal, Gu Ning and Song Miaoge returned to school. Once Gu Ning and the others left, Master Song called his old friend's son and told him about the pills. Although his old friend was hospitalized in this military hospital, Master Song couldn't see him easily because he was in the intensive care unit, and even his family couldn't take care of him in the hospital. As a result, they could only visit him once a day without staying in the hospital for long. The son of Master Song's old friend was called Zhao Zhongkai. Master Song first told Zhao Zhongkai what Zhang Zherong had been through. Once Zhao Zhongkai learned about Zhang Zherong's condition now, he got excited. Uncle Song, is that medicine really so effective? Will it be useful for my father's illness? That girl said it can be helpful, said Master Song. Uncle Song, can I see that girl? Zhao Zhongkai asked with anticipation. I have already asked her for 2 pills for you. I'm calling you right now to share this good news with you. If you trust me, come to the hospital now and we will go to see your father together, Master Song said. No problem. I'll be there in a few minutes, Zhao Zhongkai said. Although he thought this medicine was too unbelievable to be true, it was from the mouth of Master Song. In addition, Zhang Zherong had already taken it and proved that it was effective. Therefore, he thought he should believe it. Anyway, his father didn't have a better choice now. Perhaps the pill could really make a change. Without delay, Zhao Zhongkai hurried to the hospital. The reality proved that he had made the right decision. Shortly after taking a power crystal, Master Zhao's condition improved, which shocked the doctor. However, because Master Zhao was sick for a long time, it took time for him to recover. In the afternoon of the next day, Master Zhao woke up, but his body was still very weak. Anyway, he was finally out of danger, so he could be moved out of the intensive care unit. Those doctors who thought that Master Zhao might not be able to survive were all surprised by the dramatic change. It wasn't their fault that they thought Master Zhao couldn't survive. After all, Mr. Zhao was in a really bad condition. Besides, he was old, so it was even harder for him to recover. If he was young, it would be more likely for him to recover sooner. Uncle Song, thank you for your help. I should thank that girl as well. Can I have a meal with her? My family also wants to thank her face to face, said Zhao Zhongkai to Master Song. He was greatly grateful to Gu Ning, so he wanted to thank her in person. Well, she's a friend of Miaoga. I don't have her phone number. Let me ask Miaoga first, said Master Song. After that, Master Song called Song Miaoga when she was resting and asked her to tell Gu Ning that Zhao Zhongkai wanted to invite her to share a meal and thank her in person. However, on this day, the 10th day of military training, and the 7th day after Leng Xiaoting and the others left the capital, they returned. Once Leng Xiaoting gave Gu Ning a call, Gu Ning asked for leave from their instructor. After the military training in the morning was over, she wouldn't come that afternoon and evening. When Gu Ning asked for leave from their instructor, she didn't give a specific reason. She simply said that she needed to deal with her business in the company, and the instructor agreed right away. Gu Ning was a special student and she had the best performance in the military training, so there was no reason for the instructor to say no. Because of Leng Xiaoting, Gu Ning turned down the invitation from the Zhao family. She told Song Miaoga to tell Master Song that it wasn't necessary. So when the military training was over in the morning, Gu Ning went back to the dormitory, changed clothes, and left the school. Now the senior students were mostly back and the new semester would begin tomorrow. So Gu Ning happened to meet Yuan Shuyen, who had a conflict with her on her way out of school. With Yuan Shuyen, there were two other girls. They were both Yuan Shuyen's best friends at school. Gu Ning and Yuan Shuyen didn't have any deep hatred towards each other, but Yuan Shuyen regarded Gu Ning as a rival in love. Besides, Gu Ning had embarrassed her in public, so she was quite displeased to see Gu Ning again. However, Gu Ning didn't bother to give her a glance, as if she had never had any grudges with her, and directly walked by her. Although Yuan Shuyen said nothing, she looked annoyed, which was discovered by the two girls who were with her. Shuyen, what's wrong? They asked with concern at the same time. Nothing, Yuan Shuyen said. Since Yuan Shuyen was unwilling to tell them, the two girls stopped asking further about it. Because they also saw Gu Ning and thought that Gu Ning looked beautiful, they couldn't help but compliment her. That girl is stunning. Why didn't I see her before? Yeah, perhaps she keeps a low profile. She's so beautiful. If she participates in the competition for the most beautiful girl in our school, she'll definitely win. I agree. Enough, scolded Yuan Shuyen. She couldn't stand it anymore when she heard them praise Gu Ning like that. Although Yuan Shuyen was jealous of those girls who were prettier than her, she could accept it, especially because Gu Ning was indeed more attractive than her. If they praised someone else, she wouldn't mind it, but they kept complimenting Gu Ning in front of her. After all, Gu Ning had a grudge against her and was her rival in love. Moreover, they also felt that Gu Ning could definitely win the competition of the most beautiful girls in their school. Yuan Shuyen had participated in the competition before, but she even failed to get into the top 10, while only the number 1 could be called the most beautiful girl of their school. In that case, there would be a huge gap between her and Gu Ning. It was impossible for her to face that reality. When Yuan Shuyen snapped at her two friends, they immediately closed their mouths. They realized that Yuan Shuyen was angry because they praised another girl. Shuyen, we didn't mean it, they explained in a hurry. She is Gu Ning, Yuan Shuyen said. Her two friends were aware of the conflict between her and Gu Ning. They had also seen pictures of Gu Ning on the internet, but they were not very impressed, so they didn't recognize her just now. What? She is Gu Ning. Hearing that, Yuan Shuyan's two friends were surprised. Gu Ning was actually even more beautiful than her photos. No wonder Yuan Shuyan got so jealous. Although they were on Yuan Shuyan's side, they had to admit that Gu Ning was indeed very beautiful and outstanding. However, no matter how outstanding Gu Ning was, her background was barely comparable to them, let alone Yuan Shuyan. As a result, even if Gu Ning was pretty and outstanding, they still took her lightly. In fact, when they just saw Gu Ning, they didn't have any bad impression of her. But they suddenly hated her after knowing her name. Shuyan, do you want us to teach her a lesson? A girl said. Right. The other girl chimed in. Idiots. Yuan Shuyan was dissatisfied. Do you think you're able to teach her a lesson? Gu Ning was excellent at fighting. They couldn't defeat her. Hearing that, her two friends remembered that Gu Ning had learned many kung fu skills. They might not be able to teach her a lesson. Even if they tried to bully Gu Ning with the influence of their families, it might not succeed. Gu Ning wasn't afraid of Yuan Shuyan after all, so it was impossible that she would be scared by them. Moreover, they were reluctant to bother their family members for their own affairs. Why don't we hire some people to beat her? My older brother knows some gangsters. They are good at fighting. I don't believe that Gu Ning can beat a group of gangsters all by herself, a girl said. Hearing that, Yuan Shuyan squinted her eyes. In fact, she always had this idea, but she hadn't made up her mind to do it yet. I don't think it's a good idea, Yuan Shuyan said hesitantly. She was unwilling to cause a lot of trouble. Why? Do you want to watch that girl named Gu Ning become close to Zekin? One girl said, with the intention of adding fuel to the fire. Actually, Yuan Shuyan only told them that Rong Zekin treated Gu Ning a little differently and didn't say that Rong Zekin liked Gu Ning. In fact, even if Rong Zekin really liked Gu Ning, the Rong family wouldn't agree. After all, their family background was so different. However, since Yuan Shuyan, their best friend, liked Rong Zekin and hated Gu Ning, they wouldn't allow Rong Zekin to like Gu Ning, even though it was impossible for them to be together. Upon hearing that, Yuan Shuyan was displeased. She absolutely wouldn't watch Gu Ning and Rong Zekin become close and get together in the end. Even though Rong Zekin didn't like her right now, she couldn't just watch him be together with other girls. She wouldn't allow it to happen, at least not before she gave up on Rong Zekin. Well, Shuyan, if you're unwilling to hire a group of gangsters, there is another way to make Senior Rong hate Gu Ning, another girl said. What is it? Yuan Shuyan asked. Jiao Jiao's older brother can hire a group of gangsters to flirt with Gu Ning, then take some photos from special angles to make people believe that Gu Ning is a slut. In that case, Senior Rong will naturally hate Gu Ning, the girl said. Right, I think Qingqing's idea is good, said the girl called Jiao Jiao. Yuan Shuyan thought for a while, feeling reluctant to let Gu Ning go, so she was persuaded. Great. You can talk to your older brother about that. No problem, the girl said. After Gu Ning left their school, she went straight to the Sihiyuan. During the days when they were absent, she didn't have time to go there to cultivate. She had taken enough leave during this period, so she couldn't always take time off. After the military training, even if she asked for a week of absence, it wouldn't matter. When Gu Ning arrived at the Sihiyuan, Shang Guanyang and the others were already there. They had actually arrived at 11:30 a.m. They knew that Gu Ning was in military training and couldn't answer their call, so they didn't call her until she had a break. When Gu Ning came, it was already 1 p.m., but Shang Guanyang and the others hadn't eaten yet. Instead, they were waiting for Gu Ning to share the meal together. They weren't being polite, but just wanted to wait for Gu Ning to come and dine together. From a distance, Gu Ning saw Leng shouting in front of the gate of the Sihiyuan, looking in the direction where she was coming. The second she saw him, Gu Ning drove faster. As she came closer to Leng shouting, she could see his expression more clearly. His eyes were full of desire for her. He must miss her very much. Although they had only been separated for a week, he felt that they had been separated for a year, which made him miss Gu Ning very strongly. He couldn't be distracted and think of Gu Ning during cultivation, but he thought about her whenever he had a rest. When he returned to the capital, the first person he wanted to see was Gu Ning. But he couldn't leave Shang Guanyang and Jing Yunyao behind, so he could only go back to the Sihiyuan with them. Gu Ning missed Leng Xiaoting as much as he missed her. As soon as her car stopped, Leng Xiaoting came and opened the door for Gu Ning. As soon as Gu Ning got out of the car, he pulled her into his arms and hugged her tightly even before the car door was closed. Gu Ning struggled. "People might be watching us. No one else is around," Leng Xiaoting said. It was true that no outsider would show up here. Although the Sihiyuan was located in the city center, surrounded by high-rise buildings, and there was also a park nearby, so many people walked along the river 10 meters away. No one would come close to the Sihiyuan. There was a boundary 5 meters away, surrounding the Sihiyuan. Outsiders didn't know who lived in the Sihiyuan, but ordinary people couldn't afford to live here, so no one dared to get close. In addition, outside the Sihiyuan, there was a gate guarded by security guards. Only they were allowed to come and go freely. Moreover, Shang Guanyang and the others knew that Leng Xiaoting came out to welcome Gu Ning, so they wouldn't bother them. Therefore, Leng Xiaoting refused to let go of Gu Ning, but directly kissed her. "What?" Gu Ning was startled. Even if no one would come in here and Shang Guanyang and the others would not come out all of a sudden, they were in public after all. What if someone saw them? It would be quite embarrassing. Gu Ning didn't resist, but she still pushed Leng Xiaoting away after a minute, glaring at him. "All right, what if someone sees us?" Leng Xiaoting looked at Gu Ning with dissatisfaction, but Gu Ning was afraid, so he didn't continue. Otherwise Gu Ning couldn't successfully push him away. "We can drive mother back to Mountain River Garden after having the meal together. Then you must stay with me for the whole afternoon," Leng Xiaoting said. "Sure," Gu Ning replied with a smile. She hadn't been alone with Leng Xiaoting for a long time, and naturally wanted to be alone with him for a while. Then Leng Xiaoting closed the car door for Gu Ning and walked into the house holding her hand. "By the way, how's your cultivation?" Gu Ning asked. Although she could feel that Leng Xiaoting was much stronger than before, Gu Ning wasn't a cultivator after all, so she didn't know his level as a cultivator right now. She could only feel whether he was strong or weak. The peak of the golden core stage of turning qi into energy, Leng Xiaoting said as his eyes flashed with fear that Gu Ning couldn't see, because the advancement this time was very dangerous. He could have lost his life if it hadn't been for Shangguan Yang's great medicines. "What? You've made quick progress. That's great." Gu Ning was very surprised, excited and happy. She had witnessed Leng Xiaoting's unbelievable talent because he directly made it to the heartbeat stage as a beginner, but it was getting harder and harder to advance. To her surprise, Leng Xiaoting was able to go from the heartbeat stage to the golden core stage in just 7 days. It was incredible because he was the first cultivator who had made such rapid progress in history. Although for the entire level system of cultivators, the period of turning qi into energy was only a medium level, while golden core stage was the middle stage of turning qi into energy. Jing Jining once said that in the current cultivation world, cultivators who were in the golden core stage were already considered masters because now masters with the highest level in the cultivation world were only in the out-of-body stage, and there were only 2 of them. The out-of-body stage was 2 levels higher than the golden core stage, but there was a huge difference. Even 10 cultivators in golden core stage might not be a match for 1 cultivator in the out-of-body stage. Moreover, there were only a dozen masters in the Yuaning stage, which was a level higher than the golden core stage in the cultivation world. Therefore, cultivators in the golden core stage were considered masters in today's cultivation world, and they were quite rare. There were only a few dozen cultivators in the golden core stage. It was all because the magical power and magical pills were getting fewer and fewer, so cultivation became harder and harder. In that case, it was already pretty hard to be able to reach the golden core stage. The golden core stage of turning qi into energy was the stable stage after the heartbeat stage, which was the final stage of true cultivation. Before the golden core stage, cultivators could only use magical energy to attack other people, or simply manipulate the surrounding items to fight, fly over the wall. However, in the golden core stage, their skills would be greatly improved. They would be able to fly with a sword and stay young forever. They needed to obtain magical weapons first to be able to fly with them, and also depended on their own talent. Even though they were able to stay young forever, it didn't mean that they would always look the same. In fact, Leng Xiaoting's face might not change a lot after dozens of years. In the past, Gu Ning would definitely feel sad again upon thinking of that because there was a huge difference between her and Leng Xiaoting. However, everything changed now. It became easier for her to be a cultivator than before, and she believed that she could succeed one day, so she wouldn't worry and feel sad anymore. With Gu Ning's praise, Leng Xiaoting couldn't help but smile happily. "Oh, are you able to fly with a sword now?" Gu Ning asked, looking at Leng Xiaoting, but she saw the smile on his face all of a sudden. Although it was a faint smile, Gu Ning was still stunned. "I just learned it. I can only fly for a few minutes and I can't fly too high," Leng Xiaoting said. Seeing Gu Ning stunned by his smile, Leng Xiaoting grinned. "Xiaoting, you should smile more often. You look stunning with a smile," Gu Ning said, completely mesmerized by his smile. "Sure, I'll smile more often in the future," Leng Xiaoting replied. He was willing to do whatever Gu Ning liked. Great. Gu Ning was satisfied. No one was willing to see a cold face if there was a smiling face. Most importantly, she hoped that Leng Xiaoting could be happy, because she would be happy when he was happy. Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning went to the dining hall, then enjoyed the meal together. Jing Yunniao learned that Leng Xiaoting had a flood dragon with him after he went to Kunlun Mountain. As a cultivator, she wasn't surprised at all, but she didn't expect that the flood dragon actually belonged to Gu Ning. After all, Gu Ning wasn't a cultivator, but she was able to tame such a fierce creature, which showed that she must be more powerful than Jing Yunniao thought. Knowing that Gu Ning gave Leng Xiaoting the flood dragon because she hoped Leng Xiaoting could have a helper when he was in danger, Jing Yunniao was moved and felt grateful to Gu Ning. The better Gu Ning treated her and Leng Xiaoting, the more she felt that she owed Gu Ning. Therefore, she always reminded herself to treat Gu Ning well too and to protect her from danger. Since Jing Yunniao found out about the flood dragon, she also learned that Gu Ning had a telepathic eye space with her. However, Leng Xiaoting didn't tell her any details, so Jing Yunniao didn't ask about it. During the meal, Jing Yunniao kept giving Gu Ning the dishes that she liked to eat. Although Gu Ning wasn't picky, she had her favorites, such as shrimps and crabs. After their trip to Kunlun Mountain, although Jing Yunniao's cultivation hadn't improved much, she had made great progress. The most important thing was that Jing Yunniao had regained her memories. It was a wonderful thing for Jing Yunniao to regain her memories, but there were also some bad memories that had affected her mood. Luckily, she had already gotten over them. Once they finished the meal, Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning drove Jing Yunniao back to Mountain River Garden. Afterwards, Leng Xiaoting left with Gu Ning. "Where are we going now?" Gu Ning asked. "You'll know soon," Leng Xiaoting said and kept it a secret. Great, since he said that, Gu Ning didn't ask further. Leng Xiaoting brought Gu Ning to a villa. Gu Ning looked at Leng Xiaoting with confusion. So Leng Xiaoting explained it at once. "I feel a little tired after cultivating for a week, so let's take a nap first before we hang out," Leng Xiaoting said casually, but Gu Ning knew his real purpose from his look. In his eyes, there was a faint sexual desire. At this moment, Gu Ning couldn't be clearer about what he really wanted to do, and she flushed in an instant. It was a bright day, but Leng Xiaoting wanted to have sex with her right now. To be honest, Gu Ning wanted him too, because they hadn't had sex in a long time. There were many houses under Leng Xiaoting's name, but he often stayed in Mountain River Garden, because its location was most central and it was convenient to go in any direction from there. Although he didn't stay in his other houses, they were cleaned regularly. Whenever he wanted to stay in any one of his other houses, he could just choose. Gu Ning got out of the car following Leng Xiaoting, and Leng Xiaoting held her hand at once walking towards the gate. He walked quite fast, running out of patience. Gu Ning was amused and complained. "Why are you walking so fast? Ning Ning, you're very smart. I bet you already know the reason." Leng Xiaoting put on an evil smile, looking at Gu Ning with obvious desire. Hearing that, a touch of embarrassment flashed on Gu Ning's face. She pretended that she didn't understand it. "What do you mean? Really? You don't know? Great, you'll know soon." Leng Xiaoting didn't bother to nail her lie. He took out the key, opened the door, closed the door after entering, then picked Gu Ning up in his arms. "You?" Gu Ning was taken aback by Leng Xiaoting's sudden action and gave Leng Xiaoting a glare, but it wasn't threatening at all. Instead, Lung Shouting was distracted by her beautiful eyes. He couldn't wait a second longer and kiss her. They weren't outside now, so Guning didn't stop him. She hugged his neck, kissing him back. What they wanted right now was more than just a kiss, and they spent the following hour in bed. Rong Zekin also went back to the school for the new semester today. As soon as he arrived, he couldn't help but go to the military training site for the freshmen to take a look at Guning. Rong Zekin wanted to see Guning not because he liked her. After all, they had only met once, but because he had a good impression of her. However, after he came to the training field of Economics Class A and searched for a long time, he still failed to see Guning. "Are you looking for someone?" A cold male voice came from Rong Zekin's back. Rong Zekin was startled. He immediately looked at the person and said, "Oh, hi, bro." "Hi," Rong Ju replied. It was Rong Ju who called him, and he was Rong Zekin's older brother. "I just came to see a friend, but she is not here," Rong Zekin said as disappointment flashed under his eyes. Rong Ju frowned and asked, "Are you looking for Guning?" Although he asked that question, he already had the answer. It wasn't because he knew that Rong Zekin and Guning knew each other. It was just because this was the training field for Economics Class A, and the only absent student today was Guning. It was obvious that Rong Zekin was looking for Guning. "How do you know that?" Rong Zekin widened his eyes in surprise when he heard that. Although Rong Ju had guessed correctly that Rong Zekin came to see Guning, he felt a bit uncomfortable in his heart when he saw him admit it. So his voice became a little deeper. "This is the training field of Class A of the Department of Economics. Only Guning is absent today." You're right." Rong Zekin scratched his head in embarrassment. As for the change in Rong Ju's attitude, Rong Zekin didn't notice it, because Rong Ju's temperament had always been a bit cold and it was the same for everyone. Speaking of being cold, Rong Ju actually wasn't as cold as Lung Shouting. Rong Ju was more serious, while Lung Shouting was cold from the bottom of his heart. However, he had changed a lot after meeting Guning. "Are you familiar with Guning?" Rong Ju asked. Since Rong Zekin came to see Guning, it meant that they knew each other, but knowledge and familiarity were two different things. "No, we just met each other once. I don't even know her. I just think Guning is a very good and outstanding girl. I simply want to make friends with her," Rong Zekin said. "Oh," Rong Ju replied and said nothing further. After that, he went on to inspect. Rong Zekin left without seeing Guning. At the same time, after going days without sex, Lung Shouting couldn't be satisfied in a short while. At the beginning, Guning was excited, but she gradually felt like it was too much and began to beg him to stop. They didn't stop until they were both exhausted. By this time, it was 4 p.m., and they had stayed in bed for 2 hours. They only rested for 2 minutes during that time. "Ning Ning, I'm sorry. I just haven't had sex with you for too long. So I want you so much." Looking at Guning's uncomfortable expression because of him, Lung Shouting felt very guilty. "I know, I don't blame you," Guning said. Although she was uncomfortable, she didn't mean to blame Lung Shouting. He did it because he loved her too deeply. They rested for half an hour, then got up. "Let me take you to a place," Lung Shouting said. "Where?" Guning asked. "You'll know." Lung Shouting kept it a secret again. "Sure." Guning didn't bother to ask further. When the car came to XX Street, Guning guessed where Lung Shouting was going to take her. If she didn't guess wrong, Lung Shouting was going to take her to the private manor Lang Yuanhan specially built for Jing Yunyao. Guning and Jing Yunyao had been to this manor, but she hadn't talked about that with Lung Shouting yet. Even though Guning now figured out that Lung Shouting was going to take her to the manor, she still said nothing. It wasn't because she was afraid Lung Shouting might be unhappy to know that they had come to the manor secretly. Guning knew that Lung Shouting wouldn't be unhappy about it. However, if he knew that she had already been here, it would ruin the meaning of him bringing her here this time. After all, he didn't tell her where they were going, because he wanted to surprise her. Although Guning had been to the manor once before and knew what the manor looked like, she was still looking forward to coming here again because she really liked this manor, which was like a paradise. Unsurprisingly, as soon as Lung Shouting drove Guning to the outside of the manor, someone opened the gate. Then Lung Shouting drove the car inside. Guning had been here before, but she had gotten in by climbing over the wall from the side. She hadn't been able to see the name of this manor. However, this time they entered from the front gate, so Guning saw its name, which was Xiaoyao Manor. To be honest, this name was very common, but it was very meaningful. Leng Yuanhan built this manor because he hoped that he could put aside the worldly worries and live a happy life here with his love. Before entering the manor, Guning smelt sweet-scented osmanthus, because it was September when the sweet-scented osmanthus bloomed. Once they entered the manor, they saw the sea of flowers, which was breathtaking. Although some flowers that didn't bloom in September weren't in blossom, all the different species of flowers were planted in different areas according to the months they bloomed, so it didn't affect the beauty of the scene. Flowers that bloomed in August and September included osmanthus, jasmine, chrysanthemum, rose, and so on. "Does it look good?" Leng Xiaoting asked Guning after entering the manor. "Of course, it's amazing," Guning said. "This is a private manor built by my dad specially for my mom. My dad also proposed to my mom here. After that, my family often came here for vacations because its backyard is as beautiful as a fairyland. In summer, it's very cool. I didn't understand why my dad made this place into a classical look until I found out my mom's real identity. My mother comes from the Cultivation world, and the buildings in that world are all ancient buildings, so she's used to the style. She feels familiar with the style too," Leng Xiaoting said. The car stopped in front of the main building, where they got out. Leng Xiaoting held Guning's hand walking inside. Outside the door, before Leng Xiaoting's car came in, there were already 3 servants, a man and 2 women, waiting for them. They were the people who stayed here and took care of the manor, including the middle-aged man who opened the gate for them earlier. "Welcome home, Lord Leng." The 3 of them respectfully greeted Leng Xiaoting. "You can go to do your job. We'll dine here today," Leng Xiaoting said. "Sure." They obeyed his order. As Leng Xiaoting took Guning in, they walked away to do their work. Although they were surprised that Leng Xiaoting brought a girl over and was holding her hand, they didn't ask about it. They had served in this manor for more than 20 years. They were there from when Leng Yuanhan just built it. So even though they rarely saw Leng Xiaoting, they knew a little about his character. They were aware that he always kept a distance away from females. Because of that, they were even worried that Leng Xiaoting would die alone. However, Leng Xiaoting now brought a girl over. There was no need to guess or ask. She must be his girlfriend. Although they spent little time with Leng Xiaoting and they had no affection towards each other, they had been a master and servants for more than 20 years. So they naturally hoped that Leng Xiaoting could live a happy life. Leng Xiaoting was cold to other people, but he never treated them badly. Instead, they received excellent treatment. Leng Xiaoting offered them very generous salaries, and also gave each of them a house. Precisely because of the good treatment, they insisted on staying to take care of this manor to the best of their ability. They wouldn't leave unless they had no ability to work any longer or Leng Xiaoting didn't want them anymore. "We can have a tour inside first, then we can hang out," Leng Xiaoting said. "Great," Guning replied. Although she had come here once, she had sneaked inside so she didn't have a chance to enjoy a tour. Therefore, this time she had to enjoy herself. Leng Xiaoting took Guning for a tour around the main building, then went to the backyard, which was the most beautiful part of the whole manor. "It's so beautiful." Once Guning entered the backyard, she couldn't help but praise it. Perhaps because she was in a different mood this time, she somehow felt that it was even more beautiful than the last time she came here, even though in fact there was no change. "When the peach blossoms bloom, it'll be more beautiful," Leng Xiaoting said. "Right, I must come here again at that time," Guning said. "What is mine is yours, so you can come any time and live as long as you want." Leng Xiaoting looked at Guning with love. "Isn't this a gift from your father to your mother?" Guning asked. This place was quite meaningful to Jing Yunyao. If she came and stayed here for a long time, it would be inappropriate. "My mother's is mine too. We're a family anyway. We don't need to separate from each other," Leng Xiaoting said. Although Leng Yuanhan gave this manor to Jing Yunyao, it was already under Leng Xiaoting's name because Jing Yunyao had an accident 16 years ago. Jing Yunyao had returned and regained her memories, but she had no intention of making her real identity public. Because she was a cultivator and could live forever, it would inevitably cause unnecessary trouble if other people saw that Jing Yunyao's appearance didn't change after more than a dozen years. Therefore, they could simply let outsiders believe that she was dead. If she needed an ID card to take planes, she could continue to use Xin Yao's identity. Moreover, the age on Xin Yao's ID card should be younger, so she could avoid some trouble for the time being. One day, they would all withdraw from the mortal's world. If people noticed that their appearances hadn't changed in more than dozens of years, it would definitely cause trouble. Does Grandpa Lung know that Mother has already regained her memories? Gu Ning asked. Not yet. I'll take her to the Lung family's old house tomorrow. We'll talk about it then. Lung Xiaoting said. Great, Gu Ning replied. Gu Ning and Lung Xiaoting went back to the front yard after visiting the backyard. It was past 6 p.m. at this time and the servants had already prepared the food. But the food hadn't been served yet because Lung Xiaoting hadn't returned. They were afraid that the food might get cold soon. Lung Xiaoting took Gu Ning to the dining hall and told the servants to serve the food. The furniture here was also classical, and made people feel like they had traveled to ancient times. After eating, the sky was completely dark, but there were street lights in the yard. So Lung Xiaoting took Gu Ning for a long walk before going back. I'm going back to the base tomorrow afternoon. I don't know when I can come back again, Lung Xiaoting said, full of resentment and reluctance. They had been separated for so many days and finally saw each other today, but they could only stay with each other for a few hours before they had to separate again, which was quite upsetting. It was all because of his cultivation. If he didn't cultivate, he would have a lot of time to be with Gu Ning. However, since he was a cultivator, it was impossible not to cultivate. He still had powerful enemies ahead, so he had to keep on cultivating to improve himself. I won't go back to school tonight. I can stay with you? Gu Ning said with a smile on her lips. She wasn't accommodating Lung Xiaoting. She really hated to separate from him so quickly as well. They indeed rarely got together these days. Anyway, she had already asked for leave, so it didn't matter even if she didn't go back at night. Great! Lung Xiaoting smiled very proudly. Gu Ning and Lung Xiaoting then went back to the villa they had stayed in during the day. Lung Xiaoting would send her back to school tomorrow morning. Because Jing Yunyao stayed in Mountain River Garden, it was inconvenient for them to go there. After all, Lung Xiaoting wanted her to stay with him for the purpose of doing bad things. However, on their way back, Gu Ning and Lung Xiaoting saw several gangsters on the sidewalk punching and kicking someone. Because there weren't many pedestrians in this section, not too many people were watching them. Even if there were a few onlookers, nobody came forward to stop the fight. After all, these gangsters were notorious in this area and many people knew that they were very fierce. Whoever dared to interfere in their business would be punished, unless it was someone they didn't dare to mess with. All the onlookers were just ordinary people, so they all watched from the side. Normally, Lung Xiaoting would do something if he encountered such a thing. So he parked the car by the side of the road and wanted to get out of the car to have a look. Gu Ning, however, suddenly stopped him. Wait a sec. What's wrong? Lung Xiaoting asked with confusion. Gu Ning squinted her eyes, saying in a flat voice, We don't need to help the man. He's Qi Ziyue. I thought Tang Bingsen had already killed Qi Ziyue, but unexpectedly he's still alive. What she didn't know was that Tang Bingsen was worried that Tang Aining might collect evidence if he killed Qi Ziyue, which would put him into a dangerous situation. In fact, after Tang Bingsen got seriously sick and lost control of the Tang organization, the guards ran away. It took Qi Ziyue a lot of effort to break free from the rope that bound him and escape. Hearing that, Lung Xiaoting was annoyed and stopped. Should we leave or watch him for a while? Let's stay here for a while, Gu Ning said. Seeing Qi Ziyue in a lot of pain and despair from being punched and kicked, Gu Ning only felt a surge of excitement and joy. She knew that Qi Ziyue had been caught by Tang Bingsen, but she didn't know where Tang Bingsen had him locked up. She originally planned to ask Tang Bingsen where Qi Ziyue was after military training, but surprisingly she met him here by chance. Those gangsters cursed as they beat Qi Ziyue, then left when they were done. Actually, Qi Ziyue was innocent to some extent. He had only accidentally bumped into these gangsters who were slightly drunk. Although Qi Ziyue bumped them, it wasn't something serious, and he apologized right away. Unfortunately, these gangsters were in a bad mood, so they refused to forgive him. At the beginning, they wanted to force Chi Ziyue to give them money, but Chi Ziyue just escaped from the darkroom. He had no money in his pockets and was also starving. Because he had no money, he was beaten by a bunch of gangsters. After those gangsters left, the onlookers also dispersed. No one bothered to call the police or an ambulance. Gu Ning didn't get out of the car until many people were gone. "Do you need me to go with you?" Leng Xiaoting asked. "No need, just wait for me in the car," Gu Ning said. "Sure," Leng Xiaoting replied. After Gu Ning got out of the car, she walked towards Chizi. Chi Ziyue was beaten severely. To be specific, he was seriously injured, with 2 broken ribs. In this case, if he didn't receive any treatment, he could die. Gu Ning walked over, not trying to save him. She couldn't wait to see him die. She walked to him simply to gloat over his failure and add insult to injury. "Chi Ziyue, can you believe what you've been through today?" Gu Ning walked up to Chi Ziyue and said with mockery. Although Chi Ziyue was heavily beaten, he was still conscious. Hearing Gu Ning's voice, he suddenly raised his head and looked at her. Seeing Gu Ning, Chi Ziyue was slightly startled with a frown. "It's you." Chi Ziyue said that not because he knew what he had been through today had something to do with Gu Ning, but because he didn't expect to see her here. Chi Ziyue felt utterly embarrassed when she saw him like this. Even though he didn't know that Gu Ning had pushed him into such a miserable situation, he still felt humiliated because there was a long-standing grudge between them, and she looked at him with obvious mockery. "Don't you feel I have always been inexplicably hostile towards you?" Gu Ning asked with a smile, but the smile was completely cold. Hearing that, Chi Ziyue was taken aback. Actually, he really felt so. "Let me tell you, it's because I have a grudge against you, and Tang Aining is actually me," Gu Ning said. At this time, there was no need to keep it secret from him anymore, because he could do nothing about it even if he learned the truth. "What?" Chi Ziyue rounded his eyes in shock. He couldn't believe his ears. "Tang Aining is actually Gu Ning? You? Who are you? What's your relationship with Tang Aining?" Chi Ziyue asked. "Me? I'm Gu Ning," Gu Ning said, with a faint smile on the corners of her mouth, which seemed harmless on the surface. "If I tell you Tang Aining told me that you killed her in my dream and she asked me to avenge her, would you believe it?" Gu Ning asked. "No, it's impossible. It's impossible." Chi Ziyue refused to believe it. There couldn't be such a ridiculous thing in the world. The only possibility was that Gu Ning knew Tang Aining. Besides, how did Gu Ning know that Tang Aining was killed by him? Even Tang Aining herself didn't figure out his real purpose of becoming her boyfriend before she died. Tang Aining even thought it was just a trip when they went to the sea that time. It didn't make sense if Gu Ning was Tang Aining's friend. Was it possible that Tang Aining told Gu Ning everything in a dream? It was hard for Chi Ziyue to believe. "Do you still refuse to believe it?" Gu Ning asked, but the answer actually couldn't be more obvious. After that, Gu Ning said with a smile, "Did you forget what I said at your wedding? When you were on the yacht, Tang Yashin said something to Tang Aining." Hearing that, Chi Ziyue's body suddenly shook a little. He looked at Gu Ning in horror and his eyeballs seemed about to fall out. "Who are you? Tell me who you are," Chi Zi asked. At this moment, he lost his mind. He somehow felt that Gu Ning in front of him was actually Tang Aining. If she wasn't Tang Aining, how could she know what Tang Yashin had said? She knew every word. Chi Ziyue thought that Gu Ning might be Tang Aining, but he also felt that it was impossible. He was so confused that he said to himself, "No, no, no, you can't be Tang Aining. Tang Aining must have told you those words. Tang Aining isn't dead, right? You are not Tang Aining. You are not Tang Aining." "Well," Gu Ning just sneered. Without another word, she released more and more magical power to freeze Chi Ziyue. Afterwards, she left. Gu Ning had the idea of beating him up in person, but they were in public after all. It would cause her trouble if anyone saw it and took photos of them then posted them on the internet. Gu Ning got into the car and left with Leng shouting. Witnessing Chi Ziyue's tragic life now, Gu Ning was in a good mood. Since Gu Ning was happy, Leng shouting was happy too and laughed as well. His smile fascinated Gu Ning. As soon as they returned to the villa, Leng Xiaoting moved closer to her. They were going to have a sleepless night tonight. Although Gu Ning still had military training the next day, Leng Xiaoting now knew that she could use magical power to restore her mental and physical strength. Even if Gu Ning couldn't do that, he was now a cultivator and he could help her regain her energy again. Therefore, they had passionate sex for a whole night. They didn't stop or sleep until 4 a.m. They only slept for 2 hours and got up at 6 a.m. Use magical power to get your strength back. Otherwise, you'll feel uncomfortable, Leng Xiaoting said with concern. What? Are you worried about my body? Gu Ning asked with a smile. Yeah, Leng Xiaoting replied. He cared about her. Suddenly, Gu Ning gave Leng Xiaoting a glare. Since you're worried about my body, why didn't you control yourself just now? I couldn't stay calm when my beloved girl was in my arms. I'm a man, Leng Xiaoting said, taking it for granted. Even if he loved Gu Ning, he couldn't give up having sex with her. Ha ha! Gu Ning snorted with laughter, because she thought of a popular joke on the internet. A woman and a man slept on the same bed one night, but the woman put a pillow in the middle. She told the man that he couldn't cross the boundary. If he did, he wasn't a gentleman. Therefore, the man did not cross the boundary all night. However, when they got up the next morning, the woman slapped the man and said that he wasn't a man at all. Gu Ning's smile made Leng Xiaoting feel aroused. Without delay, he pressed against her again. Gu Ning struggled, glaring at him. Get up. I need to go to school. Leng Xiaoting thought for a while. It was indeed time for them to get up now, so he reluctantly got up from Gu Ning's body. After quickly cleaning up, Leng Xiaoting sent Gu Ning to school. Because they didn't have much time, they didn't make breakfast at home. Instead, when they saw a breakfast shop on the way, Leng Xiaoting went to buy Gu Ning a glass of milk and bread. He wasn't in a rush to eat, so he took care of Gu Ning first. Although Gu Ning was absent, Song Miaoge didn't forget to train. After all, Bailey Zhongxue was still with her. Bailey Zhongxue was also excellent at fighting. When Gao Shiyan and Lu Xiaoxiao got up, there were only 2 of them in the dorm room, so they talked about Gu Ning being absent all night. It actually couldn't mean anything, but they hated Gu Ning, so they criticized her behind her back. Shiyan, when will your older brother help you punish her? Lu Xiaoxiao asked. It had been so long, but they heard no news about it. Although she didn't hate Gu Ning as much as Gao Shiyan, she also disliked Gu Ning. She was jealous of Gu Ning's outstanding appearance, and hoped that she could be punished. My older brother went on a trip with friends a few days ago, but he came back yesterday. He promised to cause Gu Ning trouble in school today, Gao Shiyan said with hatred, wishing to see Gu Ning severely punished. Only in that way could her hatred be dispelled. She had tolerated it for days, which was enough in her eyes. Hearing that, Lu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but smile proudly. Although Gu Ning was good at fighting, she was only better than Gao Shiyan, who was a weak girl. She didn't think that Gu Ning could beat a man. Leng Xiaoting brought Jing Yunyao and Shang Guanyang back to the Leng family's old house in the morning. He was going to introduce Shang Guanyang to Master Leng, because he also hoped that they could get together when they were free. However, he couldn't tell his grandfather that Shang Guanyang, Jing Yunyao, and himself were cultivators for the time being. Before Leng Xiaoting and the others went over, Leng Xiaoting asked Master Leng to wait for them at home in case Master Leng left to see his old friends. Because Jing Yunyao never visited the Leng family's old house when Leng Xiaoting was absent, Master Leng was actually a little dissatisfied. It was obvious that Jing Yunyao didn't treat the Leng family as her family. Master Leng could understand it. After all, Jing Yunyao hadn't regained her memories yet, but he still hoped that she could come more often when she had time. Leng Xiaoting told Master Leng that Jing Yunyao returned to the place where she used to live this week. Therefore, Master Leng didn't think much about it. When Leng Xiaoting and the others arrived at the Leng family's old house, it was about 10 a.m. At this time, only Master Leng was home because the other members had gone to work. Normally, Master Leng had lunch alone at home. He didn't have much appetite when he ate alone, so he ate very little during lunch. He could eat more when his family was home for dinner. Leng Xiaoting and the others came this time, so Master Leng told the cook to cook more food for them. Leng Xiaoting had also reminded him that his master was a big eater. His master alone was able to eat as much as 4 people. Although Master Lung was very surprised by that, they didn't lack food. So Master Lung directly told the cook to prepare a meal with all kinds of meat for 8 people. As soon as Jing Yunyao came, she called Master Lung father. It didn't sound embarrassing, and was full of affection. Master Lung thought that Jing Yunyao might have regained her memories. Thinking of that, he asked her. Jing Yunyao gave him an affirmative answer. Master Lung was ecstatic to hear that. Even though Jing Yunyao's identity had long been affirmed, she hadn't regained her memories. As a result, they were still strange to each other. Luckily, Jing Yunyao had finally regained her memories, which meant they were really a family now. Master Lung was so happy that he almost cried. Master Lung and Shangguan Yang hit it off with each other at first sight, and they quickly became familiar with each other. They both liked elephant chess, antiques, calligraphy, and paintings, while Shangguan Yang himself already had a lot of antiques, calligraphy, and paintings. Before they came, Shangguan Yang had asked Lung Shouting about Master Lung's likes. Knowing that Master Lung liked calligraphy and paintings, he prepared an extremely valuable painting for him, which made Master Lung smile from ear to ear with joy. At noon, Gu Ning and her friends went to the canteen after their military training and met Gao Shiyan and Lu Xiaoxiao. When Gao Shiyan saw Gu Ning, she gave her a meaningful look, then left. She must be scheming something, Bailey Zhongxue said with a smile while looking at Gao Shiyan's back. Even though she knew there was a scheme, she wouldn't be bothered because Gao Shiyan was only an ordinary girl. She knew that Gu Ning had a conflict with Gao Shiyan. Gao Shiyan had suffered a big loss because of Gu Ning, so Gao Shiyan wouldn't give up on getting revenge on Gu Ning. Bailey Zhongxue didn't know Gao Shiyan, but she knew Gao Shiyan wasn't a kind girl because Gao Shiyan had offended Gu Ning of her own accord. Gao Shiyan was the kind of person who tended to be self-interested, self-centered, and never thought she was wrong when she attacked other people. However, if anyone dared to criticize her, she would think the other people were guilty and evil. Bailey Zhongxue had encountered too many people of that kind. Scheme? Did Gao Shiyan forget the lesson and think of trying to pay us back? Song Miaoge was a little surprised when she heard that. She thought Gao Shiyan had learned to behave herself during this peaceful period. If she really tries to pay us back, she won't do it in person, Gu Ning said. She never believed that Gao Shiyan would give up on getting revenge. Song Miaoge frowned and asked worriedly, "What should we do now?" She knew that Gu Ning wasn't weak at all. It wasn't easy for anyone to hurt Gu Ning, but they didn't know what Gao Shiyan would do to pay them back. They were inevitably a little worried about unknown danger. "Don't worry, it's not a big deal," Gu Ning said without any worries. Since Gu Ning said that, Song Miaoge didn't worry so much. After having a meal, they left the canteen and walked to the small woods where they practiced martial arts. However, the second they left the canteen, some people followed them. Song Miaoge didn't have acute senses like Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue, so she failed to notice. Once Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue realized that some people were following them, they exchanged a meaningful glance. In fact, they hoped that someone would come to cause them trouble so that Song Miaoge could have a chance to practice her skills. Song Miaoge didn't know what her friends were thinking about without telling her, but they actually had that idea for her good. Those people followed Gu Ning and her friends along the way. They didn't jump out to stop them from leaving, nor were they worried that they might go back to the dormitory. During these days, Gao Shiyan didn't see them go back to the dormitory for a nap at noon. Instead, they always went to the small woods. Gao Shiyan didn't know what they were going to do in the small woods, because she dared not follow them over. Not every student would have a nap at noon, and many students preferred to relax for a while in the small woods where it was much cooler. Nevertheless, there were a lot fewer people in the small woods, so the group of people planned to attack Gu Ning and her friends later. After Gu Ning and her friends arrived at the small woods, they walked farther into it because most people stayed at its periphery. They didn't want to be watched while they were training. Some people might see them once in a while. There were 5 men who were about 24, following them. They looked the same as other college students, so they didn't attract much attention. Seeing Gu Ning and her friends walking farther into the small woods, they were satisfied because it was exactly what they wanted to see. In a while, Gu Ning and her friends stopped. With an evil smile, Gu Ning asked Song Miaoge, Miaoga, do you want to practice your new skills with others? What? Song Miaoga was confused. Who will do that with me? They're behind us, said Guning. Song Miaoga was surprised and turned around, followed by Guning and Bailey Zhongxue. Once they turned around, they saw 5 men walking to them. Do you mean them? Song Miaoga asked with uncertainty. Yeah, said Guning. Who are they? Asked Song Miaoga. They were hired by Gao Shiyan to pay us back, said Guning. Gao Shiyan planned to pay all of them back instead of just Guning. Song Miaoga had a grudge with Gao Shiyan as well, so Gao Shiyan hated her too. Song Miaoga wasn't surprised now. She squinted, a dangerous look in her eyes. Very well, I need practice right now. They've learned some fighting skills too. You must be careful, said Guning. It was true that the bunch of men weren't weak at all. They were no match for Guning, but Song Miaoga was only an ordinary girl with not outstanding skills. Song Miaoga was merely better than other weak girls. I will, said Song Miaoga with a serious expression. She wouldn't take her enemies lightly. The 5 men immediately realized that Guning and her friends had already found out that they were following them when they turned around looking at them. They should know that we're following them, said a man. So what? It's useless, said another man. Although Gao Shiyan had told them the 2 girls named Guning and Song Miaoga were good at kung fu, they didn't take them seriously. In their eyes, they were only girls who couldn't be stronger than them. Therefore, when the girls didn't seem scared at all as they walked to them, they only thought that they were stupid and arrogant. The 5 men stopped in front of Guning and her friends, looking at them with malice. The leading man asked Guning, Are you Guning? He actually already had the answer. Yes, so? Asked Guning. You've offended someone you shouldn't mess with, so we're here to teach you a lesson, said the man. Do you mean Gao Shiyan? Guning smiled. Hearing that, the 5 men looked surprised. In order to not expose the secret, Gao Shiyan's older brother, Gao Shiji, didn't show up, but unexpectedly Guning was aware of it. No matter what, you can't escape today. Even though Guning guessed it correctly, the 5 men refused to admit it. Great, my friend also needs practice. Miaoga, they're yours now. Do you have confidence? Asked Guning. Of course, said Song Miaoga. She couldn't wait for the fight. The 5 men felt humiliated when Guning told a girl to fight against them. Stupid idiot. You'll regret it. Beat her. The leading man gave an order. Even though they felt humiliated when Guning asked a girl to fight against the 5 of them, they wouldn't hesitate to beat Song Miaoga. Anyway, it was Guning's decision. Since Guning decided to do that, they were determined to make her regret it. Without delay, the 5 men began to attack Song Miaoga, and Song Miaoga fought back at once. Although Song Miaoga had only been trained by Guning and Bailey Zhongxue for several days, she had taken a power crystal. Her physical health had been greatly improved, so she was much stronger than before. In the past, Song Miaoga was able to beat 10 ordinary people by herself, and now she could defeat over a dozen. Ordinary people were no match for her, but she might not be able to defeat many people who had learned kung fu. How many she could beat depended on the person's level. Song Miaoga might not be able to defeat Ji Wenna right now, but Guning believed that she could beat these 5 men. Although the 5 men took Song Miaoga lightly, in order to show their strength, they used great force at the very beginning, so did Song Miaoga. The 5 men thought that they could easily beat Song Miaoga once they fought, so they were full of confidence. Unfortunately, they soon realized that they were wrong. They failed to catch her after fighting for a long while, and Song Miaoga even kicked one of them. They were mad and became more violent, but it was obvious that they couldn't win the fight against Song Miaoga. Although Song Miaoga felt it was a little difficult for her to fight against 5 of them alone, she was quite excited. Once in a while, some students passing by heard the noises and walked over to have a look. Seeing Song Miaoga fighting against 5 men by herself, they were all amazed and kept complimenting her. The 5 men, however, were all injured by Song Miaoga, but they could barely touch her, which shocked them. To their astonishment, this girl was much stronger than they thought. In about 10 minutes, all the 5 men were beaten to the ground by Song Miaoga, while Song Miaoga had only gotten kicked from behind. Luckily, she avoided it right away, so she wasn't heavily hit. Therefore, Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue didn't bother to help her. If Song Miaoge hadn't been trained by Gu Ning and Bailey Zhongxue, it would be hard to tell whether she could win the fight against these 5 men, because they weren't bad at fighting. Given their skills, Song Miaoge was sure that they had served in the army for at least 3 years. However, they were gangsters now, and it was normal that not every soldier was an upright person. Actually, there were bad people in every industry. In the army, cliques and factions weren't uncommon. "Have you served in the army?" asked Song Miaoge in a deep voice. She grew up in a military base, so she naturally was very familiar with soldiers' way of fighting. They had been soldiers, but they now were bullies, which made Song Miaoge quite angry. She also understood that there were bad people in every industry. Those who had served in the army might not be good people, but she couldn't stand it whenever she witnessed it. "How did you know?" The 5 men were greatly surprised. "I grew up in a military base. It's very easy for me to see through you. You're a shame to soldiers." Song Miaoge criticized them. Hearing that, they were astonished. If Song Miaoge grew up in a military base, her family wouldn't be ordinary. Since her father could stay in the military base for so many years, her father's title could be a major at least right now. Thinking of that, the 5 men were scared. "All right, you can disappear now. Tell Gao Shiyan to be careful. We live in the same dorm room after all. It can't be easier for us to make things difficult for her." Gu Ning didn't bother to waste more time on them and told them to disappear. Gu Ning told them to say that to Gao Shiyan, and she wasn't afraid that Gao Shiyan would refuse to come back to the dorm room after hearing it. Gu Ning actually wished that Gao Shiyan wouldn't come back again, because they would live a much more comfortable life then. They were going to punish Gao Shiyan, but not right now. They had plenty of chances to do it in the future. Although the 5 men weren't badly injured, they needed at least a week to recover. They were in school after all, so Song Miaoge had to be gentle. The 5 men were scared by Song Miaoge, so they immediately ran away once Gu Ning told them to disappear. "Jesus, I can beat 5 men alone now. Even if I could do that in the past, I would be injured too," Song Miaoge said with excitement after they left. Once the 5 men walked far away, they called Gao Shiji. They didn't have Gao Shiyan's number, so they could only call Gao Shiji. After that, they told Gao Shiji the result. At this time, Gao Shiji and Gao Shiyan were in a restaurant. Knowing that they failed, both of them were angry, but they were also shocked to hear that Song Miaoge alone had beaten the 5 of them. Gao Shiyan was also frightened by Gu Ning's threat. She didn't dare to go back to the dorm room now. "Shiji, what should I do now?" Gao Shiyan turned to her older brother for help. "You can move to another dorm room. Let's go to see your head teacher now. We can say that you don't get along with them," said Gao Shiji. He didn't dare to cause Gu Ning trouble right now, because he was reluctant to be beaten. Gao Shiji had served in the army for a few years too, but his 5 comrades couldn't defeat Song Miaoge, let alone him. Afterwards, Gao Shiji took Gao Shiyan to see her head teacher. They used the excuse that the girls didn't get along with each other and often argued to explain why Gao Shiyan wanted to move into another dorm room. Gao Shiyan was worried that their head teacher might find out that she had hired a bunch of people to beat Gu Ning, so she didn't say that she wanted to move into another dorm room because of Gu Ning's threat. Gao Shiyan's head teacher was comparatively snobbish. She knew that Gao Shiyan was from a rich family, so she agreed to move her into another dorm room. Without hesitation, Gao Shiyan rushed back to the dorm room and packed up her stuff. At noon, Lu Xiaoxiao wasn't with Gao Shiyan, so she had no idea what had happened. When she saw Gao Shiyan packing up her stuff in the dorm room, she was surprised. "Shiyan, what happened? Why are you packing your stuff?" "I'll move into another dorm room," said Gao Shiyan. She sounded upset. Hearing that, Lu Xiaoxiao was anxious. If Gao Shiyan moved into another dorm room, she would be left alone in this dorm room. Upon thinking that she would be alone facing Song Miaoge and Gu Ning, Lu Xiaoxiao was scared. "What happened? Why are you suddenly moving into another dorm room? What should I do if I'm left alone here?" asked Lu Xiaoxiao, feeling nervous. Gao Shiyan was displeased. "I didn't expect Song Miaoge to be so strong. My older brother hired 5 men to teach them a lesson, but Song Miaoge alone has beaten them. You know, the 5 men have served in the army along with my older brother. They're quite good at fighting, but they failed to hurt Song Miaoga. What? Lu Xiaoxiao was amazed. She thought that it was super easy for Gao Shiyan's older brother to punish Gu Ning and her friends, but unexpectedly Song Miaoga alone beat them. Do they know that the 5 men were hired by you? Asked Lu Xiaoxiao. Actually, it was quite obvious that Gu Ning and her friends were aware of it. Otherwise Gao Shiyan wouldn't move into another dorm room. Idiot. If they didn't know, I wouldn't move into another dorm room, said Gao Shiyan with impatience. She then ignored Lu Xiaoxiao and kept on packing. Lu Xiaoxiao was full of anxiety at this moment. Although it was Gao Shiyan who hired a bunch of men to teach Gu Ning and her friends a lesson and she wasn't involved in it, she had humiliated them with Gao Shiyan before. Gu Ning and her friends must hate her too. If Gao Shiyan left, they could vent their anger on her instead. No, she couldn't stay here. She had to move out into another dorm room. Thinking of that, Lu Xiaoxiao took action at once. She ran outside to see their head teacher. She refused to live in the same dorm room with Gu Ning and Song Miaoga. As a result, when Gu Ning and Song Miaoga came back at night, they found both Gao Shiyan and Lu Xiaoxiao were gone along with their stuff. It was surprising but wasn't beyond their expectation. Anyway, it was good news. Well, does Gao Shiyan believe it will be over after she moves into another dorm room? Song Miaoga said with disdain. At least she doesn't need to sleep anxiously at night, said Gu Ning. It's not a bad thing. We don't need to see her every day now, said Song Miaoga happily. In fact, they could make things difficult for Gao Shiyan even if she moved out. They were in the same school after all. Couldn't be easier for them to find her. Gu Ning, why don't we ask Zhongxue to move in? Song Miaoga asked Gu Ning. She hoped that Bailey Zhongxue could live with them, but she needed to ask for Gu Ning's opinion. Although they were all friends and she felt that Gu Ning would want Bailey Zhongxue to move in with them, she asked Gu Ning out of respect. Why not? Gu Ning agreed. Anyway, Bailey Zhongxue lived near them. It wouldn't be a big deal if they lived together. With Gu Ning's agreement, Song Miaoga shared this good news with Bailey Zhongxue at once. Gu Ning, Song Miaoga, and Bailey Zhongxue had a WeChat group, so Song Miaoga directly told Bailey Zhongxue in the group. Bailey Zhongxue was undoubtedly happy to hear the news. Unexpectedly, she still moved into the same dorm room as Gu Ning. She was excited about it, but didn't rush to move in right away, because she also needed her head teacher's agreement. Normally, their head teacher would agree. Coincidentally, Gu Ning and her friends saw Gao Shiyan and Lu Xiaoxiao when they went to have breakfast the next morning. Once Gao Shiyan saw them, she ran away in a hurry. Ha ha! Song Miaoga snorted with laughter. Anyway, since they met, it was impossible for Gu Ning and her friends to let her go. Without delay, Gu Ning and her friends caught up and stopped her. What do you want to do? Gao Shiyan got nervous looking at them. Because of the bad deed she had done, she felt guilty and avoided their eyes. Gao Shiyan only dared to bully the weak and got scared after failing several times. However, she was only afraid for the time being, and wouldn't hesitate to make the situation worse once she got a chance. What do we want to do? Song Miaoga smiled, saying with disdain. Gao Shiyan, Lu Xiaoxiao, why did you move into another dorm room all of a sudden? Gao Shiyan, do you think it's over after that? You? Gao Shiyan moved a few steps back in fear in case Song Miaoga and Gu Ning hurt her. What? Song Miaoga walked towards Gao Shiyan in a threatening way. She made fun of Gao Shiyan as if a cat was playing with a mouse. Song Miaoga, if you dare to hurt me, I'll report it to our teacher. Gao Shiyan pretended to be brave. She tried to threaten them with the influence of their teacher. Well, when you tried to hurt me and Gu Ning, weren't you afraid that we'd report it to our teacher? Said Song Miaoga with mockery. Do you think you're the only one who isn't afraid of the teacher here? My father is the director of the State Forestry Administration. Hearing that Song Miaoga wasn't afraid of the teacher, Gao Shiyan had to rely on her father's influence. Do you think the director of the State Forestry Administration is a very important official? Do you think you can do whatever you want? Said Song Miaoga with disgust. Although it was a powerful official in ordinary people's eyes, It was merely nothing for the Song family. You? Gao Shiyan was surprised. She suddenly didn't know what to say at this moment. At the same time, she thought to herself that Song Miaoge might not come from an ordinary family as she used to believe. Otherwise, she should be afraid of her father's social status. Gu Ning. Someone called Gu Ning all of a sudden. Gu Ning and her friends turned to look at the person at once. Hi, Senior Rong. Seeing Rong Zekin, Gu Ning and Song Miaoge politely greeted him. Although Song Miaoge knew Rong Ju, she wasn't familiar with Rong Zekin. Anyway, she knew that he was a member of the Rong family as well, but she didn't know who his father was. It wasn't important, actually. Gao Shiyan and Lu Xiaoxiao were stunned the moment they saw Rong Zekin. They forgot their fear of Gu Ning and Song Miaoge at this moment. Hi! What a coincidence! Rong Zekin was happy to see Gu Ning. Oh, have you had breakfast yet? If not, let me buy it for you, said Rong Zekin. Gao Shiyan and Lu Xiaoxiao wished that he asked them the question, but unfortunately he only asked Gu Ning. Besides, Gu Ning was able to know such a handsome boy. Gao Shiyan and Lu Xiaoxiao were jealous of Gu Ning again. Thanks, but there is no need. Gu Ning declined. She decided to keep a distance from the Rong family. Song Miaoge had the same idea and wasn't interested in Rong Zekin. Fine. Rong Zekin was slightly disappointed. Since Gu Ning declined, he wouldn't insist in case Gu Ning had a bad impression of him. Why don't we go to the canteen together? Asked Rong Zekin. Although Gu Ning turned his invitation down, they could go to the canteen together. Senior Rong, you can go first. I still need to deal with something else now, said Gu Ning. She had no intention of sharing breakfast with him. Fine. Rong Zekin said nothing further about it and left alone. Once Rong Zekin was gone, Gao Shiyan and Lu Xiaoxiao turned to face Gu Ning and Song Miaoge again. All right, we should go to have breakfast now, said Gu Ning. She gave up punishing Gao Shiyan right now. In fact, even if she was going to do something to hurt Gao Shiyan, she would do it secretly. She would never do it in public because it could cause her trouble. Gao Shiyan felt relieved and felt that Gu Ning didn't dare to hurt her. However, the next second, Gu Ning gave her a fake smile, which gave Gao Shiyan a premonition. Gao Shiyan, be careful. We won't hurt you in public, but, Gu Ning said in a meaningful tone. She didn't bother to hide her hatred towards Gao Shiyan, scaring Gao Shiyan. Without hesitation, Gu Ning turned around and left. Song Miaoge and Bailey Zhongxue also gave Gao Shiyan a meaningful glance before walking away. Right after they left, two girls walked to Gao Shiyan and Lu Xiaoxiao and asked them with excitement, Hi, Shiyan. How did you know Gu Ning? I'm so envious of you. Right, how's your relationship? Asked another girl. Hearing that, Gao Shiyan was displeased because they were envious of her relationship with Gu Ning, which was quite ridiculous. Gao Shiyan was full of anger, so she blurted it out. You're envious of me? Do you want to be bullied by her as well? Bully? How is it possible? Goddess Gu will never bully other people. Right, Goddess Gu is such a kind girl. We have only seen her rescue other people. We have never seen her bully anyone. Unless it's a bad person. The two girls argued at once. They refused to believe Gao Shiyan's words and also defended Gu Ning. In their eyes, Gu Ning was a girl with a strong sense of justice. It was impossible that she would bully other people, unless Gao Shiyan had offended her first. What do you mean? Are you saying I'm a bad person? Gao Shiyan was mad. Why could they say that to her face? Gao Shiyan didn't allow other people to criticize her even if she indeed had offended Gu Ning first. Gao Shiyan used to bully other people very often and no one dared to argue with her. So she became arrogant. Even though it was her fault, she would never think that she was wrong. However, she failed this time when she encountered Gu Ning and Song Miaoge. Lu Xiaoxiao, however, caught the point of their questions. Why do you call her Goddess Gu? Gao Shiyan frowned with dissatisfaction. They called Gu Ning Goddess Gu because of her hatred towards Gu Ning. She hated to hear other people complimenting Gu Ning even if Gu Ning was prettier than her. What? Don't you know Goddess Gu? The girls were surprised. Why do we have to know her? Who does she think she is? Is she a celebrity or something? Gao Shiyan retorted in annoyance. She hated seeing other people taking Guning as their idol, because it meant that Guning was very outstanding and many people liked her. She didn't think that Guning could be a celebrity, because she paid a lot of attention to the entertainment industry and she had never heard of Guning before. Actually, she couldn't know everything about what she was interested in. Seeing Gao Shiyan's unkind face, the two girls were displeased too. She isn't a celebrity, but she's even more famous than celebrities. Actually, she enjoys a much better reputation than those celebrities. What? Gao Shiyan and Lu Xiaoxiao couldn't believe their ears. To their surprise, Guning was even more famous than celebrities, and her reputation was also better than them. All of a sudden, Gao Shiyan and Lu Xiaoxiao got nervous. They weren't dumb and felt that Guning might not be ordinary at all. What do you mean? Tell me more about her, asked Gao Shiyan. She didn't want to know that Guning was influential, because it would be hard for her to take revenge. Although her dirty trick had been exposed and Guning had threatened her, she was unwilling to give up. On the contrary, she felt aggrieved and mad at Guning. As long as she had a chance, she would still try to hurt Guning once more. If you want to know more about her, go search for the information about her on the internet. By the way, we're Guning's loyal fans. I don't want to hear you attacking her. Don't badmouth her to our faces again, or we won't be kind to you anymore, said the girl, then left with another girl. This girl was in the same class as Gao Shiyan, and she knew that Gao Shiyan's family was rich, but she wasn't afraid of Gao Shiyan because her family wasn't ordinary either. You? Gao Shiyan was furious, facing the girl's threat. She felt she had enemies everywhere now. In the past, only she could bully other people, but now it changed. Lu Xiaoxiao wasn't threatened, so she wasn't affected. Without hesitation, she took out her phone to search for more information about Guning on the internet. Gao Shiyan also wanted to learn more about Guning, so she did the same thing. The second they read the news about Guning, they were both shocked. What? How is it possible? Gao Shiyan and Lu Xiaoxiao rounded their eyes in shock. They couldn't believe what they read. Guning turned out to be the champion of the national math competition, and she was also the top scorer of this year. Guning was also the owner of Jade Beauty Jewelry, Fenghua Entertainment, Cozy, Gufan, and many other companies which had over several billion yuan in assets. How is it possible? Guning is so young. It was impossible for her to own so many companies. Can't be true. It can't be true. These companies can't be owned by her. She can't be so successful. No matter what, Gao Shiyan refused to believe or accept it. She didn't think that Guning could be so successful. Anyway, Gao Shiyan was more scared of Guning now. Even if these companies weren't owned by Guning, Guning must have powerful support behind her back. Shiyan, what should we do now? Lu Xiaoxiao was totally frightened. Although she couldn't believe it either, she was sure that Guning wasn't an ordinary girl. She owned companies with several billion yuan in assets. Although Lu Xiaoxiao's father was also rich, Guning obviously owned many more companies. In addition, Jade Beauty Jewelry alone had over 2 billion yuan in assets. Cozy was so popular these days, so it could have over 1 billion yuan in assets as well. I don't know. Gao Shiyan was irritated. She had no idea what to do now, and she lost her patience with Lu Xiaoxiao's question. After that, she left Lu Xiaoxiao behind and walked away alone. She was in a bad mood now, so she didn't have an appetite for breakfast. Because of that, Gao Shiyan moved while doing military poses that morning. Their instructor noticed and punished her. She was already furious, so she argued with the instructor and ran away. Guning and her friends weren't aware of that.